As the evening wore on, Jed stopped questioning the fact that he was enjoying himself. Although he didn't like crowds, had no use for parties and making conversation with strangers, he didn't feel any impatient urges to leave early. When he ran into the Chapmans in the first balcony, he concluded that they were also enjoying themselves. "Hey, Jed, Happy New Year!" Mary Pat kissed him, then leaned on the rail again to watch the action below. "What a party! I've never seen anything like this." Jed checked out her view. A swarm of people, streams of color, blasts of noise. "The Conroys are unique." "You're telling me. I met Leah's father. We jitterbugged." Her face flushed with laughter. "I didn't know I could jitterbug." "She didn't have to do much more than hang on," Brent commented. "That old guy can move. He's probably got enough fuel in him." Jed caught a glimpse of Quentin below, with a party hat jauntily tilted on his head. "Where's Dora?" Brent asked. "I haven't seen her since we got here." "She moves around. Indigo wanted to dance with her." "Indigo?" Mary Pat leaned farther over the balcony to wave back at strangers and toss confetti. "Can't miss him. He's a giant, bald black guy in red leather." "Oh, oh," she repeated after her quick scan located him. "God, I wish I could dance like that." She propped her elbows on the rail and moved her hips gently to the beat. "Anything turn up yet?" Jed asked Brent. "It's early." Brent nursed a beer. "We're sending the picture around. If he's got a sheet, we'll have something after the holiday. I did some legwork myself, looking for a matchup on known sex offenders or B&E men. Nothing yet." Brent looked down in his empty glass, adjusted his horn rims. "Let's go get a beer." "Oh, no you don't." Mary Pat popped up from the rail and grabbed Brent's arm. "You're going to dance with me, Lieutenant. It's almost midnight." "Couldn't we stay up here and neck?" Brent dragged his feet as his wife pulled him along. "Listen, Jed'll dance with you. I'm getting my own woman." By the time the three had managed to elbow and squeeze their way down to the orchestra level, the lead singer was shouting into the mic, holding up his hands for silence. "Come on, everybody, listen up. We got 1 minute until 0 hour, so find your significant other, or a handy pair of lips, and get ready to pucker up for the new year." Jed ignored the din and a couple of interesting proposals from solo women and cut through the crowd. He saw her stage right, laughing with her brother as they poured champagne into dozens of outstretched glasses. She set down an empty and picked up another, turning to see that the band had full glasses to toast. And she saw him. "Will," with her eyes on Jed's, she pushed the bottle at her brother. "You're on your own." "There'll be a stampede," he shouted, but she was already walking to the edge of the stage. "Get ready, people." The singer's voice boomed out over the theater. "Count with me now. 10, 9... It felt as though she were moving in slow motion through water, warm, silky water. Her heart beat hard and high in her chest. 8, 7... She leaned down, put her hands on Jed's shoulders. His gripped her waist. 6, 5... The walls shook. She stepped off into the air, into the colorful rain of confetti, felt his muscles ripple against her as she combed a hand through his hair and hooked her legs around him. 4, 3... Inch by inch she slid down his body, her eyes locked on his, her breath already quickened. 2, 1... Her mouth opened to his, hot and hungry. Their twin sounds of pleasure were drowned out in an explosion of cheers. On an incoherent murmur, she changed the angle of the kiss and dived deeper, both hands fisted in his hair. He continued to lower her from the stage to the ground, certain that something in him would explode, head, heart, loins. Even when she stood, her body remained molded to his in a way that gave him painful knowledge of every curve and valley. She tasted more dangerous than whiskey, more effervescent than champagne. He understood that a man could be drunk when he had a woman in his system. He took his mouth from hers but kept her firmly against him. Her eyes were half closed, her lips just parted. As he watched, her tongue slipped out to skim lightly over her lips, as if she wanted to absorb the lingering taste of him. "Give me another," she murmured. But before he could, Quentin bounded up and swung an arm around each of them. "Happy New Year, mes enfants!" With a tilt of his head, he pitched his voice so that it flowed like wine over the din. "Ring out the old, ring in the new, ring happy bells across the snow. The year is going, let him go. Ring out the false, ring in the true." "Tennyson," Jed murmured, obscurely touched, and Quentin beamed at him. "Quite right." He kissed Dora, then Jed with equal enthusiasm. Before Jed could adjust to the shock, Trixie descended upon them. "I love celebrations." There were more kisses, lavishly given. "Will, come here and kiss your mother." Will obliged, leaping dramatically off the stage and catching his mother up in a theatrical dip. He kissed his father, then he turned to Jed. Braced, Jed held his ground. "I don't want to have to punch you." Will only grinned. "Sorry, we're a demonstrative bunch." Despite the warning, he gave Jed a hard, tipsy hug. "Here's Leah and John." Thinking of survival, Jed stepped back, but found himself blocked by the stage. He gave up, accepting it philosophically when he was kissed by Leah and embraced by John, whom he'd yet to meet. Watching it all and the various reactions that flickered over his face, Dora laughed and found a full glass of champagne. "Here's to you, Skimmerhorn. You ain't seen nothin' yet." It took DiCarlo a long, agonizing time to die. Winesap had waited patiently, while doing his best to block out the thin calls for help, the delirious prayers and the babbling sobs. He didn't know how Finley had handled the servants. He didn't want to know. But he had wished several times during the interminable 3-hour wait that DiCarlo would do the decent thing and simply die. Then, when dusk began to fall and there were no more sounds from outside the solarium, Winesap wished DiCarlo had taken longer, much longer. He didn't relish the task at hand. Sighing, he went out of the house, past the sprawled body and across the south lawn toward a stone-sided tool shed. He had inquired, meekly, if a drop cloth or sheet of plastic might be available. Following Finley's instructions, Winesap located a large painter's cloth splattered with white. Back creaking from the weight, he shouldered the roll, returned to the garden and his grisly task. It was easy to block the routine from his mind. He had only to imagine it was he who lay staring sightlessly at the deepening sky, and the entire process didn't bother him overmuch. He spread the cloth over the white stones. They were stained liberally with blood, sticky with it. And the flies, well, all in all, Winesap mused, it was a gruesome bit of business. Crouching, breath whistling through his teeth, Winesap rolled DiCarlo's limp body over and over until it was nicely centered on the cloth. He took a rest then. Physical labor always made him sweat profusely. He unfolded a handkerchief and mopped his dripping face and neck. Wrinkling his nose, he tossed the handkerchief down and rolled it under the body. He sat again, careful to avoid bloodstains, and carefully removed DiCarlo's wallet. He held it gingerly between his thumb and forefinger and decided to burn it, money and all, at the first opportunity. With the resignation of the overburden, he meticulously checked the rest of DiCarlo's pockets to be certain he'd removed any and all forms of identification. Faintly, from a second-floor window, he heard the strains of some Italian opera. Finley was preparing for his evening out, Winesap mused. After all, tomorrow was a holiday. 17. The night was clear as glass, the air brittle. A thin layer of frost on the T-Bird's side window sparkled like an icy spider web in the beam of street lamps. Inside, the heater hummed efficiently, adding another bass note to B.B. King's Blue Monday from the radio. The warmth, the blues, and the slow, smooth ride might have lulled Dora to sleep, if her nerves hadn't been snapping. To combat the tension, she kept up a non-stop commentary on the party, the people, and the music that required little or no response from Jed. When they pulled up behind her building, she'd nearly run dry. "It's all right, isn't it?" she asked. "Is what all right?" Her fingers viced over her evening bag. "The guards Brent put on." "Is that what's got you so wound up?" She studied the building, the stream from the back door light, the glow in the window from the lamp she'd left burning. "I did a pretty good job of blocking it out for most of the night." "It's all right." Leaning over, he unsnapped her seatbelt himself. "They were both there." "Good. That's good." But her nerves didn't settle. In silence, they climbed out of opposite sides of the car, started to the stairs, up. She didn't like being jumpy, she thought, as Jed unlocked the outside door. At the moment, it had nothing to do with intruders and guards. It had everything to do with what was going to happen once they were inside and alone. Which made absolutely no sense at all, she decided. She stepped into the hallway and dug out her keys on the way to her door. She wanted him, wanted very much to finish what had started between them. And yet... Jed took the keys from her rigid fingers and unlocked the door himself. It was a matter of control, she realized as she slipped out of her coat, laid it over a chair. Always before, she'd made certain that she held the wheel in a relationship, that she steered it in the direction of her choice. But she wasn't in the driver's seat with Jed, and they both knew it. She heard the door close at her back, lock. Fresh nerves scrambled into her throat. "Do you want a drink?" She didn't turn, but headed straight for the brandy. "No." "No?" Her fingers hovered over the decanter, fell away. "I don't either." She crossed to the stereo, switched on the CD changer without any idea what music she'd left inside. Bessie Smith picked up where Bebe had left off. "I'll have to take the tree down in a few days." She reached out and touched a bough. "On 12th night. Pack everything away, burn a few sprigs of pine in the fire. It always makes me a little sad." She jolted when Jed's hands cupped her shoulders. "You're nervous." "Me?" She laughed and wished she'd poured something, anything, that would wash away the dry heat in her throat. "I like it." Feeling foolish, she turned and managed a small smile. "You would. It makes you feel superior." "There is that." He lowered his head and kissed the corner of her mouth. "It also lets me know you'll remember this for a long time. Come with me." He kept her hand in his on the short walk to the bedroom. He wanted to move slowly, discovering her inch by fascinating inch, savoring those nerves even as he was exploiting them, until she was helpless and his. He switched on the bedside lamp and looked at her. Her breath shuddered out when he touched his lips to hers. Tenderness was the last thing she'd expected from him, and the most devastating gift he could give. Her lips parted beneath his, accepting, even as her heart jammed like a fist in her throat. Her head fell back, a gesture of surrender that had need twisting sharp in his gut. But he continued to play her lips delicately, letting the moments spin out. "You're shaking," he murmured, trailing his lips down her jawline, sliding his tongue over warm, smooth skin, wallowing in the flavor of flesh. "That's you." "You could be right." He brought his mouth back to hers, deepening the kiss until pleasure swam giddily in her head. Now there were sighs and breathless murmurs, the hard thud of racing hearts. "Let me turn down the bed," she whispered. But when she turned, shifted aside, he drew her back against him, nuzzling his lips at the nape of her neck. "That can wait." His hands were spread over her midsection where the pressure was coiled taut as a rattler. "I don't think I can." "It's not going to be quick." He slid his hands up her sides, down again. "It's not going to be easy." "Jed." His name ended on a moan. His hands were over her breasts now, caressing, thumbs skimming, circling lightly over the peaks, while his tongue did outrageous things to the back of her ear. Eyes closed, she relinquished any thought of control and arched back against him. He used his teeth now, satisfying his own primitive need for the taste of flesh, while he undid the tiny buttons that ranged from her throat to the juncture of her thighs. Her breathing slowed, deepened, like a woman in a trance. The side of his thumb barely brushed her skin as he moved with tormenting laziness from button to button. "I've had all night to wonder." He spoke softly, close to her ear, and fought to keep his hands from taking too greedily. All night to imagine what was under here. Slowly, he spread the material open, skimmed his fingers down her center. There was nothing but woman. Sweet Christ. He buried his face in her hair as desire ripped through him. Her skin was hot and soft, the muscles quivering helplessly under his hands. Each tremor rippled from her into him as they stood pressed close in the lamplight. He hadn't known a need could be so outrageous, or the desire to give and take so brutally keen, like a blade honed and waiting for its mark. He only knew he wanted every inch of her, and the satisfaction of having her crave every bit as desperately as he. Dreamlike, she lifted an arm, hooked it around his neck. It was almost like floating, she thought, and the air was polished like silver. Then he would touch again, and that softly glowing air took on an edge like a sword turned in the sun. Her eyes half closed, she leaned back against him, absorbing both the pride and the wonder as his hands roamed over her skin. She turned her head so that her mouth could find his again. Her lips clung, wet and hungry, urging him to take more. She could no longer pinpoint the focus of pleasure. There were too many sensations sprinting and careening through her. His mouth, yes, there was pleasure in that, the firm pressure of lips, the scrape of teeth, the tangle of tongues. There was more in the rock-hard press of his body against hers, the faint tremors that whispered of a violence held rigidly under control. The heat that shimmered around him, that spoke of dark and desperate needs. And there were his hands. God, his hands that stroked and molded and possessed, just a few degrees shy of rough, until she was afraid she would lose all sense of self and beg for more. Her breath came in whimpers, in low, throaty groans, and her body pressed back against his, rocking in a quickening rhythm that demanded. To please her and himself, he ran his hand down the center of her body until he cupped her. She was already damp and heated. With fingertips only, he sent her hurtling over the edge. Her body went rigid, arched back against him. She cried out as the fast, hard orgasm rammed her. When her legs buckled, he slipped deeper into her, groaning as she gasped out in stunned delight. More. Her head reeled. To keep her balance, she locked her other arm around him. Yes. He drove her up again, arousal spurting inside him each time she moaned out his name. He understood a man could be drunk and on the edge of control without sampling a swallow of liquor, and that a woman could slip into the blood like a drug. As the greed welled inside him, he spun her around to drag the snug material over her shoulders. There was a fierceness on his face, a violence in his eyes that should have frightened her. Though her heart gave a wild leap, it had nothing to do with fear. "I want you." Her voice was low and thick, like honey poured over flame. The hands that tugged the shirt over his head were far from steady, but her eyes, nearly level with his, were strong and sure. She unsnapped his jeans, tossing back her head as she moved closer. "I want you inside me. Now." In response, he gripped her hips and tumbled with her onto the bed. They rolled twice, tearing impatiently at each other's clothes, until damp flesh pressed to damp flesh. But when she would have locked herself around him and taken him into her, he shifted, sliding down her body. While she writhed and moaned beneath him, he feasted on her, suckling her breasts so that the answering contractions low in her belly were all but unbearable. Panting, she gripped his hair, her body curved in desperate invitation. "Now! For God's sake, now!" He caught her nipple between his teeth, tugging until her nails dug into his shoulders. "This time I want more." But the more he took, the more he needed. She gave completely, unrestrictedly, abandoning herself to the flood of sensations. Still, it wasn't enough. As he had promised himself, he explored every inch of her, tasting, touching, possessing. Whatever he asked, she gave. Whatever she offered, he took. He could watch her. The light sheened over her damp skin, making it gleam like one of her porcelain figurines. But she was flesh and blood, her hands as curious as his, her mouth as avid. Beneath them the spread was as slick and smooth as water. The music drifted in, all crying sax and throbbing bass. When he slipped inside her, her low, throaty moan shuddered from her lips into his. Slowly, savoring, he slid deeper, deeper, swallowing her frantic gasps, inciting more with the play of his tongue over hers. He braced himself over her, desperate to see her face, to watch those flickers of mindless pleasure. She came again, tightening convulsively around him, so that he sucked in his breath at the storm of sensation. Her eyes flew open, glazed and huge, to fix on his face. Her lips trembled as she tried to speak, but there was only another shuddering moan. He was all she could see, all she could feel, and all she wanted. Each slow stroke shivered through her, so that her body was a mass of sparking nerves and tearing needs. He ignited them again and again, until she could do nothing but wrap herself around him and let him take her where and how he chose. She cried out again. Jed buried his face in her hair and let himself follow. The music had changed. Elton John was singing his ode to Marilyn. Dora lay sprawled crosswise on the bed, her numbed body barely aware of Jed's weight. She did feel his lips pressed lightly to the side of her breast, and his heartbeat still raging. She found the strength to lift her hand, to run it over his hair and down to his shoulder. Her touch, somehow both maternal and lover-like, caused him to stir. He felt as though he'd just tumbled down a very tall mountain without skis and had landed in a deep, warm spring. Going with the urge, he kissed the curve of her breast and watched her smile. "You okay?" he asked her. "No, I can't see anything." It was his turn to smile. "Your eyes are closed." "Oh." She opened them and sighed. "Thank God, I thought I'd been struck blind." Turning her head on the rumpled spread, she looked down at him. "I don't think I'll ask how you're doing. You look entirely too pleased with yourself." He levered himself up to kiss her. Her hair had tumbled down as he'd imagined it would, and was a riot of curls around her face. Her lips were swollen, her eyes sleepy. He felt something stir, not the rekindled desire he'd expected, but something else, something he didn't recognize as contentment. "Ask anyway." "Okay." She brushed the hair away from his forehead. "How's it going, Skimmerhorn?" "It's going good." "Your gift for words stunts me." He laughed, kissed her again, then rolled over, gathering her close to his side. "It's too bad I can't think of any Tennyson." The idea of him quoting poetry made her smile grow misty. "How about Shelley? I arise from dreams of thee in the first sweet sleep of night, when the winds are breathing low and the stars are shining bright." She humbled him. "That's nice." He tipped her face up for a kiss that was both sweet and dreamy. "Really nice." Content with that, she nuzzled closer. "As a Conroy, I was raised on bards and playwrights." "They did a good job with you." She only smiled as he continued to study her, his hands still cupped under her chin, his eyes dark and intent as they scanned her face. "I want you again." "I was hoping you would." "Dora, you look terrible." "Leah, what would I do without you around to boost my ego?" Unfazed, Leah fisted her hands on her hips as she studied her sister's pale face and shadowed eyes. "Maybe you're coming down with something. That flu's still going around, you know. I think you should close the shop for the day." Dora walked around the counter as a customer came in. That kind of thinking is why you're the employee and I'm the boss." She put on a sunny smile. "Good morning. May I help you?" "Are you Dora Conroy?" "That's right." Dora held out a hand. She knew she looked pale and wan from lack of sleep, but the woman who was currently clutching her hand looked near collapse. "Would you like some coffee? Some tea?" The woman shut her eyes and pulled off her blue ski cap. "I'd love some coffee, but I'm not supposed to drink it." She laid a hand on the gentle mound of her belly. "Tea would be nice." "Cream? Lemon?" "No, just black." "Why don't you sit down?" Taking charge, Dora guided the woman to a chair. "We're all starting a little slow this morning, after holiday fatigue." When a young couple strolled in, Dora gestured for Leah to see to them. She poured 2 cups of tea. "Thanks. I'm Sharon Roman," she told Dora as she accepted her cup. "I'm afraid I'm a little vague on details today." "Oh!" It hit her all at once. Immediately she sat down and reached for Sharon's hand. "You're Mrs. Lyle's niece. I'm so sorry about what happened. The last time I called the hospital, I was told she was still in a coma." Sharon pressed her lips together. "She came out of it last night." "Oh, I'm so glad to hear that." "She's still critical." Sharon lifted her cup, then rattled it back in the saucer without drinking. "The doctors can't say if or when she'll recover. She's very fragile." Dora's eyes stung in response. "It's a dreadful time for you. I don't suppose there's anything worse than waiting." "No, there isn't." But the easy, undemanding sympathy helped her relax. "We've always been close, really like girlfriends. The first person I told about the baby after my husband was my aunt." "You look so tired," Dora said gently. "Why don't you come upstairs to my apartment? You can stretch out for a few minutes in private." The kindness had Sharon's eyes welling. "I can't stay. I need to get back to the hospital." "Sharon, this strain can't be good for you or your baby." "I'm being as careful as I can." She brushed at a tear with the back of her hand. "Believe me, I'm doing everything the doctor tells me." She took a deep breath. Then, more relaxed, Sharon said, "Miss Conroy." "Dora." "Dora." Sharon took a soothing breath. "I came by this morning to thank you for the flowers you sent to the hospital. They were lovely. Aunt Alice loves flowers. Her garden is a showplace. The nurses have told me you've called several times to check on my aunt's condition." "I'm relieved it's improving." "Thank you. But you see, I thought I knew all of her friends. I don't know how you're connected." "The truth is, we only met briefly. Here. She came into the shop right before Christmas." Sharon gave a puzzled shake of her head. "She bought something from you?" "A couple of things." Dora didn't have the heart to tell Sharon they had been gifts for her and her baby. "She mentioned she'd come in because you chopped here a few times." "Yes." Baffled, Sharon smiled as Dora refilled her cup. "You always have such interesting things. I hope you're not offended, but I find it a bit strange that you'd be so concerned over a woman you'd met only once, as a customer." "I liked her," Dora said simply, "and it bothered me a great deal that she'd been hurt so soon after she'd been here." "She was shopping for me, wasn't she?" "She's very fond of you." "Yes." With an effort, Sharon drew herself in. She had to be strong, she knew, for her baby, for her aunt. "Whoever killed Muriel and hurt my aunt destroyed a lot of her things as well. It seems so senseless." "Do the police have any leads?" "No." Sharon blew out a helpless little sigh. "Nothing. They've been very kind, right from the beginning. I was hysterical by the time they got to her. I found her lying there on Christmas morning, and poor Muriel. I was really calm when I called for an ambulance and the police, and then I just went to pieces. It's helped to talk to them. The police can be so detached and analytical." Dora thought of Jed. "I know." After a moment's hesitation, Dora made a decision. "Would you like to know what she bought for you?" "Yes, I would. Very much." "She said that you sewed. She bought you a Victorian doorstop so you could keep the door open and hear the baby in the nursery." "A doorstop?" A soft smile played around Sharon's mouth. "A brass elephant, like Jumbo?" "Exactly. We found it in the corner of the living room." Tears threatened again, but they didn't feel so hot and desperate. "It's just the sort of thing she'd buy for me." She picked up a doorstop for the nursery, too, a china dog curled up and sleeping. "Oh, I didn't see that. It must have been broken. He shattered most of the gift she'd wrapped, and a great deal of her things as well." She curled her fingers around Dora's. "It looked as though he'd gone crazy. I suppose he had to be crazy, didn't he, to kill one old woman and leave another for dead?" But she shook the question away. "I'd like to take her something when I go to see her this morning. Could you help me pick something out?" "I'd love to." 20 minutes later, Dora watched Sharon get in her car and drive away. "What was that all about?" Leah asked. "The poor thing looked so unhappy." "That was Mrs. Lyle's niece, the woman who was attacked on Christmas Eve. Society Hill? She's in a coma, isn't she?" "She's come out of it." Leah shook her head. "It's awful to think that someone could break into your home that way." A quick shiver raced up Dora's spine as she remembered her own experience. "Awful," she agreed. "I hope they find him." "In the meantime," firmly, Leah turned Dora to face her. "Back to you. Why do you look so exhausted when you had the entire day off yesterday?" "I haven't a clue. I spent the entire day in bed." With a smile playing around her mouth, Dora drew away to rearrange a collection of music boxes. "Wait a minute." Eagle-eyed, Leah shifted to get another look at Dora's face. "Oh," she said, drawing the word out into 3 ascending syllables. "The light dawns. Jed!" Dora opened the lid on an enameled box that played the Moonlight Sonata. "What about him?" "Don't play that game with me, Isadora. Just whose bed did you spend the day in?" "My own." Then she grinned and closed the box. And it was incredible. "Really?" Leah was all ears. "Okay, spill it." "Well, I can't," she realized, baffled. "This is different." "Uh-oh," Leah said, and grinned ear to dainty ear. "Do you remember what I did the first time John kissed me?" "You came home, crawled into bed, and cried for an hour." "That's right, because I was scared and thrilled and absolutely sure I'd just met the man I was going to be with for the rest of my life." The memory made her smile now, sweetly, smugly. "You were 18 years old," Dora pointed out, "overly dramatic and a virgin." "So you're 29, overly dramatic, and you've never been in love before." A windy sigh. "Of course I have." "No, you haven't." Dora picked up a dustcloth. "I haven't said I'm in love with Jed." "Are you?" "I don't know." "There," Leah said triumphantly. "My point exactly. If you weren't, you'd say so. Since you are, you're confused. Where is he, anyway?" "Out." Because she felt she'd been outmaneuvered, Dora scowled. "I don't keep him on a leash." "Testy," Leah said with a wise nod. "Another sure sign. Look, I'll analyze my own feelings when I have the time." She snatched up the cloth again and began to polish the already spotless countertop. "Ever since he came around, things have been upside down. The shop's broken into, the apartment searched, I'm nearly raped, and you—" "What?" Leah was around the counter in 2 strides, gripping Dora's hands. "What did you say?" "Damn." Though she tried to tug her hands away, Dora knew she'd already gone too far. "It wasn't really as bad as that. I exaggerated because you made me mad. Just hold on." Leah strode to the door, slapped the closed sign up, and locked it. "You're going to tell me everything, Dory, right now." All right. Resigned, Dora rubbed her hands over her face. You'd better sit down. It took some time, given that Leah interrupted frequently, but it was eventually told, beginning to end. I want you to promise not to tell Mom or Dad about this until I have a chance to. You go up and pack. Leah sprang to her feet. With her eyes glittering blue, she looked to Dora like a slim blonde angel ready to hurl her harp and halo. You're moving in with John and me. I am not. Honey, I'm perfectly safe here. Oh, perfectly, Leah tossed back. I am. The police are looking for him, and they've even put guards on the building. She laughed then, adoring Leah. Jesus, honey, I'm sleeping with a cop. That mollified a little. I don't want you left alone, not for 5 minutes. For heaven's sake. I mean it. The gleam in Leah's eyes left no room for argument. If you don't promise, I'll get John and we'll haul you home with us, and I want to talk to Jed myself. Help yourself. Dora tossed up her hands in surrender. It was impossible to play big sister with a woman who was the dictatorial mother of 3. He won't tell you anything I haven't. I'm absolutely, completely safe. Guaranteed. They both shrieked when the door rattled. Hey! Terry shouted and banged. What are we doing locked up in the middle of the day? Not a word, Dora muttered, and crossed over to unlock the door. Sorry, we were taking a break. Terry pursed her lips as she studied the 2 women. The air smelled suspiciously of a family fight. Looks like you both could use one. Busy morning? You could say so. Listen, there's a new shipment in the back. Why don't you unpack it? I'll price it when you're done. Sure. Obliging, Terry shrugged out of her coat as she strode to the storeroom. She could always listen through the door if things got interesting. We're not finished, Isadora. We are for now, Ophelia. Dora kissed Leah's cheek. You can grill Jed when he gets back. I intend to. And nag him, too, will you? I'd like to see how he handles it. Leah puffed up with indignation. I don't nag. World's champ, Dora muttered in her best subliminal voice. And if you think this is a joke, you're... Hey, Dora! Terry poked her head out of the storeroom. There was a puzzled smile on her face and the copy of the computer-generated picture of DeCarlo in her hand. Why do you have a picture of the guy who came in Christmas Eve? What? Dora struggled to keep her voice even. Do you know him? He was our last customer Christmas Eve. I sold him the Staffordshire, the mama dog with the pup. She glanced down at the picture, wiggled her brows. Believe me, he looks better in person than he does here. He a pal of yours? Not exactly. Her heart had begun to dance in her chest. Terry, did he pay cash? For the Staffordshire? Not likely. He charged it. Excitement rippled into Dora's heart, but she was actress enough to void it from her voice. Would you mind digging up the receipt for me? Sure. Terry's face fell. Don't tell me the guy's a deadbeat. I got approval on the card. No, I'm sure it's all right. I just need the receipt. Okay. He had some Italian name, she added. Delano, DeMarco, something. Shrugging, she closed the door behind her. DeCarlo, Brent said, handing Jed a rap sheet. Anthony DeCarlo, New York. Mostly small-time stuff. Larceny, confidence games, a couple of B&Es. Did a short stretch for extortion, but he's been clean as a whistle for nearly 6 years. Not being caught doesn't make you clean, Jed murmured. NYPD faxed this to me this morning. There's a cooperative detective up there who's going to do some legwork for me. Shouldn't be too hard to find out if our boy has an alibi for the other night. If he has one, it's fantasy. This is him. Jed tossed the file photo onto Brent's desk. Maybe I should take a trip to New York. Maybe you should give our friends in the Big Apple a little time. I'll think about it. You look pretty relaxed for a man who's thinking about kicking ass. Jed's lips twitched. Do I? Yep. Leaning back, Brent nodded. Leah would have commended him on his romantic radar. That's what I thought, he murmured and grinned. Dora's quite a woman. Nice going, Captain. "Shut up, Chapman," Jed said mildly on his way out. "Keep me posted, will you?" "Sure." Brent waited until the door closed before he picked up the phone to report to Mary Pat. 18. He did think about it. Jed knew Dora would be down in the shop, so he went straight up to his own apartment. He stripped down to gym shorts and a t-shirt before settling on the bench press. He'd think better after he'd worked up a sweat. He had to decide how much to tell her. She had a right to know it all, but there was a matter of rights and a matter of what was best for her. If he knew Dora, and he was beginning to think he knew her very well, she'd want to do something about it. One of a cop's biggest headaches was civilian interference. Not that he was a cop, he reminded himself, and kept up a steady rhythm with the weights. But when a man had spent nearly half his life on the force, he couldn't be considered a civilian either. New York could handle it, but they didn't have a vested interest. All Jed had to do was let the image of Dora's pale, unconscious face swim into his mind to remind him just how vested his interest was. A trip to New York, some poking around, wouldn't infringe overmuch on the official investigation. And if he could do something tangible, something real, he might not feel so... He paused with the barbell fully extended and scowled at the ceiling. Just how did he feel? Puffing out air, he lowered the bar again, lifted, lowered. Useless, he realized. Unsettled, unfinished. Nothing in his life had ever really had a closure because nothing had ever really been open to begin with. It had been easier to keep himself shut off, removed. Easier, hell, Jed thought. It had been necessary for survival. So why had he joined the force? He supposed he had finally recognized his own need for order, for discipline, and, yes, even for family. The job had given him all of that, and more. A sense of purpose, of satisfaction, and of pride. Donnie Speck had cost him that. But this wasn't about Speck, he reminded himself. It wasn't about Elaine. This was about protecting the woman across the hall, the woman he'd begun to feel something for. That was something else to think about. He didn't stop lifting when he heard the knock, but his lips curved when she called his name.
"Come on, Skimmerhorn, I know you're in there. I need to talk to you."
"It's open." "How come you make me lock mine?" she demanded. She walked in looking all business in a hunter green suit and smelling of sin. "Oh." Her eyebrows lifted as she took a long, slow scan of his body, stretched out on the bench, muscles oiled with sweat and rippling. Her heart did a fast somersault. "Sorry to interrupt your male ritual. Shouldn't there be drums pounding or some sort of pagan chant in the background?" "Did you want something, Conroy?" "I want a lot of things. Red suede shoes a couple of weeks in Jamaica, this Butker teapot I saw over on Antique Row." She walked over to kiss his upside-down lips, tasted salt. "How soon will you be finished? I might get excited watching you sweat." "Looks like I'm finished now." Jed rattled the bar back in the brace. "You won't be so cranky after I tell you what I found out." She paused, dramatic timing. Terry recognized the picture. "What picture?" Jed slid off the bench, reached for a towel. "The picture. The magic picture we put together on the computer. Jed, he was in the shop on Christmas Eve." Excitement had her pacing the room, heels clicking on bare wood, her hands gesturing. "His name is—" "DeCarlo Anthony," Jed interrupted, amused when Dora's jaw dropped. "Last known address, East 83rd Street, New York." "But how did you—" "Damn." Sulking, she shoved the receipt back in her pocket. "You could have at least pretended to be impressed with my skills as a detective." "You're a real Nancy Drew, Conroy." He went to the kitchen, took a jug of Gatorade from the fridge, and gulped it straight from the bottle. When he lowered it, she was standing in the doorway with a dangerous glint in her eye. "You did okay. The cops just work faster. Did you call it in?" "No." Her lip poked out. "I wanted to tell you." "Brent's in charge of the investigation," Jed reminded her. He reached out and flicked a finger over her bottom lip. "Stop pouting." "I'm not. I never pout." With that mouth, baby, you're a world champ. What did Terry say about DiCarlo?
Brent's in charge of the case, she said primly. I'll go back to my own apartment and call him. He might appreciate it.
Jed caught her face in his hand, gave it a little squeeze. Spill it, Nancy.
Well, since you put it that way. She said he was very smooth, very polite.
Moving around Jed, she opened the fridge herself, gave an involuntary and very feminine sound of disgust.
God, Skimmerhorn, what is that thing in the bowl?
Dinner. What else did she say?
You can't eat this. I'll fix dinner.
DiCarlo, Jed said flatly, and took her by the shoulders before she could poke into his cupboards.
He said he had this aunt he wanted to buy a special gift for. Terry said she showed him the foo dog, which I'm now sure he helped himself to when he broke in.
She scowled over that a minute.
She said he was a snappy dresser and drove a Porsche.
He wanted more than that. Is she downstairs?
No, she's gone for the day. We're closed.
I want to talk to her.
Now?
Now.
Well, sorry. I don't know where she is now. She had an early dinner date with some new guy she's seeing.
Dora let out a huff when Jed walked out of the kitchen.
If it's important, you could catch her at the theater later. Curtains at 8. We can grab her for a few minutes backstage between scenes.
Fine.
But I don't see what good it would do.
Dora followed him toward the bedroom.
I've already talked to her, and we have the name and address.
You don't know the questions to ask.
After stripping off his T-shirt, Jed tossed it into a corner.
He might have said something. The more we know, the easier it'll be to break him down in interrogation. We've got a couple of hours if you really want to cook.
But she wasn't listening. When he turned back, she was standing very still, a hand pressed against her heart, and a look of utter shock on her face.
What?
Instinct had him spinning around, scanning the room through narrowed eyes. The bed, she managed. Oh! His tensed muscles relaxed. The quick flutter of embarrassment annoyed the hell out of him. First, she criticized his cooking, now his housekeeping.
It's the maid's year off.
He frowned at the rumpled sheets and blankets.
I don't see the point in making it when I'm just going to mess it up again.
The bed, she repeated reverently. French Art Nouveau, about 1900. Oh, look at the inlay. She knelt by the footboard to run her fingertips gently over the image of a slender woman in a flowing gown holding a pitcher. The sound that came from her throat was one a woman makes in the heat of passion. It's rosewood, she said, and sighed. Amused, Jed watched her climb onto the bed and examine the headboard on her hands and knees. Oh, the workmanship here, she murmured. Look at this carving. Lovingly, she caressed the curves. The delicacy.
I think I've got a magnifying glass around here,
Jed told her when she all but pressed her nose to the wood. You don't even know what you have here, do you?
I know it was one of the few pieces in that mausoleum I grew up in that I liked. Most of the rest's in storage.
Storage! She closed her eyes and shuddered at the thought. You have to let me go through what you have. She sat back on her heels, all but clasped her hands in prayer. I'll give you fair market value for whatever I can afford. Just promise me, swear that you won't go to another dealer until I can make an offer.
Pull yourself together, Conroy.
Please. She scrambled to the edge of the bed. I mean it. I don't expect favors because of a personal relationship, but if there are things you don't want... She looked back at the headboard, rolled her eyes. God, I can't stand it. Come here.
Uh-oh.
A grin tugged at his mouth.
You're going to try to seduce me, so I'll lower my price.
Seduce hell! Her breath had already quickened when she unbuttoned her jacket, peeled it off to reveal a flimsy camisole in the same deep green. I'm going to give you the ride of your life, buddy.
Ah.
He wasn't sure which emotion was uppermost, shock or arousal.
That's quite an offer, Conroy.
It's not an offer, pal. It's a fact. She rose to her knees to unzip her skirt, wiggled out of it. When she'd finished, she knelt on the bed, wearing the camisole, a matching garter belt, sheer black hose, and spiked heels. If I don't have you on this bed right now, I'll die.
I don't want to be responsible for that.
God, his knees were weak. "Conroy, I'm covered with sweat." She smiled. "I know." She made a grab, caught him by the waistband of his shorts. He didn't put up much of a fight. "You're about to get a lot sweatier." She tugged. Jed let himself be taken down. When she rolled over on top of him, he caught at her hands. "Be gentle with me." She laughed. "Not a chance." She crushed her mouth to his, nipping his lips apart and plunging in a kiss that erased every rational thought from his mind. Even as he released her hands to hold her, she was pressing down on him, mercilessly rubbing heat to heat. He pulled in air that did nothing more than clog thickly in his chest. "Dora, let me." "Not this time." Fisting her hands in his hair, she ravished his mouth. She was rough, relentless, reckless, tormenting him to within an inch of sanity until he didn't know whether to curse her or to beg. Sensation after staggering sensation whipped through him, leaving his system churning and edgy and desperate for more. His hands streaked under her camisole, and he tortured himself with the firm, ripe swell of her breasts. She arched back at his touch. A low feline sound of approval purred in her throat as she stripped the material over her head. With her head thrown back, she covered his hands with hers, riding them down over her torso, over her flat belly. Her fingers tightened on his when he drove her over the first shuddering peak. But when he tried to roll her over, she locked her legs tight around him, laughing huskily at his oath. She slid down, dug her teeth into his shoulder. He tasted of salt and sweat and hot-blooded male. The combination whirled in her head like a heady wind. He was strong. The muscles under her urgent hands were like rippled iron. But she could draw a breathless, vulnerable moan from him with the dance of her fingers. She could feel his heart thundering under her lips. He clutched at the smooth flesh over the top of her stockings, too frantic now to think of bruises. Now, at last now, she let him lift her. His vision grayed when she lowered herself onto him, taking steel deep, deep into velvet. Dazed, he watched her body bow back, her eyes closed, her hands sliding up her own sweat-slicked body in an uninhibited caress as she tightened urgently around him. Then she began to move, slowly at first, steeped in her own pleasure, absorbing shock after delirious shock. Then faster, still faster, the muscles in her thighs taut as wire, her hips rocking like pistons. Each time her body stiffened, the force of it ripped through him like a flame-tipped arrow. He reared up, his mouth seeking her breast, her shoulder, her lips. Crazed, he dragged her head back by the hair, ravaging her throat while he made hoarse promises neither of them understood. All he understood was that at that moment he would have died for her. He certainly would have killed for her. The climax pummeled him, a violent and welcome fist that stole his breath and left him staggered. Jed banded his arms around her, pressed his face between her breasts, and let it shatter him. "Dora." He turned her head so that his lips could cruise gently over her skin. And again, "Dora." He held her close until her body had ceased to shudder. When he leaned back, his eyes narrowed. Lifting a finger to her cheek, he caught a tear on the tip. "What's this?" She could only shake her head and gather him against her. She rested her cheek on his hair. "I thought after yesterday it wouldn't get any better, that it couldn't." It worried him, that tremor in her voice. "If I'd known an old bed would turn you into a maniac, I'd have brought you in here days ago." She smiled, but her eyes were still troubled. "It's a terrific bed." "I've got about 6 more in storage." She laughed. "We'll kill ourselves." "I'll risk it." So would she, Dora thought. So would she. Because Leah had been absolutely right. She was in love with him. 2 hours later, they arrived at the Liberty Theater in time to hear Nurse Nellie demonstrate how to wash a man out of her hair. Dora had taken Jed through the stage door and up into the wings. Her father was there, mouthing the lyrics and pantomiming the moves. "Hey!" Dora pinched his cheek. "Where's Mom?" "In wardrobe. A little problem with Bloody Mary's sarong. Jed, my boy." He pumped Jed's hand while keeping an eye on stage.
Glad you came by. We have an appreciative audience tonight. Barely an empty seat in the house. Light cue,
he muttered under his breath, then beamed at the glow of a spot.
A smooth cue is as exhilarating as a waltz.
We just dropped by to see how things were, Doris said, and shot a warning look at Jed. And I need a minute with Terry at intermission. Shop business.
I don't want you pulling her out of character.
Don't worry. She slipped an arm around his shoulders and, despite the fact that she'd seen the production countless times, was soon as absorbed in the staging as he. Jed hung back, more intrigued by Dora and Quentin than the dialogue on stage. Their heads were tilted together as they discussed some minor bit of business that had been added to the scene. Quentin's arm came up to wrap around her waist. Dora's body angled toward his. Jed experienced a sensation that shocked him more than a blow to the neck. It was envy. Had he ever felt that easy affection, that simple sense of companionship with his own father, he wondered? The answer was very simple and very bleak. No, never. He couldn't remember a single conversation that hadn't been fraught with undercurrents of tension, disillusionment, resentment. Now, even had he wanted to, it was much too late to make peace. It was certainly useless to try to understand why. When the old bitterness threatened, he walked quietly back toward the dressing rooms. He'd have a cigarette and wait to question Terry. Dora looked over her shoulder. Her smile faded when she saw he was no longer there. "Dad?"
And music?
He whispered.
Good, good.
I'm in love with Jed.
Yes, my sweet, I know.
No, Dad. I'm really in love with him.
I know.
For no one else would he have broken his concentration. But he turned to Dora with a twinkling grin.
I picked him for you, didn't I?
I don't think he's going to want me to be. Sometimes I can almost see where he's bleeding inside.
You'll fix that, given time. What wound did ever heal but by degrees?
Othello. She wrinkled her nose. I didn't care for the ending in that one.
You'll write your own. Conroys are excellent improvisers.
A thought popped into his brain and made his eyes gleam.
Perhaps you'd like me to give him a little nudge. I could arrange a quiet man-to-man talk with some of my special brew.
No. She tapped a finger on his nose. No, she repeated. I'll handle this myself. Lowering her hand, she pressed it to her jittery stomach. I'm scared, she confessed. It's happened so fast.
In the blood,
Quentin said sagely.
The minute I saw your mother, I broke out in a vicious sweat. Most embarrassing. It took me nearly 2 weeks to get up the nerve to ask her to marry me. I kept going up on the lines.
You never blew a line in your life. She kissed him as the applause broke out. I love you.
That's exactly what you should tell him.
He gave her a squeeze.
Listen, Izzy, we're bringing the house down.
Responding to the applause and the sudden chaos backstage, Jed went back to the wings just as Dora caught Terry. Hey, you working props tonight? No. Dora got a good grip on Terry's arm. I need to talk to you for a minute. Sure. How about that dance number? Those lessons I've been taking are paying off. You were great. With a nod to Jed, Dora steered Terry briskly through the stagehands and technicians. We'll just need a corner of the dressing room. Several other members of the chorus were already inside repairing hair and makeup. Though some were stripped down to their underwear for costume changes, no one gave Jed more than a brief glance. Can I borrow this? Dora asked, and commandeered a stool before anyone could refuse. Sit down, Terry. Get off your feet. You don't know how good that feels. She shifted toward the mirrors, choosing a makeup sponge to dab at the grease paint moistened by sweat. About DeCarlo, Dora began. Who? Terry stopped running lines in her head. Oh, the guy from Christmas Eve. She smiled at Jed. Dora's been real mysterious about him.
What did he buy?
Jed asked. Oh, a Staffordshire figure. Never even winked at the price. He looked like he could afford it without any trouble, though. And it was for his aunt. His favorite aunt.
He said how she'd practically raised him and she was getting really old. You know, a lot of people don't think that old people like getting nice things, but you could tell he really loved her.
Jed let her run down.
Did he show any interest in anything else?
Well, he looked all around, took his time. I thought he might bite on the foo dog because he was looking for an animal.
An animal. Jed's eyes sharpened, but his voice remained cool and flat.
You know, a statue of one. His aunt collects statues. Dogs, she added, relining her eyes with quick, deft movements. See, she had this dog that died and—
Was he specific? Jed interrupted.
Terry pursed her lips and tried to think back. Seems to me he really wanted a dog like the one his aunt had had who died. Said he hadn't been able to find exactly what he'd been looking for.
She freshened her lipstick, checked the results.
I remember he talked about the dog his aunt had, the dead one. I thought how we'd had that china piece that would have been perfect. It sounded like the dead dog had modeled for it while he was alive, you know?
She picked up a brush to fuss with her hair.
You know, Dora, the one you picked up at that auction. We'd already sold it, though.
Dora felt her blood drain. To Mrs. Lyle.
I don't know. You handled that sale, I think.
Yes. Light-headed, Dora twisted her fingers together. Yes, I did.
Hey!
Alarmed, Terry turned on the stool.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. She forced a smile. She needed to get out, needed air. Thanks, Terry.
No problem. Are you staying for the rest of the show?
Not tonight. Sickened, Dora fumbled for the door. I'll see you tomorrow.
Maybe you'd better go after her, Terry said to Jed. She looked a little faint.
Did you tell him about the china piece?
Yeah, I think so.
Baffled, Terry slid off the stool and went to the door to see if Dora was in the corridor.
It seemed like such a coincidence, you know? I told him how we'd had something, but we'd sold it. I'm going to see what's wrong with Dora.
I'll do it.
He caught up to her at the stage door, just as she was pushing through and drawing in deep breaths of air.
Shake it off, Conroy.
He held her by the shoulders at arm's length. He was afraid if he did more, she'd snap like a twig. I sold it to her. When she tried to jerk away, he merely tightened his hold. For God's sake, Jed, I sold it to her. I don't know what he wanted it for, why he would have killed for it, but I sold it to her, and the day after he found out,
I said shake it off.
He all but lifted her off her feet, his face close to hers.
You sell a lot of things, that's what you do. You're not responsible for what happens to the people who buy them.
I can't be like that, she shouted at him and struck out. I can't close myself off that way. That's your trick, Skimmerhorn. Make sure you don't give a damn. Make sure nothing slips through and actually makes you feel. That's you, not me. That got through and twisted in his gut.
You want to blame yourself? Fine.
Gripping her arm, he pulled her away from the door.
I'll take you home, and you can spend the night beating yourself up over it.
I don't have to apologize for having feelings, and I can get myself home.
You wouldn't get 2 blocks before that bleeding heart of yours splashed on the sidewalk.
The buzzing in her ears came first. It always did when her temper snapped. Quick as a snake, she rounded on him, leading with her left. He dodged that, but it was only a fake. Her sneaky right caught him in the jaw and snapped his head back.
Son of a bitch!
He saw stars. Later, he might take a moment to admire the fact that she'd all but knocked him on his ass. But now, eyes slitted with fury, he clenched his fists. She tossed her chin up in challenge. Try it, she invited. Just try it. It could have been funny, if there had been only temper in her eyes, if there hadn't been the quiver of tears beneath the dare.
Fuck this,
he muttered. Ducking under her raised fists, he caught her around the waist and scooped her up over his shoulder. She exploded with a volley of oaths, furious at the indignity of having to hammer at his back. Put me down, you chicken-hearted bastard! You want to fight?
I've never cold-cocked a woman in my life, Conroy, but you can be the first.
God damn you, put me down and try it. They'll have to scrape you up off the pavement. When I'm finished, they'll have to pick you up with tweezers. It drained out of her, as it always did, quickly, completely. She went limp, shut her eyes. I'm sorry."
He wasn't finished being angry. "Shut up!" He yanked out his keys, punched them into the door lock. In a smooth, economic move, he pulled her down, protected her head with his hand, and shoved her into the car. She kept her eyes closed, listening to him stalk around the car, open the door, slam it again.
"I am sorry, Jed. I apologize for hitting you. Does it hurt?"
He wiggled his throbbing jaw. "No." He wouldn't have admitted it if it had been broken. "You hit like a girl." "The hell I do!" Insulted, she snapped up in her seat. The cool look in his eyes made her slump back again.
"I wasn't angry with you," she murmured as he drove out of the lot. "I needed to vent at someone, and you were handy."
"Glad I could help." If he was trying to chastise her with that frigid tone, she thought, he was doing a first-rate job.
"You deserve to be mad."
She kept her eyes lowered. It was more difficult to take her sincerity and her misery than it had been to take the punch. Just let it go. And, Conroy, don't mention to anybody that you got past my guard. She turned back, and seeing the worst had passed, mustered up a smile.
"I'll take it to my grave."
"If it's any consolation, I might have broken several fingers." "It's not." But he took her hand, lifted it to touch to his lips. The stunned expression on her face had him scowling again. "What's the problem now?" Since he'd released her hand, she brought it up to her own cheek.
"You threw me off a minute, that's all. The sweet routine hasn't exactly been your style with me."
Uncomfortable, he shifted in his seat. "Don't make me regret it."
"I probably shouldn't tell you, but bits of business like that, hand-kissing and similar romantic gestures, make me all squishy inside."
Define similar romantic gestures.
"Oh, like flowers and long smoldering looks. Now that I think of it, you've done pretty well in the long smoldering look department. Then there's the big guns, sweeping me up into your arms and carrying me up a curving staircase."
You don't have a curving staircase.
"I could imagine I did." On impulse, she leaned over and kissed his cheek. "I'm glad you're not mad at me anymore."
Who said I wasn't? I just don't want to fight when I'm driving.
He lapsed into silence a moment.
"About Mrs. Lyle," he began. "I'm going to need to check on her condition. If she comes out of it, she might put some pieces together for me."
"Us," Dora corrected quietly. "She's awake. Her niece came by the shop this morning." She linked her fingers again, tightly, and concentrated on keeping her voice calm and even. "She told me that Mrs. Lyle had come out of the coma, but that the doctors weren't committing themselves about her recovery."
"It's too late to try to get in to see her tonight," Jed said after a moment. "I can probably pull some strings tomorrow."
"I don't think you'd have to. I'd only have to ask Sharon, the niece."
Dora kept her eyes straight ahead and tried not to resent the absence of concern in his voice.
"But I won't do it unless I'm sure she's up to it. I won't let her be interrogated after what she's been through."
Tires spit out gravel when he turned into the lot. "Do I look like the Gestapo, Conroy? You figure I'll shine a light in her eyes and find ways of making her talk?"
Saying nothing, she snapped down the door handle and climbed out.
He reached the steps before her and blocked the way. "Dora."
Searching for patience, he took her hands. They were icy and stiff.
"I know what I'm doing, and I'm not in the habit of badgering hospitalized old ladies for information."
He looked down at her face. He didn't like to ask, didn't like to need, but he found he had no choice.
"Trust me."
"I do." Watching his face, she linked her fingers with his. "Completely. This whole thing has shaken me up some, that's all. I'll get in touch with Sharon first thing in the morning."
"Good."
A bit shaken himself, he lowered his head to kiss her. No, he didn't like to ask. He didn't like to need. But he did.
"Stay with me tonight?"
The worry cleared from her eyes. "I was hoping you'd ask."
19.
Dora had never considered herself phobic about hospitals. She was young and healthy and hadn't spent a great deal of time in one, and never as a patient.
When she thought of hospitals at all, she thought of babies in the nursery, bouquets of flowers, and the brisk efficiency of the nursing staff striding down the corridors in crepe-soled shoes. Yet standing outside the critical care unit waiting to speak with Mrs. Lyle, she felt as if a stone were lodged in her chest. Too quiet, she thought. It was much too quiet, with death patiently lurking behind glass doors and thin curtains, waiting to choose. She could hear the muffled beats and hums from machines and monitors, like grumbling old women complaining about aches and pains. From somewhere down the corridor came the pathetic sound of low and steady weeping. All at once she wanted a cigarette, with a razor-sharp craving. Sharon stepped through the swinging doors. Though she looked strained, her lips curved into a smile when she saw Dora. "She's lucid. I can't tell you how good it felt to talk to her, really talk to her. I'm glad." Battered with both guilt and relief, Dora took Sharon's hand in both of hers. "Sharon, this is Captain Skimmerhorn and Lieutenant Chapman." "Hello. Dora told me you want to talk to Aunt Alice." "We've cleared it with her doctor," Brent said, "and we appreciate your cooperation." Sharon's mouth thinned into a hard, bloodless line. "Whatever I can do to help you find the person who did this to my aunt. She's expecting you." Jed read the concern in the way Sharon looked back toward the doors. "We won't tire her." "I know." Her hand fluttered up, then came to rest on the child in her womb. There was family to protect, and there was family to avenge. "Dora said you'd be careful. You'll let me know, won't you, if you learn anything?" "Of course they will." Dora steered her toward a bench. "In the meantime, you sit down, get off your feet, try to relax."
"We've only got 15 minutes with her,"
Jed said quietly when Dora returned.
"Let's make it count. You," he added with a nod toward Dora, "do nothing, say nothing unless you get the go-ahead."
"Yes, Captain." Ignoring her, he turned to Brent.
"She shouldn't be going in at all."
"She's seen the statue. We haven't. Let's see if it means anything."
He led the way through the doors, past the nurse's station, and into one of the small curtained rooms. Dora was grateful she'd been ordered to silence. She couldn't trust her voice. The woman she remembered as elegant and enthusiastic lay on the narrow bed, her eyes closed and shadowed with dingy bruises. The formerly deeply black hair was dulled, and gray was beginning to show at the roots, and her skin was sallow against the startlingly white bandages. Her face was drawn, the cheekbones jutting up sharply against skin that looked thin enough to tear at a touch.
"Mrs. Lyle."
Brent stood at the bedside, spoke quietly. Dora could see the pale blue veins in the eyelids when they fluttered. The monitor continued its monotonous beep as Mrs. Lyle struggled to focus. "Yes?" Her voice was weak and rough, as if her vocal cords had been sandpapered while she slept.
"I'm Lieutenant Chapman. Do you feel able to answer a few questions?"
"Yes." Dora watched Mrs. Lyle try to swallow. Automatically, she moved forward to pick up the cup of water and slip the straw between the dry lips. "Thank you." Her voice was a shade stronger. She focused on Dora and smiled. "Miss Conroy, how nice of you to visit." Jed's order was easily forgotten. "I'm glad you're feeling better." She reached down to close her fingers gently over Mrs. Lyle's frail hand. "I'm sorry you were hurt. They told me Muriel is dead." The tired eyes filled slowly, the aftermath of a storm already spent. "She was very dear to me." Guilt was like a wave battering against the wall of Dora's composure. She could stand against it, but she couldn't ignore it. "I'm so sorry. The police hope you'll be able to help them find the man who did this." She pulled a Kleenex out of the box beside the bed and gently dried Mrs. Lyle's cheeks. "I want to help." Firming her lips, she looked back at Brent. "I didn't see him, Lieutenant. I didn't see anyone. I was watching a movie on television, and I thought I heard Muriel." She broke off then, and her fingers shifted in Dora's for comfort. "I thought I heard her come in behind me. Then there was this horrible
pain, as if something had exploded in my head.
Mrs. Lyle, Brent began, do you remember buying a China dog from Miss Conroy the day before you were attacked?
Yes, for Sharon's baby. A doorstop, she said, and turned her head toward Dora again. I'm worried that Sharon's not getting enough rest. This stress. She's fine, Dora assured her.
Mrs. Lyle,
Jed stepped forward.
do you remember anything else about the statue?
No.
Though she tried to concentrate, memories drifted through like clouds.
It was rather sweet. A watchdog, I thought, for the baby. Is that what he wanted?
Her hand moved restlessly again.
Is that what he wanted? The little dog? I thought I heard him shouting for the dog, but that couldn't be.
Jed leaned forward so that her eyes would focus on his. There was panic in hers, but he had to press just a little further. What did you think you heard him shouting, Mrs. Lyle?
Where's the dog? And he swore. I was lying there, and I couldn't move. I thought I'd had a stroke and was dreaming. There was crashing and shouting over and over about a dog. And then there was nothing.
She closed her eyes again, exhausted.
Surely he didn't murder Muriel for a little China dog.
But he did, didn't he? Dora asked, when they stood together at the elevators. Not much doubt of it. Brent worried his glasses, stuck his hands in his pockets. But that's not the end of it. The bullet that killed Muriel came from the same gun that killed Traynor. He looked at Jed. Matched the ones we dug out of the plaster at the shop. So he came back for something else. Calculating, Jed stepped into the elevator. The dog wasn't it, or wasn't all of it, whatever it is.
But the piece wasn't valuable or unique, Dora murmured. It wasn't even marked. I only bid on it because it was cute.
You bought it at an auction?
Slowly, Jed turned the possibilities over in his mind.
Where?
In Virginia. Leah and I went on a buying trip. You remember, I got back the day you moved in.
And the next day you sold the dog. He took her arm to pull her out of the elevator when they reached the lobby. There was a break-in at the shop. Mrs. Lyle was attacked, then another break-in. What else did you buy, Dora?
At the auction? A lot of things. She dragged her hand through her hair, leaving her coat unbuttoned to the cold as she stepped outside between the two men. The brisk air helped blow away some of the sickly scent of hospital. I have a list of the shop.
Don't they have lots at auctions? Brent asked. Or groups of merchandise that come from the same place or the same seller?
Sure. Sometimes you buy a trunk full of junk just to get one piece. This wasn't Sotheby's, it was more of a flea market, but there were several good buys.
What did you buy right before the dog and right after?
She was tired down to the bone. The vague throb in her temple warned of a titanic headache in progress. Christ, Skimmerhorn, how am I supposed to remember? Life hasn't been exactly uneventful since then.
That's bull, Conroy.
His voice took on an edge that had Brent's brows raising. He'd heard it before, when Jed had been interrogating an uncooperative suspect.
You know everything you buy, everything you sell, and the exact price, tax included. Now, what did you buy before the dog?
A shaving mug, swan-shaped. She snapped the words out. Circa 1900, $46.75. You don't pay tax when you buy for resale.
And after the dog?
An abstract painting in an ebony frame, primary colors on white canvas, signed E. Billingsley, final bid $52.75. She broke off, pressed a hand to her mouth. Oh, my God.
Right on target,
Jed muttered. A picture? She whispered, horrified. Not a photograph, a painting. He wanted the painting.
Let's go find out why.
Dora's cheeks were the color of paste as she groped for Jed's hand. I gave it to my mother.
Nausea rolled greasily in her stomach.
I gave it to my mother.
I adore unexpected company,
Trixie batted her luxurious lashes as she hooked her arms through Jed's and Brent's. "I'm delighted you were able to find time in your busy day to drop in." "Mom, we only have a few minutes," Dora began.
"Nonsense!"
Trixie was already towing the two men out of the postage-stamp foyer and into what she preferred to call the drawing room.
"You must stay for lunch. I'm sure Carlotta can whip up something wonderful for us." "That's nice of you, Mrs. Conroy, but—"
"Trixie!" Her laugh was a light trill as she tapped a teasing finger against Brent's chest.
"I'm only Mrs. Conroy to strangers and bill collectors. Trixie."
A dull flush crept up Brent's neck. He didn't think he'd ever been flirted with by a woman old enough to be his mother before.
"We're really a little pressed for time." "Pressing time is what causes ulcers. No one in my family ever had stomach problems, except dear Uncle Will, who spent his whole life making money, and none of it enjoying it. Then what could he do but leave it all to me? And of course, we enjoyed it very much. Please, please sit."
She gestured toward two sturdy wing chairs in front of a crackling fire. She arranged herself on a red velvet settee, much like a queen taking the throne.
"And how is your charming wife?" "She's fine. We enjoyed your party the other night." "It was fun, wasn't it?"
Her eyes sparkled. She draped an arm casually over the back of the settee, a mature scarlet entertaining her beaux at Tara.
"I adore parties. Isadora, dear, ring for Carlotta, won't you?"
Resigned, Dora pulled an old-fashioned needle-point bell rope hanging on the left of the mantel. "Mom, I just dropped by to pick up the painting. There's some interest in it."
"Painting?"
Trixie crossed her legs. Her blue silk lounging pants whispered with a movement.
"Which painting is that, darling?"
"The abstract."
"Oh, yes."
She shifted her body toward Jed.
"Normally I prefer more traditional styles, but there was something so bold and high-handed about that work. I can see that you'd be interested. It would suit you."
"Thanks." He assumed it was a compliment. In any case, it seemed easier to play along. "I enjoy abstract expressionism. Pollock, for example, with his complicated linear rhythms, his way of attacking the canvas. Also the energy and verve of, say, de Kooning."
"Yes, of course,"
Trixie enthused, bright-eyed, though she hadn't a clue. Jed had the satisfaction of seeing sheer astonishment on Dora's face. He only smiled, smugly, and folded his hands. "And, of course, there's Motherwell, those austere colors and amorphous shapes."
"Genius," Trixie agreed. "Absolute genius."
Dazzled, she glanced toward the hall at the sound of familiar stomping. Carlotta entered, hands on the hips of the black sweatpants she wore in lieu of a uniform. She was a small, stubby woman, resembling a tree stump with arms. Her sallow face was set in permanent annoyance.
"What you want?" "We'll have tea, Carlotta,"
Trixie instructed, her voice suddenly very grande dame.
"Oolong, I believe."
Carlotta's beady black eyes scanned the group.
"They staying for lunch?"
she demanded in her harsh and somehow exotic voice. "No," Dora said.
"Yes," her mother said simultaneously. "Set for 4, if you please."
Carlotta lifted her squared-off chin.
"Then they eat tuna fish. That's what I fix. That's what they eat." "I'm sure that will be delightful."
Trixie waggled her fingers in dismissal. "She's just plain ornery," Dora muttered as she sat on the arm of Jed's chair. It was unlikely they would escape without tea and tuna fish, but at least she could focus her mother on the matter at hand. "The painting? I thought you were going to hang it in here."
"I did, but it simply didn't work. Too frenzied,"
she explained to Jed, whom she now considered an expert on the subject.
"One does like to let the mind rest in one's drawing room. We put it in Quentin's den. He thought it might energize him."
"I'll get it."
"An extraordinary girl, our Isadora,"
Trixie said when Dora was out of earshot. She smiled at Jed, but didn't quite disguise the gleam of calculation in her eyes.
"So bright and ambitious, strong-minded, of course, which only means she requires an equally strong-minded man to complement her. I believe a woman who can run her own business will run a home and family with equal success. Don't you, dear?"
Any response could spring the trap.
I imagine she could do whatever she set out to do.
No doubt about it. Your wife is a professional woman, isn't she, Brent? And a mother of 3?
That's right.
Since Jed was clearly on the hot seat, Brent grinned.
It takes a team effort to keep all the balls in the air, but we like it.
And a single man, after a certain age— Trixie aimed a telling look at Jed, who barely resisted the urge to squirm. He benefits from that teamwork, the companionship of a woman, the solace of family. Have you ever been married, Jed?
No.
Jed's eyes sharpened when Dora walked back in carrying the painting. Mom, I'm sorry. I'm afraid you'll have to eat lunch alone. I called into the shop to let them know I'd be delayed getting back. There's a little problem I need to see to. I'll have to leave right away. Oh, but darling, we'll do lunch soon. She bent to kiss Trixie's cheek. I think I have something Dad might like better for his den. One of you drop by and we'll see. Very well. With a resigned sigh, Trixie set down her cup and rose. If you must go, you must. But I'll have Carlotta pack up lunch for you. You don't— Trixie patted Dora's cheek. I insist. It'll just take a moment. She hurried off, leaving Dora sighing.
Very smooth, Conroy.
Jed took the painting from her to examine it himself. Speaking of smooth, she turned back, smiling curiously. Amorphous shapes?
I dated an artist for a while. You pick stuff up.
It should be interesting to see what you picked up from me. I don't even like tuna fish. But Dora bit into the sandwich nonetheless, while Jed finished removing the frame from the canvas.
I like the way she chopped up hard-boiled eggs and pickles.
Brent polished off his second sandwich with a sigh of satisfaction. They'd chosen to work in Dora's apartment rather than the storeroom because there was both room and privacy. No one had mentioned the fact that Brent hadn't insisted on taking the painting or the information he'd gathered to his superior. It was an unspoken fact that Brent still considered Jed his captain.
Nothing in the frame.
Still, Jed set it carefully aside.
Nothing to the frame, for that matter. We'll let the lab boys take a look.
Can't be the painting itself. Dora washed down tuna with Diet Pepsi. The artist is an unknown. I checked the day after I bought it in case I'd happened across some overlooked masterpiece. Thoughtfully, Jed turned the painting over.
The canvas is stretched over plywood. Get me something to pry this off with, Conroy.
You think there might be something inside? She spoke from the kitchen, rummaging through drawers. A cache of drugs? No, better. Diamonds. She brought out a screwdriver. Rubies, maybe. They're more valuable these days.
Try reality,
Jed suggested, and went to work on the backing. It could be, she insisted, peering over his shoulder. It has to be something worth killing for, and that's usually money.
Quit breathing down my neck.
Jed elbowed her away before prying at the plywood. It's my painting, she reminded him. I have a bill of sale.
Nothing,
Jed muttered as he examined the backing he'd removed.
No secret compartments.
Dora glared at him. There might have been.
Right.
Ignoring her, he tapped a hand on the back of the exposed canvas. That's odd. The back of that canvas has a lot of age to it. Dora pushed her way in for a closer look. Although I suppose Billingsley could have painted over an old canvas to save money.
Yeah, and sometimes people paint over paintings to smuggle them through customs.
You think there's an old master behind there? Amused, Dora shook her head. Now who's dreaming? But he was paying no more attention to her than he would to a fly buzzing around the ceiling.
We need to get this paint off, see what's under it.
Hold it, Skimmerhorn. I paid for this. I'm not going to have you screw it up over some cop's hinky feeling.
How much?
Impatience and disgust warred as he turned to her. Pleased that he understood, she folded her arms over her chest. $52.75. Muttering, he pulled out his wallet, counted out bills. Dora tucked her tongue in her cheek and accepted them. Only her strong feelings for Jed kept her from recounting them. Overhead, she said primly, and a reasonable profit. Make it an even 80 and we'll call it square.
For Christ's sake.
He slapped more bills into her palm.
Greedy.
Practical, she corrected, and kissed him to close the deal. I have some stuff in the storeroom that should work. Give me a minute.
Dora slipped the money into her pocket and went downstairs. She made you pay for it.
Filled with admiration, Brent leaned back in his chair.
And made $27 and change on the deal. I thought she was kidding. I doubt Dora ever kids when it comes to money.
Jed stepped back, lighted a cigarette, and studied the painting as if he could see through the splashes of red and blue.
She might have a soft heart, but she's got a mind like a corporate raider.
Hey! Dora kicked at the door with her shoe. Open up! My hands are full! When Jed opened the door, she came in loaded down with a drop cloth, a bottle, and several rags. You know, it might be better if we called in some expert. We could have it x-rayed or something.
For now, we're keeping this to ourselves.
He dropped the rags on the floor, then took the bottle.
What's in here?
A solution I use when some idiot has painted over stenciling. She knelt on the floor to roll back the rug. We need a very careful touch. Give me a hand with this. Brent was already beside her, grinning at the way Jed scowled when Jed noted where his eyes had focused. He crouched and spread the cloth. Trust me, I've done this before, she explained. Some Philistine painted over this gorgeous old credenza so it would match the dining room color scheme. It took forever to get it back in shape, but it was worth it. She sat back on her heels, blew the hair out of her eyes. Want me to give it a try?
I paid for it, Jed reminded her. It's mine now.
Just offering to help. She handed him a rag. I'd start on a corner if I were you, in case you mess up.
I'm not going to mess up.
But after he knelt beside her, he did indeed start on a corner. He dampened the rag and, working in slow, delicate circles, removed the end of the signature. Bye-bye, Billingsley, Dora murmured.
Put a lid on it, Conroy.
He dampened the rag again, then gently removed the stark white paint, the primer.
Something's under here.
You're kidding. Excitement bubbled into her voice as she leaned closer. What is it? I can't see. She tried to crane her neck over his shoulder and got an elbow in the ribs for her trouble. Damn, Skimmerhorn! I just want to look.
Back off.
His muscles tensed as he delicately removed more of the primer.
Pay dirt,
he murmured. Son of a bitch. What? Refusing to be put off, Dora nudged him until she could crouch close to the corner. Monet. She whispered the name as though in church. Claude Monet! Oh, my God! I bought a Monet for $52.75.
I bought a Monet, Jed reminded her, for $80. Children?
Brent laid a hand on each of their backs.
I'm not much of an art buff, but even I know who this guy is, and I don't think anybody would have painted that abstract crap over the real thing. Unless it was being smuggled, Jed finished. Exactly. I'll run a check, see if there have been any art thefts in the last few months that included our friend here.
It might have been in a private collection. Dora let her fingers hover over Monet's signature, but didn't touch. Don't take off any more, Jed. You could damage it. She was right. Jed stemmed his impatience and set the rag aside.
I know somebody who does some restoration work. She could probably handle this, and she'd keep quiet about it.
The old girlfriend? Dora asked.
She isn't old.
In an unconscious move, he skimmed a hand over Dora's hair, resting his fingers on the nape of her neck as he looked over at Brent.
You're going to have to take this to Goldman. That's the next step.
Jed looked down at the artist's signature against a deep, misty green.
I shouldn't ask you, but I'm going to. How much time do you want?
Brent asked, anticipating him.
Time enough to check out this auction house in Virginia and find the trail.
He kept his voice even. Brent nodded and picked up his coat.
I've got enough on my plate checking out DeCarlo. NYPD reports that he hasn't been seen at his apartment for a few days. Between that and trying to keep Philadelphia safe for women and children, I could let certain details slip my mind. You'd be doing me a favor if you could pull together what a china statue of a dog and a painting have in common. Keep in touch.
I will.
And watch your back. See you, Dora.
Bye, Brent. She stayed where she was a moment. How high a limb did he just go out on for you?
High enough.
Then we'd better be sure we can pull a net under him.
We?
He grabbed her hand as she got to her feet.
I don't remember anything about we.
Then your memory's faulty. Why don't you call your friend the artist, then book us a flight for Virginia? I'll be packed in 10 minutes.
There's not a woman alive who can pack for a trip in 10 minutes.
Skimmerhorn? She spoke over her shoulder as she headed for the bedroom. I was born on the road. Nobody packs faster than an actor ducking an opening night bomb.
I don't want you with me. It could be dangerous.
Fine, I'll book my own flight.
God damn, you're a pain in the ass.
So I've been told. Oh, and make sure it's first class, will you? I never travel coach.
Winesap knocked lightly on Finley's office door. He knew his employer had just completed a 45-minute conference call and wasn't sure of his mood. Gingerly, he poked his head inside. Finley was standing at the window, his hands clasped behind his back.
Sir? Abel, it's a fine day, isn't it? A fine day.
The trepidation curdling Winesap's stomach smoothed out like lake water.
Yes, sir, it is. I'm a fortunate man, Abel. Of course, I've made my own fortune, which makes it all the sweeter. How many of those people down there enjoy their work, do you suppose? How many go home at the end of the business day fulfilled? Yes, Abel, I am a fortunate man.
He turned back, his face wreathed in smiles.
And what can I do for you? I have a dossier on Isadora Conroy. Excellent work, excellent.
He beckoned Winesap forward.
You are of great value to me, Abel.
As he reached for the file, Finley squeezed Winesap's bony shoulder with his free hand.
Of great value. I would like to demonstrate my appreciation.
Opening his top desk drawer, Finley took out a velvet box.
Thank you, sir.
Humbled and touched, Winesap opened the box.
Oh, Mr. Finley,
he said in a choked voice. Choked because he didn't have a clue what he was looking at. It seemed to be a spoon of some sort with a large bowl and a short handle shaped like an eagle.
I'm delighted you're pleased. I chose it from my own collection of caddy spoons. The pewter, I thought, suited you best. A strong, durable material, often underrated. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I don't know what to say. It's nothing.
Finley brushed away the gratitude.
A token only of my appreciation.
He sat now, tapping his finger to his top lip.
You serve me well, Abel. I reward loyalty, just as I punish betrayal. Quickly, precisely, and thoroughly. Hold my calls for the next hour. Yes, sir. Thank you again.
But Finley had already, quickly, precisely, and thoroughly, blocked Winesap from his reality. He opened the file and concentrated on Isadora Conroy. 20. It was raining in thin, chilly sheets when Jed drove into Front Royal. The weather had been miserable throughout the plane ride from Philadelphia International to Dulles, and promised to remain so. The defroster on the rental car worked at 2 speeds, blast and trickle. Each time Jed was forced to crank it up, the interior turned into a small, efficient sauna. Dora chatted away on the drive, her easy voice and casual observations relaxing him. He wasn't required to respond or even to listen. She had a way of making him absorb her mood even while his mind was working out the details of the next steps to be taken.
If you ever went into the subliminal Tate business, Jed commented, you could make a fortune.
Do you think so? Dora flipped down the visor and used the attached mirror to freshen her lipstick. Make the next 2 rights, she told him, and recapped her lipstick. There's a parking lot in back of the building.
Since there's a sign and an arrow, I probably could have figured that out.
You're still ticked off because I pack faster than you do.
I was not ticked off.
Of course you were. With a bright smile on her face, Dora patted his arm. It's a man thing. The way you insisted on doing the driving, even though I knew the way, was a man thing. I don't mind. I think it's cute.
I did the driving because I didn't trust you not to end up in a 5-car pileup because you were so busy talking about the ozone layer or ZZ Tops.
Ah, she leaned over and kissed his cheek. You were listening.
My ears are still ringing.
Jed pulled up into a slot beside a battered Ford pickup.
Remember, Conroy, you're not here on a buying jaunt.
I know, I know. She rolled her eyes as he climbed out of the car. And you'll ask the questions, she continued. I'll stand 2 paces behind like a good little girl and keep my mouth shut. He waited until she'd shut her door.
That's right.
He studied her while the rain dampened her hair.
It's a nice mouth, even if it runs most of the time.
Well, that set my heart fluttering. She hooked her arm through his and started for the rear door. It won't be warm inside, she told him as he pulled open the metal door with a screech of hinges. But it'll be dry. Mr. Porter has a rep for extreme frugality. No frills, no shiny displays, but some pretty good bargains. She took a deep gulp of the air, and her eyes kindled. God, just look at this stuff. He was, but what he saw was row after row of dusty furniture and smeared glass crowded with junk. There were tangles of jewelry, most of it outrageously tacky and all of it dull from disuse. An entire cabinet was stuffed with salt and pepper shakers, another with a variety of bottles that were none too clean. There was a Shriner's cap set jauntily atop a cracked gumball machine, and several cardboard boxes filled with paperback books at 10 cents apiece. I think that's a Maxfield Parrish print. Before Dora could make a beeline, Jed snagged her arm. From the gleam in her eyes, he knew that getting her through would be similar to walking over hot coals. It would have to be done fast, and without any looking back.
Where are the offices?
In the front to the right. Jed, I only want to see—
But he was already hauling her along, while she tugged on his arm like a puppy straining at the leash. Toughen up, Conroy. Your palms are sweating.
This is really cruel, she muttered, but she lifted her chin. Are you sure you don't want me to talk to Porter? Dealer to dealer?
I said I'd do the talking.
Testosterone surge, Dora said under her breath. The office was open but empty when they reached it. It looked to Jed to be the only space in the building that had seen a dust rag or scrub brush within the last decade. In contrast to the helter-skelter arrangement of the market, the desk was shining and neat, the file cabinets clean and tidily shut. The air carried the vague scent of some lemony spray wax. There's been some reorganizing since the last time I was here. Curious, Dora poked her head inside. The desk blotter was spotless, and on the left corner stood a good porcelain vase with fresh hothouse roses. Last time, there was a girly calendar on the wall from 1956, and the rest of it looked as though there had been a small bomb detonation. I remember thinking I didn't see how anyone could work in that kind of chaos. She caught Jed's bland stare and shrugged. My kind of chaos is organized. She paused to look around and tried not to yearn too much toward the bargain table. Maybe Porter's roaming through somewhere. He's easy enough to spot. He sort of looks like a ferret. May I help you? Jed put a hand on Dora's shoulder to keep her quiet and turned to the tidily dressed woman with glasses hanging from a gold chain.
We'd like to speak to Mr. Porter.
Helen Owing's eyes clouded and filled alarmingly fast with hot tears. Oh, she said, and dug in her pocket for a tissue, and again, oh, as she mopped her streaming eyes. I'm sorry. Before Jed could react, Dora had her by the arm and was leading her into the office, into a chair. Can I get you some water? No, no, Helen sniffled, then began to tear the damp tissue into tiny pieces. It was just such a shock, your asking for him. You couldn't have known, I suppose.
Have known what?
Jed shut the door quietly and waited. Sherman, Mr. Porter's dead. Murdered. Though the word came out fruity with drama, Helen's lips trembled. Oh, God! Dora groped for a chair herself while her brain did a slow, sickening spin. Right before Christmas. Helen blew her nose on what was left of her tissue. I found him myself. There. She lifted a hand, pointed at the desk.
How was he killed?
Jed demanded. Shot. Helen covered her face with her hands, then dropped them into her lap to twist them together. Shot through the head. Poor, poor Sherman.
Do the police have any suspects?
Jed asked. No.
Helen sighed and began to draw on what was left of her rattled composure.
There doesn't seem to have been a motive. Nothing was taken that we can determine. There were no signs of struggle. I'm sorry, Mr.
Skimmerhorn.
Mr. Skimmerhorn, did you know Sherman?
No.
He debated for a moment how much to tell her. As usual, he decided less was best. Miss Conroy is a dealer in Philadelphia. We're here about some items that were auctioned on December 21st.
Our last auction.
Her voice broke. After taking a deep breath, she straightened her shoulders in an obvious effort to compose herself.
You will excuse me for being so upset, I hope. We've just reopened today, and I'm still a little shaky. Was there a problem?
A question.
Jed smiled with charm and sympathy.
Miss Conroy bought 2 pieces. We're interested in where and how you acquired them.
May I ask why? We usually don't reveal our sources. After all, another dealer could come in and outbid us.
We're interested in more background on the items, he said reassuringly. We're not going to try to cut off your supply.
Well,
it wasn't entirely regular, but Helen couldn't find any harm in it.
I may be able to help you. Do you remember the lot number?
F-15 and F-18, Dora said dully. She'd remembered something else, something that made her stomach roll. But when Jed murmured her name, she shook her head.
F-15 and 18,
Helen repeated, grateful for something practical to do. She rose and went to the file cabinets.
Oh, yes, the F-lots were from the New York shipment, a small estate sale.
She smiled, taking the folder to the desk.
To be frank, Mr. Skimmerhorn, I believe most of the items were picked up at yard sales. I remember that the quality was not what I'd expected. Conroy, yes, you purchased both pieces. I'm afraid I can't tell you very much about them.
The knock on the door interrupted her.
Miss Owings?
Yes, Richie?
We got a question out here about that early American dry sink. People are in a hurry.
All right. Tell them I'll be right there.
Helen rose, smoothed down her hair, her skirt.
Will you excuse me just a minute?
Jed waited until she'd walked out before picking up the file himself. He scanned the lists, the inventories, the prices, then simply pocketed what he felt was relevant.
What are you doing? Dora demanded. You can't do that.
It'll save time. Come on.
She knows my name.
So, we'll make copies, then send the originals back. He took a firm grip on her hand, but this time it wasn't necessary. She didn't try to linger or dig in her heels to study any of the dusty treasures. Once they were outside and in the car, Jed took her chin in his hand. Okay, spill it. You went white as a sheet in there.
I remembered Mr. Ashworth. I told you about him. He was the dealer I met at the auction that day. He bought a piece from that shipment.
The guy who was killed during a burglary? Jed murmured. You said his shop was around here.
Yes, just a couple miles away.
Then that's where we're going next. He switched on the engine. Can you handle it?
Yes.
But I want to stop and call the shop first. You've only been away a couple hours, Conroy. It should run well enough without you.
I don't want Terry or Leah anywhere near the place.
She set her jaw and stared straight ahead.
I want it closed.
Okay.
He closed his hand over hers and found it cold and rigid.
Okay.
Although he'd taken the precaution of packing an overnight bag, Jed had hoped to make the trip to Virginia and back in one day. There was no question of doing so after visiting Ashworth's shop. Dora needed some downtime, and he was going to see that she got it. She said nothing when he checked into a hotel near the airport. The fact that she'd said little throughout the rainy ride from Front Royal concerned him nearly as much as the information they'd gleaned from Tom Ashworth's grandson. In addition to Ashworth's death and the damage done during the break-in, the figurine had apparently been taken. Jed unlocked the door of the hotel room, set the overnight bags aside, then pointed Dora toward a chair.
Sit down. You need to eat.
I'm not hungry.
Yes, you are.
He picked up the phone and ordered 2 steaks, coffee, and a bottle of brandy without consulting her.
30 minutes, he said when he hung up, which probably means 40. You've got time to stretch out.
Numb, she looked toward the bed. I think I'll have a bath.
Fine. Take your time.
She rose, picked up her bag. She didn't look at him. Don't you feel anything? She asked in a voice that cracked with fatigue. 3 people are dead. At least 3. There might be more. People I care about might be in danger simply because they work for me. And you order dinner. Doesn't it make you scared? Doesn't it make you sick? Doesn't it make you anything? The last question lashed out like a whip as she clutched the bag to her chest and forced herself to look at his face. Jed met her eyes levelly.
Yeah, it makes me something. It makes me pissed off. Go take your bath, Dora. Tune it out for a while.
Wearily, she turned away. It doesn't work like that. She closed the door quietly behind her. In a moment, he heard the water running in the tub. He lighted a cigarette, swearing under his breath as he fought with the matches. She was disappointed in him. That's what had been in her eyes when she'd finally looked at him. And it mattered, maybe too much, what she thought of him, what she felt for him, how she looked at him. She mattered too much. He crossed to the bathroom door, lifted his hand to knock, then dropped it again. There was nothing to be said, he thought. Actions were necessary. He went back to the phone and called Brent.
Lieutenant Chapman.
It's Jed.
What have you got?
A couple of dead guys.
Jed blew out smoke and automatically kept his voice low.
Sherman Porter owned the auction house where Dora picked up the painting and the dog. Shot in his office right before Christmas. You might want to call the locals here for details.
I've got it.
Ashworth, Thomas, local antique dealer, killed during a burglary about the same time Porter bought it. He'd been at the auction with Dora, bought a porcelain figurine.
Jed consulted his list.
A man and a woman about 2 feet high in period dress, antebellum. He didn't keep it long.
Value?
Negligible. I've got a rundown here of what else was in the shipment and who bought what.
You've been busy, Captain. Read it off, but take it slow. My shorthand's rusty.
When he'd finished the list, Jed crushed out his cigarette.
I'd appreciate it if you'd put a rush on running these people down.
You don't have to ask.
The shipment came down from New York, supposed to be from some estate sale, but the woman in charge seemed to think the stuff was yard sale junk, not exactly what she'd been expecting. I've got the name of the guy who sent it down. I'm going to check him out tomorrow, in person.
Let me have the name. We'll run a make on him just in case.
Franklin Flowers, Brooklyn address. Any more on Mrs. Lyle?
Her condition seems to be stabilizing. She doesn't remember any more than what she told us.
The painting?
Your old girlfriend's still working on it. Nice thought to have her working in your grandmother's place.
A hint of amusement lightened Brent's voice.
Your grandmother told me in no uncertain terms that the process wouldn't be rushed.
You've got a man on her?
24 hours. I've had to blow a little smoke in Goldman's direction, call in a few favors. Reports are the duty includes petit fours and cafe au lait. I wouldn't mind pulling it myself. Give me your number in case I come up with anything tonight.
Jed read it off the phone.
Are you taking any heat on this?
Nothing I can't handle. Goldman decided to take interest in Trainer's shooter. Did a stand-up in front of the courthouse. You know, when one of my men is killed, I won't rest until the perpetrator is brought to justice. Film at 11.
We'll dump DeCarlo right in his lap.
The disgust in Jed's voice gave Brent hope.
If we can find him. Our boy seems to have gone underground.
Then we'll dig him up. I'll call you from New York.
He hung up, leaned back against the headboard, and smoked another cigarette. The water had stopped running. He hoped she was lying back in the tub, her eyes closed and her mind blank. Dora was lying back. She did have her eyes closed while the hot water and bath salts slowly relaxed her body. It was more difficult to relax her mind. She kept seeing the way Helen Owing's eyes had filled and overflowed. She kept hearing the way Thomas Ashworth III's voice had thickened when he'd spoken of his grandfather. She kept remembering how pale and fragile Mrs. Lyle had looked, lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by machines. Even in the warmth of the bath, she could feel the memory of the cool barrel of a gun pressed against her breast. Worse, she could still hear Jed's flat, dispassionate voice questioning the victims, and see his eyes, so gorgeously blue, blank out all emotion. No heat, no ice, no sympathy. Wasn't that its own kind of death, she wondered? Not to feel? No, she corrected, not to allow yourself to feel. And that was so much worse. To have the capacity to permit yourself to stand to the side and observe and dissect without any of the grief touching you. Perhaps she'd been wrong about him all along. Perhaps nothing really touched him. Nothing got through all those carefully constructed layers of disinterest and frigid objectivity. He was simply doing a job, putting together a puzzle, yet none of the pieces meant any more than a step taken toward a solution. She stayed in the water until it began to cool, postponing the moment when she would have to face him again. Dora dried off carefully, soothed herself by slowly creaming her skin. She let the towel drop, then reached for her robe. Her hand hesitated, then brushed over the vivid green terry cloth. She'd let herself forget that side of him, she realized, the gentle side, the perhaps reluctantly kind, but kind nonetheless, side. Sighing a little, she slipped into the robe. It was her own fault, she decided. She always seemed to look for more, and was always disappointed if more wasn't available. But it was so hard to settle, she thought, and secured the belt. So goddamn hard to settle. She opened the door, letting out a flow of steam and scent. He was standing at the window, looking out at the rain. The room service cart was beside him, set for two. He'd already poured himself a cup of coffee from the pot and was lifting the cup to his lips as he turned to her. It was like a fist in the solar plexus, watching her come into the room. The bath had brought color back to her cheeks, yet her skin had that soft, fragile glow brought on by exhaustion. The hair she'd pinned carelessly up was damp from the steam, and quite suddenly the air smelled only of her. He dimmed the lights, not for romance, but because he'd thought the softer light would comfort her. In it she looked fragile and lovely, like a flower under glass. He forced himself to bring the cup the rest of the way to his lips and drank deeply. "Dinner's here," he said as he set the cup aside. "You'd better eat while it's hot." His eyes weren't blank now, she noted, nor were they disinterested. It was more than desire she saw in them, more basic, more needy than lust. It was hunger for woman, for her. "You're trying to make things easier for me." Why hadn't she realized that before, she wondered. "I got you some fuel, that's all." He started to pull out a chair, but she was crossing to him. Her arms went around him, her body pressed close. She buried her face against his neck. She made it impossible for him not to offer whatever he had in comfort. He held her like that, his hand stroking her back, and watched the rain stream down the window. "I was scared," she murmured. "You don't need to be." His grip on her tightened fractionally, then relaxed again. "Nothing's going to happen to you." "I was scared of more than that. I was scared that you wouldn't be here to hold me like this when I needed you to. Or that if you were, it would be because it was a part of the job you couldn't graciously avoid." "You're being stupid. I don't worry about doing anything graciously." She laughed a little, surprised that she could. I know that, but you see, I got in your way." She tilted her head back so that she could watch his face, so that she could see what she needed to see there. "Pushing you to feel things you can't afford to feel if you're going to do what you have to do. Wanting you to have feelings for me you don't want to have." "I don't know what I feel for you." "I know that, too." She lifted a hand to his cheek, smoothing away the tension. "Right now you want me, so we'll make that enough." She touched her lips to his, gently, gently deepening the kiss. "Make love with me?" Need coiled in his gut. "That isn't what you need now." "Yes, it is." She drew him toward the bed. Yes, it is. Later she curled against him, steeped and sleepy. He'd been so gentle, she thought. He'd been so patient. And, she knew, he'd been absorbed. It hadn't been only she who had forgotten, for that one stretch of time, why they were there. He'd given everything she'd asked for, and had taken everything she'd needed to offer. Now she listened to the rain and let her consciousness hang suspended just above sleep. "The food might be cold," Jed said, "but you still need to eat. You looked ready to keel over when we walked in here." "I'm feeling better." She smiled when he linked his hand with hers. He was doing things like that more often, she thought. She wondered if he realized it. "Tell me what we do next." "We go to New York in the morning." "You said we." She cuddled closer. "You're making progress, Skimmerhorn." "Just saving myself an argument." You like having me around. You might as well admit it." "I like having you in bed. Most other times you're a pain in the neck." "That may be, but you still like it." Dora pushed herself up, ran a hand through her tangled hair. "You did make me feel better." He skimmed a fingertip over her nipple. "My pleasure." She laughed and shook back her hair. "Not just that, though it was exceptional." Smiling gently, she rubbed her knuckles over his chin. "I like having you around, too." He caught her wrist, held it. "Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should be running hard in the other direction." "I don't think so." "You don't know me, Dora. You don't have any idea where I come from, and you wouldn't understand it if you did." "Try me." He shook his head, started to get up. "Try me," she said again, and made it a dare. "I want dinner." He tugged on his jeans again and turned his back on her to uncover their cold steaks. "Fine. We can talk while we eat." It wasn't an opportunity she was going to let slip by. Pulling on her robe, she took a seat at the room service cart. He'd gotten only 1 cup for coffee. Obviously, she mused, he'd figured it would keep her awake when he wanted her to sleep. She poured some into the brandy snifter and drank it black and cool. "Where do you come from, Skimmerhorn?" He was already regretting his words and the position they put him in. "Philadelphia," he said simply, and cut into his steak. "Moneyed Philadelphia," she corrected. "I know that." So she would prime the pump. "I also know that the money came from both sides and that your parents' marriage had the scope of a high-powered merger." She shook salt onto her steak. "And that they indulged in a number of public spats." "They hated each other for as long as I can remember." He shrugged, but the movement was stiff. "You got the merger right. Neither of them was willing to let go of any of the joint assets, so they lived together in mutual disgust and animosity for 27 years. And ironically, or maybe suitably, died together when their driver lost control of the limo and crashed." "It was hard for you, losing them both that way." "No." He lifted his eyes, met hers. "It wasn't. I didn't feel anything for them when they were alive, but a kind of mild contempt. I told you, you wouldn't understand." She waited a moment, eating because the food was there and filled a hole. "You're wrong. I think I do. You didn't respect them, and somewhere along the line you'd given up loving them." "I never loved them." "Of course you did. A child always loves until the love is abused badly enough, and often long after. But if you stopped, it was because you needed to. So when they died, if you felt anything, it would have been guilt because you couldn't feel more." She paused again, measuring him. "Close enough?" It was a bullseye, but he wasn't ready to say so. "They had 2 children they didn't particularly want," he continued. "Elaine and then me, because it was important to carry on the name. I was reminded of that over and over while I was growing up." "You're a Skimmerhorn. You're the heir. The least you can do is not be so stupid. Show some gratitude. Be less of a nuisance." "My responsibilities," Jed continued tightly, fighting back the ghosts of resentment. "And their expectations. Your parents wanted you to go into the theater.
Mine wanted me to make more money from the family fortune.
And in our own ways, we let them down.
It's not the same, Dora. Your parents' ambitions for you came out of pride. Mine came out of greed. There was no affection in my house.
He hated saying it, hated remembering it, but she had spun the wheel and he couldn't stop it until it had completed the circle. Your sister
meant no more to me than I meant to her.
He said it flatly, without passion, because it was pathetically true.
An accident of fate made us both prisoners in the same cell, but inmates don't always develop a fondness for each other. The four of us spent most of our time avoiding each other.
He smiled a little at that, humorlessly.
Even in a house that size, it wasn't always easy.
Though she knew he hadn't intended it, her sympathy was stirred. Wasn't there anyone you could talk to?
About what?
He gave a short laugh.
It wasn't any secret that my parents hated each other. The fights they had in public were only the preliminaries. They'd always finish them up at home. If they weren't at each other's throats, they were at mine or at Elaine's. I turned to petty larceny, malicious mischief, and short cons. She turned to men. She'd had 2 abortions before she was 20. They managed to keep them quiet, just as they managed to keep my trouble with the law quiet. Shipping us off to boarding school didn't help. I got kicked out of mine, and Elaine had an affair with one of her teachers. In the end, they threw up their hands. It was one of the few things they agreed on. They made a deal with Elaine, settled a tidy sum of money on her if she married a hand-picked candidate. I went to live with my grandmother. Elaine's first marriage lasted just shy of 2 years. I went into the police academy about the same time she was divorced. That really pissed them off.
He picked up the brandy and poured generously.
They threatened to cut both of us out of the will, but they didn't want to let all those holdings fall out of the family. So Elaine went through another husband, I got my badge, and they died.
She felt too much, much more she knew than he would want her to offer. The pity for the child, the outrage on his behalf, the sorrow for a family that had had nothing to bind them together. "Maybe you're right," she said slowly. "I can't understand how people could stay together when there was no love, or how they could be incapable of giving it to their children. That doesn't mean I don't understand you."
What you need to understand is that I may not be able to give you what you want.
Then that's my problem, isn't it?
She took the brandy and poured.
It occurs to me, Skimmerhorn, that you're more worried that I might be able to give you exactly what you want.
21.
Dora had always loved New York. Years before, she had imagined herself living there. A loft in the village, a favorite ethnic restaurant, a circle of bohemian friends who always dressed in black and quoted from the latest esoteric literature, and a wacky neighbor, of course, who was always falling in and out of love with the wrong man. But she'd been 14 at the time, and her vision had changed. Yet she still loved New York for its unrelenting pace, its energy, its arrogance. She loved the people hurrying down the sidewalks, careful not to make eye contact with anyone else. The shoppers burdened with bags from Saks and Macy's and Bendel's. The electronic shops that were perpetually having going out of business sales. The sidewalk vendors with their roasted chestnuts and bad attitudes. And the blatant rudeness of the cab drivers.
"Son of a bitch,"
Jed muttered, as a cab cut him off with little more than a coat of paint to spare. Dora beamed. "Great, isn't it?"
"Yeah, right. I doubt a cop's written a moving violation in this hellhole since the turn of the century."
"It wouldn't be very productive. After all—" "Oh, look!" Dora rolled down her window, craned her neck.
"You breathe out there, you're going to die."
"Did you see that outfit?" Dora narrowed her eyes, not against exhaust fumes, but to try to make out the name and address of the shop. "It was fabulous. It would just take me 5 minutes if you could find a place to park."
He snorted. "Get real, Conroy."
She huffed and plopped back in her seat. "Maybe after we're done we could come back by. All you'd have to do is circle the block."
"Forget it. Aren't there enough shops in Philadelphia?"
"Of course there are. That's not the point." Shoes, she said with a long sigh, and studied another storefront while Jed fought Madison Avenue traffic uptown. They're having their after-Christmas sale.
I should have known better. God damn it, get out of my lane, he shouted, and took the aggressive route by gunning it past another cab. I should have known better, he repeated, than to have driven you through Manhattan. It's like offering a steak to a starving dog.
You should have let me drive, she corrected. I'd be more good-natured about it, and I wouldn't have been able to look at the shops. Besides, you're the one who wanted to check out DeCarlo's apartment.
And we may get there alive yet.
Or we could have taken a cab from the airport.
I stress the word alive.
Dora was feeling very much alive. You know, we could stay over tonight, book into some hideously expensive midtown hotel, catch Will's play. She looked longingly at a boutique. Shop.
This isn't a sightseeing trip, Conroy.
I'm just trying to make the best of the situation. Ignoring her, Jed made the turn onto 83rd. After a quick scan for a spot big enough to slip the rental car into, he did the sensible thing and double-parked.
I'm going to have to trust you.
All right. She prepared to be trustworthy. About what?
I want you to sit behind the wheel while I go in and check out DeCarlo. Run down the super, maybe a couple of neighbors.
Her mouth moved dangerously close to a pout. How come I can't come in?
Because I want the car to be here when I get back. If you have to move it, you drive around the block, making no stops whatsoever for outfits or shoes, and park it right back here. Got it?
I'm not an idiot, she began, but he kissed her and got out.
Lock your doors, Conroy.
When 5 minutes passed into 10 and 10 into 20, Dora began to consider leaving Jed a note telling him to pick her up at the boutique, then hailing a cab to get her there. She was just reaching into her purse for a notepad when Jed jogged back to the car. He switched on the engine and waited for a chance to jump back into traffic.
Now, how the hell do we get to Brooklyn?
Is that all you have to say? You leave me sitting here for nearly half an hour. Now you want a map to Brooklyn?
The super let me into DeCarlo's apartment.
That's hardly an excuse. She fumed a moment in silence, but curiosity prevailed. So, what did you find?
A couple dozen Italian shoes, several Armani suits, a few bottles of Dom Perignon, and silk underwear in a rainbow of colors.
So DeCarlo likes the finer things.
I also found a checkbook with a balance of a little over $7,000, a porcelain Madonna, and several dozen framed family photos.
He saves his money, hasn't forgotten his religious roots, and appreciates his family. So far he doesn't sound like a cold-blooded murderer.
And Ted Bundy had a pretty face and a nice smile.
He turned on Lexington and headed downtown.
I also found some letterhead from EF Incorporated, based in L.A. with a branch here in Manhattan. A lot of paperwork from the same, and about a dozen messages on his phone machine from Mama, Cousin Alfonso, Aunt Sophia, and some bimbo named Bambi.
Why? Because a woman is named Bambi, do you assume she's a bimbo?
My mistake.
He snuffed through an amber light.
Just because she called DeCarlo Tonykins, giggled, and left a message in squealing baby talk is no reason for me to assume she's a bimbo.
That's better.
What I didn't find was an address book, a passport, or any cash. Given that and the fact that his messages were unanswered, no one in the building has seen him for more than a week, and his mail hasn't been picked up, leads me to believe he hasn't been around in a while.
That's a reasonable deduction. Do you think he's still in Philadelphia? She said it lightly, but he caught the undertone of worry.
It's a possibility. No one's going to bother your family, Dora. There's no reason to.
I think you're right. If he's there, he's waiting for me to come back. She grimaced. Cheerful thought.
He won't get near you. That's a promise.
Jed fought his way from Manhattan to Brooklyn Heights, fueled on cigarettes and the not entirely unpleasant sensation of jousting in traffic. By the time he found Franklin Flowers' address, he had fit together the pieces he had so far, jumbled them, and let them reassemble. He slipped smoothly into a parking spot.
Looks like you're in on this one, Conroy.
He leaned toward her, ducking his head to get a better look at the storefront through her window. F. Flowers. We buy and sell.
Who doesn't, he wondered. Don't forget, Conroy.
I know. You'll do the talking. They entered the shop. It was hardly bigger than the average living room and crammed with merchandise ranging from ratty teddy bears to pole lamps. Though it was deserted, Jed heard a voice coming from the back room behind a beaded curtain. As the sign on the counter instructed, he rang a brass bell that had once graced the front desk of a small-time bawdy house in the Bronx.
"One moment, please."
The voice was male, the words delivered like a song. Flowers was as good as his word. Before Dora could finish her survey of a group of Avon bottles, he came through the curtain with a rattle of beads and a puff of fragrant smoke. He was a big man, perhaps 6'4", gone soft in the middle. Like his teddy bears, he had a round, homely face that radiated sweetness. His hair was parted nearly at his ear to allow him to comb strands of thin blonde hair over a wide bald spot. Between two thick fingers he held a slim brown cigarette.
"Good morning,"
again he sang, like a kindergarten teacher reciting the ABCs.
"No, no."
Clucking his tongue, he glanced toward a row of ticking clocks.
"It's afternoon already. Where does the time go? I never seem to be able to keep up. The world seems to move too quickly for me. And what may I do for you?"
Since Dora was busy admiring the jovial giant, she had no trouble letting Jed take the lead.
"Mr. Flowers?" "Yes, I'm Frank Flowers, and this is my own little place."
He drew delicately on his cigarette, exhaled through lips pursed as if for a kiss.
"As you can see, we buy and sell almost anything. What can I interest you in today? Do you know Sherman Porter?"
Flowers's jolly expression disintegrated.
"Poor Sherman. I received word just 2 days ago. Tragic. The world we live in so often appalls me. Shot down like a dog at his own desk."
He shuddered.
"Hideous. Simply hideous." "You sent a shipment to him,"
Jed continued when Flowers took time to sigh and smoke.
"It arrived in Virginia on the 21st of December. "Oh, yes."
Flowers smiled sadly.
"Who would have guessed it would be the last time Sherman and I would do business together? Fate is such a cruel and capricious mistress. Nearly 6 years. We were associates and, I like to think, friends."
Jed pulled out the papers he'd taken from Helen's file.
"There seems to be a question about the shipment." "Really?"
Flowers shuffled grief aside and frowned over the idea.
"I find that odd. Helen never mentioned it. Of course, it's understandable under the tragic circumstances, I suppose, but she certainly could have phoned me with any problem rather than sending you to New York."
"We had other business here," Jed said smoothly. "You purchased the merchandise from an estate sale?"
"A small one, yes, in the Catskills. Such air, such scenery. I picked up several minor gems. Several of the larger pieces I sold to other clients. It was impractical to ship heavy furniture to Virginia when I have outlets much closer to home."
He blew 2 neat smoke rings.
"You see, I most often act as an agent for dealers. This little place."
He gazed fondly around his shop, a doting parent at a slow-witted child.
"It's very dear to me, you see, but can hardly keep the wolf from the door. As I recall, I chose some very nice pieces for Sherman."
Flowers put out his cigarette in a marble ashtray.
"I can't imagine what the problem there might be."
"The painting," Jed began.
"Painting?"
Flowers frowned, set a fist on his hip.
"I didn't send a painting."
"The abstract signed E. Billingsley?"
"Abstract?"
Tilting his head, Flowers giggled like a girl.
"Oh, my dear, no. I would never touch an abstract. Too bizarre for my tastes, and they're so hard to sell. No, I'm afraid there's been some mistake."
"Do you have a list of the inventory you shipped?"
"Naturally. I'm a bear for organization. An abstract painting, you say? No wonder Helen has a problem. I'll be back in a jiff."
He disappeared behind the curtains. "Maybe he has a partner," Dora whispered, "and his partner put the painting in the shipment. Or maybe—" She broke off when Flowers stepped back in, carrying 2 files, one in sunny yellow, the other in bright red.
"I color code, you see."
Smiling, he set the files on the counter.
"The yellow will be exactly what I purchased at the sale."
He flipped open the folder. Inside were meticulously typed sheets listing merchandise with descriptions.
"Now that would have been December 12th, I believe."
He flipped briskly through.
"And here we are in January already. The time passes too quickly. Here now."
Carefully placing the top pages face down, he tapped a finger on the file.
"Woodlow Estate, Catskills, December 12. You can see this is the entire list with the receipt attached. There's no painting."
Nor was there a china dog, Jed observed, or a figurine matching the description of the one Tom Ashworth had died for.
"And this is one of my shipping files, specifically dealing with Sherman, God rest him, as you can see," he said as he opened it. "The top shipment was the last shipment. Packing slip attached. Not a painting in sight."
He grinned cheerfully.
"It must have gotten mixed up with my things after uncrating. Sherman, bless him, was a teensy bit careless."
"Yes," Jed said. "I'm sure you're right."
"He's wrong," Dora stated as she pulled open the car door. "I saw the stock boys setting up that entire lot. It had just arrived."
"Yeah."
Jed took out his keys, but he didn't start the car. His eyes were opaque as he jiggled them restlessly in his hand. "There was a painting. I bought the damn thing."
"There was a painting," Jed agreed. "There was a china dog and a lot of other things, none of which are listed on Flowers's file. Not one item matches."
Maybe he was lying. She looked back across the street and shook her head. "But I don't think he was lying."
"No, he wasn't lying."
Shifting in his seat, Jed turned to her.
"Tell me this, Conroy. If you were smuggling a Monet and several other illegal valuables for your own use or for someone else's, and you'd taken the time to conceal them, to make them look ordinary—"
"I wouldn't have shipped them to auction," she interrupted, her eyes darkening with inspiration. "I wouldn't let them be purchased by people scattered all over the East Coast."
"Because then you'd have to go to the trouble and take the risk of getting them back again when you'd had them in the first place."
"So somebody messed up? DeCarlo?"
"Might be."
"What else?" she demanded. "There's a what else in your eyes."
"The packing slips. The one in Flowers's file and the one I lifted from Porter's. They were both from premium shipping."
He started the car.
"I got some calls to make."
Dora drank endless cups of coffee and toyed with a club sandwich, using her time in the small Brooklyn restaurant while Jed made his calls from the payphone to think the puzzle through. Taking out her pad, she began to make notes and diagrams.
"Looks like the Monet's genuine."
Jed sat down and pulled Dora's plate to his side of the booth.
"They'll need to run tests to be 100%, but my grandmother and her pal gave it thumbs up."
"Who's her pal?"
"A guy she knows. Used to be a curator at the Met."
He wolfed down a triangle of sandwich and signaled for coffee.
"It also turns out that every name on the list, everybody who bought from the shipment, was hit during the period between the 22nd of December and New Year's."
"Hit?" The blood drained out of her face. "You mean they're dead?"
"No."
Jed took her hand and gave it a solid squeeze.
"Robbed. In each case, the piece they'd bought at the auction was taken. Sloppy jobs. From what Brent tells me, they look like deliberately sloppy jobs. And there's still no sign of DeCarlo. He's some sort of vice president of the New York branch of EF Incorporated. He hasn't shown for work since before Christmas. He did call in a few times, but not since the end of the year. His secretary and his staff claim not to know his whereabouts. His mother filed a missing persons report with the NYPD this morning."
"So he's on the run." Dora picked up her coffee and missed the flicker in Jed's eyes. "Good. I hope he keeps running until he falls off a cliff."
What do we do now?
Jed moved his shoulders and chose another section of the sandwich. If we can put enough evidence together to tie him to the murders in Philly and in Virginia, we can call in the feds.
You don't have to tell me you don't want to do that. I'm beginning to read you, Captain.
I like to finish what I start.
Idly, he turned her notebook around so he could read it. A smile tugged at his mouth.
Playing Nancy Drew again?
You're not wearing a badge, Skimmerhorn. I guess that makes you Joe Hardy. He let that pass. Her diagrams interested him. At the top she had premium shipping, with lines leading off right and left. At the end of one she'd written Porter. The tail of the other ended in a question mark. Below it was a list of the inventory Flowers claimed to have shipped. Shooting down from Porter were all the names of buyers from the auction and their purchases. Another line connected her name with Mrs. Lyle's.
What are you getting at here, Nancy?
It's a theory. Her spine stiffened at his tone. I have two, actually. The first is that DiCarlo was double-crossed. Whoever he had handling the valuables pulled a fast one and shipped them to Virginia.
Motive?
I don't know. She huffed and snatched up her coffee. Some disgruntled underling he hadn't promoted, a woman scorned, or maybe just some hapless clerk who screwed up.
That might work if the disgruntled underling or the scorned woman had kept some of the loot, and even a hapless clerk would be hard-pressed to screw up by sending a shipment of merchandise to some dinky auction house in Virginia, where it's unlikely DiCarlo had any ties.
For all you know, DiCarlo might have been using Porter's as a clearinghouse for smuggled merchandise for years. She tossed her hair back and scowled at him. I suppose you have a better theory?
Yeah, I got one. But let's look behind door number 2.
He was grinning now, enjoying himself. He tapped her diagram.
What have you got here?
I don't have to take your superior amusement, Skimmerhorn.
Indulge me.
He lifted her hand, nipped at her knuckles.
Just for a minute.
Well, it's obvious to me there were 2 shipments, the one from the estate sale and the one with the smuggled goods. Since we agree that it would have been impossibly stupid for DiCarlo to have purposely shipped off his loot to Virginia, where it would be offered for sale to the highest bidder, the logical conclusion is that the 2 shipments were mixed up.
Keep going, he encouraged. You're about to earn a merit badge.
And since both packing slips originated from Premium, one could deduce that the mix-up happened there.
Nice going, Nancy.
Pleased with her, he pulled out his wallet and tossed bills on the table.
Let's go check out Queens.
Wait a minute. She caught up with him at the door. Are you saying you think I'm right?
I'm saying we should check it out.
Nope, not good enough. She shifted her body to block the door. Look me in the eye, Skimmerhorn, and say you think I'm right.
I think you're right.
She let out a whoop of triumph and yanked open the door herself. Then what are we waiting for? You know, Dora said, after they'd cooled their heels in Bill Tarkington's office for 15 minutes, most of police work is really boring.
Thinking about giving it up, Conroy?
She braced her elbow on the arm of her chair, cupped her chin in her hand. Is this the sort of thing you did every day for all those years? He kept his back to her, watching the belts and the shipping clerks.
I couldn't calculate the number of hours I spent waiting.
She yawned hugely. I suppose it teaches you patience.
No, not necessarily. You juggle enough hours of tedium with enough moments of terror, and it teaches you not to relax your guard.
She could see his profile from where she sat. Only a part of him was in the room with her, she realized. Another part was somewhere he wouldn't let her follow. How do you handle the terror?
By recognizing it, by accepting it.
I can't imagine you being afraid, she murmured.
I told you that you didn't know me. I think this is our man now.
Tarkington bounced up to the door, beaming his cheery smile. Mr. Skimmerhorn? He pumped Jed's hand enthusiastically. And Miss Conroy, I apologize for making you wait. How about some coffee? A donut? Maybe a nice Danish? Before Jed could decline, Dora was beaming at Tarkington. "I'd love some coffee."
Just let me pour you a cup."
Happy to serve, Tarkington turned to fill 3 cups. Dora sent Jed a smug look. "We know you're busy, Mr. Tarkington. I hope we won't keep you long."
"Don't you worry about it. Always got time for a customer, yes, sir. Cream? Sugar?"
"Black," Jed told him, and watched, slightly appalled, when Tarkington upended a flood of sugar into one of the cups. "Now then." He passed out the coffee, took a sip from his own heavily sweetened cup. "You had some question about a shipment, didn't you?"
"That's right."
Jed reached in his pocket to read off the numbers of the shipping invoice he'd copied from Flowers.
"A package shipped out of this building on December 17th from a Franklin Flowers, destination Sherman Porter, Front Royal, Virginia, number ASB 54467.
"That's fine." Tarkington settled himself behind his desk.
"We'll just call that right on up. What was the problem exactly?" "The merchandise shipped was not the merchandise received."
Tarkington's fingers dropped away from the keys of his computer. His face took on a pained look, as though he were suffering from intestinal gas.
"Oh, lordy, lordy, not again." "You've had this happen before?"
Jed demanded. Recovering, Tarkington punched keys.
"I assure you, Mr. Skimmerhorn, Premium has a top-notch reputation. I can only say that the Christmas rush this year was unusually bad. December 17th, you said."
His little eyes brightened.
"That could be it." "What?" "There was another complaint about a shipment that went out that very same day. The client was very upset, let me tell you. Not nearly as patient as you and Miss Conroy."
"DiCarlo," Dora said involuntarily. Before Jed could snarl at her, Tarkington was beaming again.
"Right-o. Do you know him?"
"We've met." Dora kept an easy smile on her face.
"Isn't that a coincidence?"
Shaking his head at the way of the world, Tarkington happily tapped keys.
"This takes a weight off these old shoulders, let me tell you. I've done everything possible to locate Mr. DiCarlo's merchandise, and now it seems likely that the 2 shipments were mismarked and misdirected. I can't come up with a ready answer as to how that could have happened, but the solution seems simple as apple pie. I'll contact Mr. DiCarlo immediately." "We'll take care of that."
Jed scanned the computer screen over Tarkington's shoulder and noted the shipping clerk's name.
"That would save me an embarrassing moment."
He slurped at his coffee and winked, showing Jed and Dora that they were indeed happy campers.
"We will, of course, reimburse both you and Mr. DiCarlo for all shipping charges." "Fine."
"I was right," Dora said under her breath as they walked away.
"Pat yourself on the back later."
Jed walked up to the nearest clerk.
"Where's Johnson?" "Opal?"
The clerk jerked his head toward another conveyor belt.
"Over there, line 6.
"What are we doing now?" Dora asked.
"Checking tedious details."
Dora didn't find it tedious at all. Not when they'd sat with Opal in the employee lunchroom and listened to her story. Because she was obviously fascinated and sympathetic, Jed sat back, lighted a cigarette, and let Dora play good cop. He wasn't about to tell her, but he'd have said she'd been born for it. "Can you believe it?" The excitement was drumming again as they made their way across the parking lot. "She drops a handful of invoices, and we end up with a smuggled Monet." She grinned as Jed unlocked the car door. "Maybe I like police work after all."
"Stick with selling knickknacks,"
Jed advised. "At least you could say I did a good job."
"You did a good job. Don't get cocky."
"I'm not cocky." She slipped out of her shoes. "But now we know how, we know why, and we know who. All we have to do now is find DiCarlo."
"Leave that one to the big boys, baby."
"You're going to turn it over?" Astonishment shimmered out of every pore. "You're going to turn it over now?"
"I didn't say that. I said it's time for you to step back."
"You're not making one move without me, Skimmerhorn. If I hadn't bought smuggled goods and ended up in the middle of this mess, you'd still be sulking and lifting weights."
"You want me to thank you for that?"
"You will, when you come to your senses." Relaxed, she sighed and smiled. "Sure you don't want to take me up on that expensive hotel?"
"I've seen enough of New York, thanks."
And he had something else to check out now. Bill Tarkington's computer screen had been a fount of information, including the intended recipient of DeCarlo's illicit shipment, Abel Winesap of EF Incorporated, Los Angeles. 22. The chill in the air didn't prevent Finley from his morning ritual. Every day, regardless of the weather, he swam 50 laps in his hourglass-shaped pool while Vivaldi poured out of the speakers hidden in the jasmine plants. It was, to him, a matter of discipline. Of course, the water was heated to a pleasant 83 degrees. Exactly. As he cut through the warm water with strong, sure strokes, thin fingers of steam curled up into the cool winter air. He counted the laps himself, gaining arrogance and satisfaction with each turn. The pool was his, and his alone. Finley allowed no servant, no companion, no guest to sully his waters. Once, when he'd been entertaining, a tipsy acquaintance had tumbled in. The following day, Finley had had the pool drained, scrubbed out, and refilled. Needless to say, his hapless guest had never been invited back. Now he rose in the water, enjoying the sensation of having the water slide off his skin. Goose flesh popped out over his body as he strode up the wide, curving steps, onto the terracotta skirt and into the snowy white robe his butler held for him.
"Time,"
he said, rubbing down briskly.
12 minutes, 18 seconds, sir."
The butler always stopped the clock at precisely that time. Once he made the mistake of timing Finley at a bit over 13 minutes. An ugly scene had followed, during which the man had nearly lost his well-paying job. Finley never went over 12:18 again.
"Excellent."
Smugly satisfied, Finley accepted his vitamin drink, a concoction created especially for him by his personal trainer. Even served in a Waterford tumbler, the thick, nasty-looking mixture of herbs, vegetables, and Chinese roots tasted foul. Finley drank it quickly, as though it were the fresh, clear water of the fountain of youth. He'd convinced himself it was exactly that. Finley dismissed the butler by handing him back both the damp towel and the empty glass. Now that the first part of his morning ritual was behind him, Finley allowed himself to consider the problem of Isadora Conroy. It was not an altogether unpleasant problem, he mused. One couldn't become overly disgruntled at the prospect of dealing with a young, beautiful woman. He strode in through the French doors of the parlor as he reflected on the possibilities. Secure in his power, Finley showered and groomed and dressed. He enjoyed a pleasant breakfast of fresh fruit, whole wheat toast, and herbal tea on the patio a few feet from where he had gut-shot DeCarlo. All the while, he considered Isadora. When the solution came to him, he smiled, even chuckled softly, and blotted his lips. It would work, he decided, and if it didn't, well then, he would simply kill her. Dora was trying not to be annoyed. It was too predictable a reaction, she told herself, much too typical. Any woman would be annoyed if she awakened alone in bed without a clue as to where her lover had gone or when he might be returning. She wasn't any woman, Dora reminded herself, and she wasn't going to be annoyed. She wasn't even going to be mildly miffed. They were each free to come and go as they pleased. She wouldn't even ask him where the hell he'd been. But when she heard the knock on the door, she tugged down the hem of her oversized sweatshirt, lifted her chin, and marched into the living room. "Okay, Skimmerhorn, you pig," she muttered. "This better be good." She yanked open the door, searing words ready to leap off her tongue. She had to swallow them back when she stood face to face with Honoria Skimmerhorn Rogers. "Oh!" Dora pushed at the hair she'd bundled untidily on top of her head. "Mrs. Rogers, hello."
"Good morning, Dora."
Not by the flicker of an eyelash did Honoria reveal her amusement in watching the changes in Dora's expressive face. The fury, the shock, the embarrassment.
"Have I caught you at an awkward time?"
No, I was just—" Dora swallowed a nervous giggle and smiled. If you're looking for Jed, he doesn't seem to be around.
Actually, I was hoping for a word with you. May I come in?"
Of course. Dora stepped back, miserably regretting that she hadn't opened the shop that day and therefore hadn't dressed for work. She felt like a used dust rag in her Steelers sweatshirt and bare feet, while Honoria swept in smelling of Paris and wrapped in a luxurious fur jacket.
"How charming!"
The sincerity in Honoria's voice did a great deal to put Dora back on keel.
"How utterly charming!"
Her appreciative gaze roamed the room while she tugged off her gloves.
"I must confess, I often wondered about these apartments over shops on South Street. It's quite large, isn't it?"
I need a lot of room. May I take your coat?
"Yes, thank you."
As Dora hung up the mink, Honoria continued to wander the room.
"I peeked in your shop window downstairs. I was disappointed to find it closed. But this,"
she ran a fingertip along the sinuous female lines of a deco lamp,
"is every bit as delightful."
"One of the best things about selling is that I can live with my stock as long as I like. Would you like some coffee? Tea?"
"I'd love some coffee, if it's not too much trouble."
"Not at all. Please sit down, make yourself at home."
"Thank you. I believe I'll do just that."
Honoria didn't consider herself nosy, simply interested. She was interested enough to study and approve Dora's view of bustling and artsy South Street from the tall living-room windows. She also enjoyed and approved the decor of the apartment. Warm and cozy, she decided, while remaining eclectic and a tad theatrical. Yes, she liked the room very much, and a perfect mirror of Dora's personality. The girl would do, she thought, and lifted up a tortoise-shell tea-caddy to admire. The girl would do very, very well. "Here we are." Dora carried out a tray laden with Fiesta-ware pot and cups. She wished she could find some tactful way to dash into the bathroom and put on her lipstick. "Shall we take it in here?"
"That would be fine. Let me make room on the table for you. What a marvelous aroma! Scones?"
Her eyes brightened.
"How delightful!"
"I always keep some around." Honoria's simple pleasure had Dora relaxing again. "There's something so civilized about scones." With a laugh, Honoria settled herself.
"You're very polite not to ask me what I'm doing knocking on your door at 9 in the morning."
Honoria sipped her coffee, paused, sipped again.
"This is quite exceptional."
"I'm glad you like it." Dora waited as Honoria added a dab of blackberry jelly to a scone. "Actually, it's harder for me not to ask you about the painting."
"Good."
Honoria let the scone lay on her tongue, sighing a little as she swallowed.
"My dear, my mother would have been delighted with you. I haven't tasted better since she died."
"I'd be happy to give you the recipe for your cook."
"I'd appreciate it. Now."
She sat back, balancing her cup and saucer with the uncanny skill only women of a certain class seem to acquire.
"I believe you and I can trade information."
"Oh? I don't think I understand."
"My grandson asks me to keep a certain painting in my home and to allow an old friend to work on this painting. I'm to do this in the strictest confidence and with police protection."
She smiled, inclined her head.
"There is no explanation accompanying the request, of course."
"Of course." Returning the smile, Dora leaned forward. "Tell me, Mrs. Rogers, why do we go along with him?"
"Call me Rhea. My husband always did. We go along with him, dear child, because we care too much not to."
A delicate pause.
"Am I right?"
"Yes. Yes, you are. That doesn't make him right." Dora's earlier irritation returned in full force. "I'll tell you everything I know, Rhea. Then you can tell me the results."
"Precisely what I had in mind."
Dora started at the beginning. Jed would have several logical reasons, she assumed, why his grandmother should be spared the knowledge and the concern that accompanied it.
Yet she rationalized that he had already involved Honoria completely voluntarily. She was only providing the background as a matter of courtesy. Honoria listened without interruption. She sipped her coffee, her reaction showing only in the darkening of her eyes, a thinning of her mouth, the occasional lift of a well-shaped eyebrow. There was temper, but there was also breeding, and here, Dora thought, was where Jed had inherited his control.
"This has been terrible for you,"
Honoria said at length. "Mrs. Lyle's the worst. No matter what Jed says, I feel responsible."
"Of course you do."
This was said staunchly, and made Dora feel more comforted than a dozen polite denials.
"You wouldn't be the woman you are if you didn't. This DiCarlo—"
The name came through Honoria's lips, ripe with cultured distaste.
"Do the authorities have any idea where he might be hiding?"
"I don't think so." In a frustrated gesture, Dora lifted her hands, let them fall. "If they do, they haven't found it necessary to mention it to me."
"So like men. Do you know, I believe it goes back to when they had to crawl out of the cave and hunt for meat with rocks and clubs. The hunter."
She smiled when she said it, with a kind of cool indulgence Dora admired.
Women, of course, were left in the cave to give birth in the dirt and the dark, to cook the meat on a dung fire and tan the hides. But men still thought they knew best.
"Jed hasn't even told me what's going to be done with the painting."
"There, you see?"
Her point proven, Honoria refilled her coffee cup, then Dora's.
"I wish I could tell you what his plans are, but he hasn't deemed it necessary to share them with me either. I can, however, tell you about the painting itself. It's brilliant."
Her face shone with emotion.
"Though there are tests to be run, there's no doubt as to its authenticity. Not to me. It's one of his water lily studies, no doubt painted at Giverny."
Her eyes went misty with dreams. Her voice softened like a woman speaking of a lover.
"Ah, the light, ethereal and lyrical, that soft, seductive power that pulls you into the painting, makes you believe you can smell the damp flowers and still water."
Her eyes cleared again.
"He painted more than 17 in that series."
"I know. Coincidentally, he's my favorite Impressionist painter. I never thought I'd own one, even indirectly."
"I have one, a gift from my husband on our 10th anniversary, one of Monet's garden studies. Side by side, those paintings are breathtaking. Before the police took it away, I stood in my bedroom looking at them and weeping. I wish I could believe this DiCarlo had stolen it because of its beauty and not for its monetary value. That would make it almost understandable."
"You'd think they'd have let me see it," Dora complained. "I did buy it. But no, I wake up this morning and the bed's empty. Jed's gone off somewhere. And does he let me know where or what he's up to? No, not even a note under a refrigerator magnet. It seems to me—" She broke off, appalled. This was Jed's grandmother. His grandmother. "I beg your pardon," she managed.
"Not at all."
To prove it, Honoria tossed back her head and laughed.
"Oh, no, not at all. I'm delighted. I do hope, my dear, that you'll give him hell when he returns. He's always needed it from someone who loved him. God knows he took enough of it from those who didn't. It's not at all the same thing, you know."
"No, I suppose not." Most of her embarrassment faded, but the flush remained. "Mrs. Rogers, Rhea, I wouldn't want you to think that I usually develop intimate relationships with my tenants."
"You still expect me to be shocked?"
Thoroughly enjoying Dora's reaction, Honoria smiled and helped herself to a second scone.
"I'll tell you why I married Jed's grandfather, shall I? He was an incredibly handsome man, very strong and blond and physically exciting. In other words, I was hot for him."
She nibbled delicately at the scone, her eyes alive with amusement.
"Fortunately, Jed has inherited many of his grandfather's physical traits and none of his emotional ones.
Walter Skimmerhorn was a cold, often cruel, and incessantly boring man, all of which are unforgivable flaws in a husband. It took me less than a year of marriage to realize my mistake. To my regret, it required a considerably longer amount of time to correct it. And the bitter dregs of that resentment still festered. You, on the other hand, Honoria continued, have already discovered there is much, much more to my grandson than an excellent physique. If I were to give any advice to the young people of today in such matters, it would be that they live together, as you and Jed are essentially doing now, before marriage. We're not. Dora's heart gave a quick and, to her embarrassment, decisively female flutter. I hope I haven't given you the impression that we're thinking of marriage. Not at all, Honoria said lightly. Giving into sentiment, she imagined the beautiful great-grandchildren Jed and Dora would make for her. Now, Jed tells me your parents are Liberty Theater. I've enjoyed many productions there. I hope I'll be able to meet them. Ah! Before Dora could answer, they were interrupted by another knock on the door. Excuse me a minute. More than a little frazzled by the mention of marriage and the neat segue into her family, Dora opened the door. Jed stood on the other side of the threshold. He took one long look, running his gaze from her bare feet to the top of her tousled hair. She looked rumpled and sexy and deliciously flushed. Conroy. He snatched her to him, and before she could speak had engaged her mouth in a hot, steamy kiss. You got anything on under there? Skimmerhorn. If she'd been flushed before, she was now painfully pink. I'll find out for myself. He scooped her up, and covering her mouth again, stepped inside with her. Desperately embarrassed, she shoved against his chest. Skimmerhorn! After tearing her mouth from his, she sucked in a deep breath. I think you'd better put me down and say hello to your grandmother. What? Good morning, Jedediah. Honoria brushed her fingers over her linen napkin. Dora and I were just having some coffee. Perhaps you'd like to join us. Grandmother? To his credit, he said it easily, even if he did set Dora on the floor rather abruptly. Were you waiting to see me? Not at all. I paid a friendly call. She glanced over as Dora walked in with an extra cup and saucer. Dora and I were exchanging views on Monet. It happens he's a favorite with both of us. It's police business now. Then where's your shield, Skimmerhorn? Dora asked sweetly, and poured him a cup of coffee. Shut up, Conroy. His manners are my failing, Honoria explained. I hope you'll forgive me. Think nothing of it, Dora told her. I don't. Jedediah, she said, delighted when he bared his teeth at her, your grandmother and I would like to know what's being done with the Monet. It seemed easier to give them something than to fight them both. Brent, he corrected, took the whole business to Commissioner Riker this morning. It's being kept under wraps for the time being. So, Honoria mused, he went over that detestable Goldman's head. Wise. The man is a horse's ass and has no business being in command. Is that your professional opinion, grandmother? Jed asked, and earned the mild stare that had caused him to flush in his youth. You know, Dora, Honoria continued, I made the mistake of never completely approving of Jedediah's decision to become a police officer until he resigned. I'm afraid I didn't tell him I was proud of him soon enough. It's always soon enough, Dora said. You have a very fluid sense of compassion. Well pleased with her morning's work, Honoria rose. He'll need that. Thank you so much for the coffee. I hope I'll be welcome back. Any time. Dora took Honoria's hand and did what Jed had yet to do. She kissed the woman's cheek. I'll get your coat. I have an appointment shortly. Honoria tugged on her gloves. So I don't have time to see your apartment. There's nothing to see, Jed told her flatly. But he took the coat from Dora and helped his grandmother into it. I appreciate your help in this. He bent down and kissed her, despite the discomfort of having Dora looking on. I'd appreciate it more if you'd forget it now. She only smiled.
I'd like you to bring Dora for dinner soon. Call me and we'll arrange it. Thank you again, dear, she said to Dora. I'll come back when the shop's open. There was a piece in the window, the Bronze Huntress.
Yes, I know the one.
I'm very interested.
With a quick wink at Dora, she sailed out. What a terrific lady!
What did she want?
The basic courtesy of information. Dora started to lift the tray, then set it down with a rattle when Jed took her shoulder.
If I'd wanted her to have information, he began with barely controlled fury, I'd have given it to her.
You opened Rhea up when you took the painting to her. I'm sorry, Jed, if you're angry, but when she asked me directly, I answered.
Damn it.
Her calm sincerity was the pin that burst the balloon of his temper.
Do you know the tap dancing we're doing to keep this quiet?
I have some idea. She lifted a brow. Do you think your granny's going to take out a full-page ad? His mouth twitched at the idea of the elegant Honoria being called his granny.
The fewer people who have the details, the better.
Including me. Now she did lift the tray and walked stiffly into the kitchen with it. That's why I woke up alone in bed this morning, without any explanation from you as to where you were going, what you were doing.
Hold it. What the hell are you talking about?
Nothing. Her voice low and furious, she began to load the coffee things into the sink for rinsing. Nothing at all. Go kill a bear with your bare hands, why don't you?
Conroy!
Caught between amusement and exasperation, he leaned against the door jamb.
You're ticked because I went out this morning?
Why should I be? She rounded on him with hurt anger in her eyes. I'm used to waking up in bed alone.
Damn.
Baffled, he scrubbed his hands over his face.
Look, I got up early. I didn't want to wake you.
He remembered exactly the way she'd looked, curled in the bed, her hair spread on the pillow. Yes, he'd wanted to wake her up, he thought, but it hadn't been to tell her he was going out.
I went to the gym for an hour, caught breakfast with Brent. We had some things to go over.
Did I ask you for an explanation? Her voice was cold, but her temper was not as she shoved by him.
Yeah.
Cautious, he followed her back into the living room.
You did.
Oh, forget it. Disgusted with herself, she pinched the bridge of her nose between her thumb and forefinger.
I really need to satisfy my curiosity. What does a woman wear under baggy football sweats?
He scooped her up again, nuzzled her neck on the way to the bedroom. Nothing important, in fact. She laughed as they tumbled like wrestling children onto the bed. Nothing at all.
There's a hole in the shoulder.
I know. I was mortified when your grandmother caught me in it.
And a stain?
He ran his finger between her breasts.
Right here.
A nice full-bodied burgundy. It splashed on me when I was making lasagna. She sighed and slid her fingers into his hair. I've been meaning to cut it up for rags, but... She gasped, stunned when he ripped the shirt down the center.
That ought to take care of it.
Before she could decide whether to laugh or swear at him, he took her breast into his mouth and sent a quick and urgent greed swimming in her blood.
I've wanted to rip your clothes off since the first time I saw you.
You... Staggered and aroused, she gulped in air as his hand stroked possessively down to her waist. You shut the door in my face the first time you saw me.
It seemed a more rational reaction at the time.
He tore the sweatpants with one powerful twist of his hands.
I could have been wrong.
He leaned back, his hands over hers on the spread. The sun was bright through the open curtain, spilling generously over her face, her skin, her hair. The ruined clothes lay in tatters beneath her. It made him feel, however fancifully, like a warrior about to reap the spoils of war. Her body, aware, aroused, alluring, quivered as though it were his hands rather than his eyes that skimmed over it. Her breasts were small, firm, milk-white, the nipples temptingly erect. Lowering his head, he circled each rose-colored peak with his tongue until her breath was short and shallow, and her body taut as a bowstring. The pulse at her wrists pounded like gunshots under his fingers.
I want to watch you.
His voice was thick as he took a hand from hers to slide between her thighs. from silk to velvet to damp satin. The orgasm curled inside her like a snake, striking quickly, violently, so that her body reared up in shock when she cried out. "It never seems to be enough," he whispered. He was surprised he could breathe. Watching Dora in pleasure was unspeakably erotic, uncannily seductive. She greedily consumed it, and she generously released it. Her capacity for giving and for taking passion was unstintingly honest and impossible to resist. So he watched as she absorbed the aftershocks of sensation as he pulled off his clothes. He needed to see her, to see every flicker and flash of emotion on her face. Kneeling, he lifted her hips, slid her slowly toward him, slipped slowly into her. The sound she made at the mating was feline and throaty. He never took his eyes from her face, even when his vision dimmed and his control shattered.
"I owe you a sweatshirt."
In a friendly gesture, Jed tugged his own over her head. Dora examined it. "This is even rattier than the one you tore up," and she wouldn't have parted with it for diamonds. "Besides, you owe me sweatpants, too."
"Mine wouldn't fit you."
He pulled them on, then stood looking at her as she sat on the edge of the bed. Reaching down, he twined a lock of her hair around his finger.
"We could start a fire and spend the rest of the morning in bed watching game shows."
She tilted her head. "That sounds incredibly tempting, Skimmerhorn. Why do you suppose I have this odd feeling that you're trying to keep me out of the way?"
"Out of whose way?"
"Yours."
"How can you be out of my way when I'm planning on spending as much time as possible on top of you?"
"You and Brent are working on something, and you don't want me to know what it is." It was disappointing and enormously frustrating that he showed no reaction at all to her accusation. "That's all right." She shrugged it off and smoothed a hand over the rumpled spread. "I'll find out anyway."
"How?"
She smiled. "When I'm on top of you, I'll vamp it out of you."
"Vamp?"
But he fought back a laugh as he worked a flattened cigarette out of his pack.
"You can't expect me to concentrate on Bob Barker or Vanna White after a statement like that."
"Bob Barker?" She laughed, so thoroughly delighted with him she gave in to the need to leap up and into his arms. "Bob Barker? God, Skimmerhorn, I love you." She started to lean back and kiss him senseless when she felt him stiffen. Very slowly, very quietly, her heart sank to her knees. "Whoops." She fought for a light tone as she untangled herself from him. "Wasn't supposed to let that one out, was I? Sorry." Because the hurt was still swelling, she turned away, avoiding his eyes. "Chalk it up to the heat of the moment, or whatever works for you." He wasn't sure he could get his tongue around a word, but finally he managed her name.
"Dora."
"No, really." Oh, God, she thought, panicked. She was going to cry if she didn't do something quickly. It was just a slip of the tongue, nothing to get worried about. Forcing a smile, she turned back. It was as bad as she'd feared. His face was set, his eyes absolutely blank. "Listen, Skimmerhorn, the L word comes real easy to me. My family boots it around like a football. You know us theatrical types." She lifted her hand again, running it through her hair in that restless and lovely feminine gesture he'd grown so fond of. "So look," her voice was bright again, excessively cheerful. "Why don't you start that fire? I'll make us something appropriate to snack on while watching game shows." She took a step forward, stopped. He hadn't moved, but had blocked her retreat through simple will.
"You meant it, didn't you?"
He said it quietly, and the eyes that had fastened on her face made it impossible for her to hedge. "Yes, I meant it." The defense came automatically. He watched as her shoulders straightened, her chin firmed. "They're my feelings, Jed, and I know how to deal with them. I'm not asking you to match them or even to accept them if that's difficult for you." The first licks of temper glinted in her eyes. "And since it obviously bothers you so much to hear them, I'll be careful not to mention them again. Ever. All right?" No, it was far from all right. He couldn't pinpoint the moment when things had changed between them, any more than he could pinpoint his own feelings, but he could do something to stabilize what was becoming a dangerous situation.
"Get dressed," he told her. "I've got something I want to show you."
23. The weather, at least, was promising. The sun beat hard against the T-Bird's windshield, giving Dora an excuse to slip on tinted glasses. However thin the defense, she felt better shielded. As Jed drove north on Germantown Avenue under a vividly blue sky, she passed the time watching the pedestrian traffic. The temperature had risen to nearly 50, allowing people to walk with a more cheerful step. They drove through the center of the city, far from the rivers with their frisky breezes, toward Chestnut Hill. Not such a long way from South Street mile for mile, just vast distances of ambience and income. He hadn't spoken since they'd started the drive. She didn't ask where they were going. She was almost sure she knew. His reasons for making the trip would soon become apparent, just as the consequences of her rash and impulsive declaration of love. Rather than dwell on what was to come, Dora sat back and tried to enjoy the scenery, the beautifully restored homes and storefronts, the glitter of crystal and gold in the shops, the charm of the cobblestone beneath the T-Bird's monster tires. Far up the hill, the trees were old and stately, the homes trim and elegant. It was a neighborhood of minks and diamonds, of heirlooms and fat portfolios, of country club memberships and well-behaved lapdogs. She wondered fleetingly how it had appeared to a small boy growing up. Jed pulled up in a narrow driveway beside a lovely old colonial. The brick had mellowed to a soft, dusky rose, and the trim was an elegant and unfaded Wedgwood blue. Tall windows glinted and winked in the strong sunlight, tossing back reflections while preventing the curious from seeing the secrets within. It was a fine house, Dora mused, beautifully maintained, perfect in its setting and somehow strongly feminine with its neat lines and dignity. If she had picked it herself, she realized, for herself, it couldn't have been more perfect. The age, the tradition, the setting, all clicked quietly into place with her image of the ideal family home. She imagined it in the summer when the roses planted beneath those tall windows would be sumptuously blooming, carrying bold color and womanly scent, and in the fall when the big leafy trees would burst into golds and scarlets. The picture was completed with lace at the windows and a dog in the yard, and because she imagined so well, her heart broke a little. She doubted very much that Jed saw the house as she did. Saying nothing, she alighted from the car to stand and study. Only a discreet portion of the city noise traveled up here on the hill. There would be no camera-snapping tourists here searching for monuments, no bold flash of a blade skater careening down the sidewalk, no tempting sense of pizza and hoagies from a corner deli. And wasn't that what she wanted, she asked herself, the noise, the smells, and the freedom of being in the center of it? "This is where you grew up?" she asked.
"That's right."
He led the way to the door flanked with lovely beveled glass inserts. When he'd unlocked it, he stepped back and waited for Dora to go in ahead. The foyer was 2 stories, tipped with a many-tiered chandelier that would graciously light the way up the grand oak staircase. The floor was tiled with large black and white squares of marble. Her soft suede half-boots barely made a sound as she crossed it. There is something richly fascinating about empty houses. There is the thin echoing air and the sense of vastness. There is the curious wonder of who had lived there and what they had lived with, and the automatic projection of self into the rooms. There I would put my favorite lamp, and here my little table. Dora felt that fascination now, but it was tinged with a deeper curiosity for where Jed had fit into the architecture and design. She couldn't feel him here. Though she knew he stood beside her, it was as though the part of him that mattered most had stepped back at the threshold and left her to enter alone. The wallpaper with its tiny tea roses had faintly darker rectangular sections where paintings had hung. The bare foyer cried out for flowers, she thought.
tall urns with freesia spilling out, bold stalks of lilies lancing up, and some pretty welcoming rug over that cold marble to soften the rigid formality of the entrance. She ran her hand over the gleaming newel post at the base of the banister. A banister, she thought, fashioned for a child's bottom or a woman's trailing fingers. "You're planning to sell it?" He was watching her carefully as she wandered from the foyer into the front parlor. Already, by simply entering, his muscles had tensed. Dora was right. Jed wasn't seeing pretty flowers or welcoming rugs.
"It's on the market. Elaine and I inherited it 50-50, and she wasn't happy with any of the offers we received. I didn't really give a damn one way or the other."
Because they wanted to fist, he tucked his hands into the pockets of his jacket.
"So, since she had a house of her own, I lived here a while."
He stayed where he was when Dora walked over to study the scrubbed and empty hearth.
"It's mine now, and the realtor's starting over."
"I see." There should be family photos framed on the mantel, she thought, crowds of them jockeying for position, celebrating the births and passage of generations. There should be an old Seth Thomas deep in their center, gently ticking off the time. Where were the heavy candlesticks with their tapers burned low, she wondered, almost desperately? Where were the deep-cushioned chairs with pettipoint footstools tilted toward the fire? A fire would take away the chill, she thought, rubbing her arms absently as she wandered out again and down the hall. It was much colder than it needed to be. She found a library stripped of books, another parlor with a view of the cobbled patio that begged for flower boxes, the dining room, vast and empty but for another chandelier, and finally the kitchen, with its charming hearth and brick oven. Here's where the warmth should center, she thought, with the sun streaming through the window over the sink and bread baking fragrantly. But she found no warmth there, only the cold, echoing silence of a house untenanted and unwanted. "It's a pretty view from here," she said, for no other reason than to fill the void. There should be a sandbox in the yard, she thought, linking her tensed fingers together, a swing hanging from the thick bough of the big maple.
"We weren't allowed in here."
"Excuse me?" She turned back from the window, certain she'd misunderstood.
"We weren't allowed in here,"
he repeated, and his eyes were on her as if the pecan cupboards and rosy countertops didn't exist.
"Only the servants. Their wing was through there."
He gestured, but didn't look toward a side door.
"Along with the laundry and utility rooms. The kitchen was off limits."
She wanted to laugh and accuse him of making it up, but she could see quite clearly that he was telling the truth. "What if you had a desperate craving for some cookies?"
"One didn't eat between meals. The cook, after all, was paid to produce them, and we were expected to do them justice, at 8 a.m., 1 p.m., and 7 in the evening. I used to come in here at night just for the principle of it."
Now he did look around, his eyes flat and blank.
"I still feel like a trespasser in here."
"Jed?"
"You should see the rest of it."
He turned and walked out. Yes, he wanted her to see it, he thought grimly, every stone, every curve of molding, every inch of paint. And once he had walked through with her, he hoped never to walk through the door again. She caught up with him at the base of the stairs where he was waiting for her. "Jed, this isn't necessary."
"Let's go upstairs."
He took her arm, ignoring her hesitation. He remembered how it had smelled here, the air heavy with beeswax and funereal flowers, the expensive clashes of his mother's and sister's perfumes, the sting of cigar smoke from one of his father's Havanas. He remembered, too, when it hadn't been silent, when there were voices raised forever in anger and accusation, or lowered in disgust. How the servants had kept their eyes downcast, their ears closed, and their hands busy. He remembered being 16 and being innocently attracted to one of the new maids. When his mother had come across them harmlessly flirting in the upstairs hall, right here, he thought, she had dismissed the girl on the spot.
"My mother's room."
Jed inclined his head toward a doorway.
"My father's was down the hall. As you can see, there were several rooms between."
She wanted to sigh and tell him she'd had enough, but knew it wasn't enough for him. "Where was yours?"
There."
Dora moved down the hall and peeked into the room. It was large and airy, bright with afternoon light. The windows overlooked the rear lawn and the tidy privet hedge that marched along the verge of the property. Dora sat on the narrow window seat and looked out. She knew there were always ghosts in old houses. A building couldn't stand for 200 years and not carry some memories of those who had walked in it. These ghosts were Jed's, and he was violently possessive about them. What good would it do, she wondered, to tell him how easy it would be to exorcise them? It only needed people, someone to run laughing down the steps or to curl up dreaming by a fire. It only needed children slamming doors and racing in the halls.
There used to be a chestnut tree out there. I'd go out that way at night, hitch a ride, and go down to Market Street to raise hell. One night one of the servants spotted me and reported it to my father. He had the tree cut down the next day. And he came up here, locked the door, and beat the hell out of me. I was 14.
He said it without emotion, took out a cigarette, lighted it.
That's when I started lifting weights.
His eyes flashed through the smoke.
He wasn't going to beat me again. If he tried, I was damn well going to be strong enough to take him. A couple of years later, I did. And that's how I earned boarding school.
Something sour rose up in her throat. She forced herself to swallow it. "You expect that to be hard for me to understand?" she said quietly. "Because my father never raised a hand to us, not even when we deserved it."
Jed considered the tip of his cigarette before tapping the ash on the floor.
My father had big hands. He didn't use them often, but when he did, it was without control.
"And your mother?"
She preferred throwing things, expensive things. She knocked me unconscious once with a Meissen vase, and then took the $2,000 in damages out of my college fund.
Dora nodded, continued to stare out the window while she struggled not to be sick. "Your sister?"
They vacillated between treating her like a Dresden doll and an inmate. Tea parties one day, locked doors the next.
He shrugged.
They wanted her to be the perfect lady, the virginal debutante who would follow the Skimmerhorn rules and marry well. Whenever she didn't conform, they put her in solitary.
"Excuse me?"
Locked her in her room a couple of days, maybe a week. Then they'd bribe her with shopping sprees or parties until she did what they wanted.
To combat the bitterness in his mouth, he took another drag.
You'd have thought sharing the misery would have made us close, but somehow it never did. We didn't give a damn about each other.
Slowly, she turned her head, looked at him over her shoulder. "You don't need to apologize to me for your feelings."
I'm not apologizing.
He snapped the words out.
I'm explaining them.
And he refused to let her unquestioning compassion soothe him.
I got the call to go see Elaine, supposedly from one of her staff, but it was one of Speck's men. They wanted me on the scene when it happened. They knew she went out every Wednesday at 11 to have her hair done. I didn't.
His gaze lifted again, latched onto Dora's.
I knew nothing about her, wanted to know nothing about her. I was minutes away from her house and royally pissed at being summoned when the dispatch came through with the bomb threat. You could say Speck had a good sense of timing.
He paused a moment, walked over to the small hearth and crushed out the cigarette on the stone.
I was first on the scene, just as Speck planned. I could see her in the car when I was running. The roses were blooming,
he said softly, seeing it all perfectly again, not like a film, not like a dream, but stark reality.
She looked toward me. I could see the surprise on her face, and the irritation. Elaine didn't like to have her routine interrupted, and I imagine she was ticked off at the idea of the neighbors seeing me run across the lawn with my weapon out. And she turned the key, and the car went up. The blast knocked me back into the roses.
"You tried to save her, Jed."
I didn't save her, he said flatly. That's for me to live with, and the guilt of it because she meant no more to me than a stranger. Less, because she wasn't a stranger. We lived in this house together for nearly 18 years, and we shared nothing.
She turned back then and sat quietly. Jed felt a quick jolt of surprise at how lovely, how perfect she looked there with the sun pouring liquidly around her, her eyes calm and watchful, her mouth solemn. Odd, he thought. There had never been anything in this house he'd considered beautiful, until now. "I understand why you brought me here," she began. "Why you felt you had to, but you didn't have to. I'm glad you did, but it wasn't necessary." She sighed then and let her hands rest in her lap. "You wanted me to see a cold, empty house where very little is left but the unhappiness that used to live here. And you wanted me to understand that, like the house, you have nothing to offer." He had a need, an almost desperate one, to step forward and rest his head in her lap. "I don't have anything to offer." "You don't want to," she corrected. "And considering the role models in your life, it's certainly logical. The problem is, Skimmerhorn, emotions just aren't logical. Mine aren't." She tilted her head, and the sun creamed over her skin, warming it as her voice was warm, as the room was warm with her in it. "I told you I love you, and you'd probably have preferred a slap in the face. But there it is. I didn't mean to say it, or maybe I did." In a vulnerable and weary gesture, she brushed a hand through her hair. "Maybe I did," she repeated softly, "because even though I understood how you might react, I'm just not used to bottling my feelings inside. But they are my feelings, Jed. They don't ask you for anything."
When a woman tells a man she loves him, she's asking for everything.
"Is that how you see it?" She smiled a little, but her eyes were dulled with sadness. "Let me tell you how I see it. Love's a gift and can certainly be refused. Refusing doesn't destroy the gift, it simply puts it aside. You're free to do that. I'm not asking for a gift in return. It's not that I don't want it, but I don't expect it." She rose then, and crossing the room took his face gently in her hands. Her eyes were still sad, but there was a bottomless compassion in them that humbled him. "Take what's offered, Jed, especially when it's offered generously and without expectations. I won't keep throwing it in your face. That would only embarrass us both."
You're leaving yourself open, Dora.
"I know. It feels right to me." She kissed him, one cheek, the other, then his mouth. "Relax and enjoy, Skimmerhorn. I intend to."
I'm not what you need.
But he gathered her close and held on, because she was what he needed. She was so exactly what he needed. "You're wrong." She closed her eyes and willed the threatening tears away. "You're wrong about the house, too. You're both just waiting." He kept losing his train of thought. Jed knew the details he and Brent discussed were vital, but he kept seeing Dora sitting on the window seat of his old, hated room, with sunlight pooling around her, and he kept remembering the way her hands had felt against his face when she'd smiled and asked him to accept love.
Jed, you're making me feel like a boring history teacher.
Jed blinked, focused.
What? Exactly.
Blowing out a breath, Brent leaned back in his desk chair.
You want to tell me what's on your mind?
It's nothing. He washed the mood away with some of the station house's atomic coffee.
What you've picked up on Winesap makes it look like he's another underling. I still think the best way to handle this is to approach the top man, Finley. Not directly. The longer we can keep the smuggled painting under wraps, the better.
What I can gather on the guy wouldn't fill a teacup, Brent complained. He's rich enough to make you look like a piker pal. Successful, single, obsessively private.
And as the head of a large import-export firm, would be the perfect warehouse for smuggled goods.
If wishing only made it so,
Brent murmured.
We've got no hard evidence on Finley. Sure, the shipment was addressed to his assistant, and DeCarlo works for him.
DeCarlo's small time, a hustler.
You've only got to look at his rap sheet. And Finley has no rap sheet.
He's the American ideal, a modest, self-made man and a solid citizen. Then a little digging shouldn't hurt him, Jed pointed out. I want to take a trip to L.A. I thought that's where this was leading. Uncomfortable, Brent shifted. Listen, Jed, I know you've got a personal investment in this. The department wouldn't have diddly without you. But, Jed interrupted, I'm not with the department. Feeling miserable, Brent pushed at his glasses, fiddled with papers on his desk. Goldman's asking questions. Maybe it's time you answered them. The commissioner thinks so. I'm a civilian, Brent. There's nothing to stop me from taking a trip to the coast, at my own expense, on my own time. Why don't you cut the crap? Brent blurted out. I know you've got a meeting with the commissioner in an hour, and we both know what he's going to say. You can't keep straddling this. Make my life easier and tell me you're coming back on the job. I can't tell you that. I can tell you I'm thinking about it. The oath dried up on Brent's tongue. Seriously? More seriously than I ever thought I would. Jed rose and paced to the frosted glass door, to the scarred file cabinets, to the coffee pot thick with dregs. Goddamn, I miss this place. Nearly amused at himself, Jed turned back. Isn't that some shit? I miss it. Every minute of the tedium, the fucking reports, the candy-assed rookies. 9 mornings out of 10, I reach for my shoulder harness before I remember it's not there. I even thought about buying one of those frigging police scanners so I'd know what the hell's going on. Hallelujah! Brent folded his hands, prayer-like. Let me tell Goldman. Please, let me be the one. I didn't say I was coming back. Yeah, you did. On impulse, Brent leaped up, grabbed Jed by the shoulders, and kissed him. Christ, Chapman, get a grip. The men are going to welcome you back like a god. What does Dora think about it? Jed's foolish grin faded. She doesn't think anything. We haven't talked about it. It doesn't concern her. Oh. Brent tucked his tongue in his cheek. Uh-huh. Mary Pat and I have a bet. She says I'll be running a tux as best man by the end of the school year. I say Easter vacation. We tend to mark time by the school calendar. The quick flutter of panic in Jed's stomach staggered him. You're off base. Come on, Captain. You're crazy about her. 10 minutes ago you were staring into space daydreaming. And if she wasn't the star of the show, I'll kiss Goldman on the mouth. You're awful free with your affections these days. Drop it, will you? He knew that tone of voice, the verbal equivalent of a brick wall. Okay, but I've got dinner for 2 at the chart house riding on you. Brent leaned back on the edge of his desk. I'd appreciate a rundown of what you and the commissioner come up with. Whether you go to L.A. officially or not, I can arrange some backup. We'll touch base tomorrow. And, Captain, Brent added before Jed made it to the door, do me a favor, and let them bribe you back, okay? I can make you a list of the things we could use around here. Brent grinned and settled down to fantasize about breaking the news to Goldman. It was nearly midnight when Dora gave up the attempt to sleep and bundled into her robe. An ordinary case of insomnia. It wasn't because Jed hadn't come home or called. And things were really bad, she admitted, when she started lying to herself. She switched on the stereo, but Bonnie Raitt's sultry blues seemed entirely too appropriate, so she turned it off again. Wandering into the kitchen, she put the kettle on to boil. How could she have blown it like this, she wondered, as she debated without interest between lemon lift and chamomile. Hadn't she known that a man would head for the hills when he heard those 3 fateful words? Nope. She tossed a tea bag into a cup. She hadn't known because she'd never said them before. And now that she was in the real show, she'd rushed her cue. Well, it couldn't be taken back, she decided, and she was sorry she and Jed hadn't read the same script. He hadn't echoed the words back or swept her up in delight. He had systematically and subtly withdrawn, inch by inch, since that fateful moment some 36 hours earlier. And she was very much afraid he would continue to withdraw until he had faded completely away. Couldn't be helped. She poured the hot water into the cup and let the tea steep while she rummaged for cookies.
She couldn't force him to let her show him what it could be like to give and take love. She could only keep her promise and not throw it in his face again, however much that hurt. And she had some pride left. Bonnie Raitt was wrong about that, she thought. Love did have pride. She was going to pull herself together and get on with her life, with him, she hoped. Without him, if necessary. She figured she could start now by going downstairs and putting her wide-awake brain to work. Carrying her tea, she headed out, remembering at the last minute to slip her keys into her robe pocket and lock the door behind her. She hated that sensation of not being completely safe in her own home. Because of it, she felt compelled to switch on lights as she went. Once settled in the storeroom, she picked up the tedious task of continuing the reorganization of the files DeCarlo had upended. As always, the quiet and the steady work relaxed and absorbed her. She enjoyed putting the proper thing in the proper place and pausing occasionally to study a receipt and remember the thrill of the sale. A paperweight commemorating the New York World's Fair at $40, a marquetry toilet mirror at $3,000, 3 advertising signs, Brasso, Olympic Ale, and Players cigarettes at $190, $27, and $185 respectively. Jed stood midway down the stairs watching her. She'd set all the lights burning like a child left home alone at night. She was wearing the green robe and an enormous pair of purple socks. Each time she leaned down to read a piece of paper, her hair fell softly over her cheek and curtained her face. Then she would push it back, the movement fluid and unstudied, before she filed the paper away and reached for another. His heart rate, which had spiked when he'd seen the hallway door open, settled comfortably. Even with the desire that seemed to nag him whenever she was close, he was always comfortable looking at her. He'd already settled his weapon back under his jacket when she turned. She caught a glimpse of a figure and stumbled back. Papers went flying as she choked on a scream. "What are you doing?" she said furiously. "Trying to scare me to death?"
No.
He came down to the base of the steps.
What the hell are you doing, Conroy? It's after midnight.
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm practicing the minuet. Humiliated by her reaction, she crouched down to pick up scattered papers.
You were very graceful.
He bent down, placed a hand over hers.
I'm sorry I scared you. I guess you were too involved to hear me.
Never mind.
You should be in bed.
He tilted her face up toward the light.
You look tired.
Thanks so much.
And you're bitchy, too.
I am not bitchy. She sucked in an insulted breath. I resent that term, both as a feminist and as a dog lover. Patiently, he tucked her hair behind her ear. She'd managed to cover it remarkably quickly, he mused, but her eyes had been worried and wary after the first fright had faded. He'd hurt her already, and was very likely to do so again.
Come on upstairs, baby.
I haven't finished yet. He lifted a brow. There was the faintest edge of resentment in her tone. It made him feel small and incredibly stupid.
You're pissed at me.
I'm not. She straightened, drew a deep breath, and with an effort of will made the statement the truth. I am not, she repeated, calm again. If I'm out of sorts, it's because I feel useless having to keep the shop closed, and deceitful because I'm lying to my family.
You don't have to do either of those things. There's no reason not to open tomorrow, and you'd feel better if you came clean with your family.
She considered it. I will open, she decided, but I'm not telling my family, not yet. It's for me to deal with. He started to argue and found he couldn't. Wasn't that the same rationale he was using to ease his conscience? He wasn't going to tell her about his meeting with the commissioner or his decision to pick up his badge. Not yet.
Come upstairs, he repeated. I'll give you a back rub.
Why?
Because you're tense, he said between his teeth. Damn, Conroy. Why do you care why? All you have to do is lie there and enjoy it.
Eyes narrowed, she stepped back. You're being nice to me. Why? You're setting me up for something, Skimmerhorn. You're planning on doing something you know I won't like. She raced up the steps after him. Don't keep things from me. She laid a hand on his arm as he unlocked his door. Please, it's something about DeCarlo, isn't it? About the painting, the whole mess.
It was more than that, and less. He wondered if it was the coward's way out to give her that one part.
I'm going to L.A. to have a talk with DeCarlo's boss.
Winesap? Her brow creased as she concentrated. That's who the shipment was supposed to go to, wasn't it?
The top man's name is Finley, Edmund G., Jed told her. I'll start with him.
And you think Finley, was expecting the shipment that he arranged for the smuggling?
Yeah.
He poured whiskey for both of them.
That's what I think.
What do you know about him?
Enough to buy a ticket for L.A.
He handed her the glass, then offered a brief rundown. Import-export, she mused when he'd finished. Then he's probably a collector. They almost always are. It's possible that he was unaware of DeCarlo's sideline. After all, you said it was a big company. But if he isn't... He caught the gleam in her eyes and bit back a sigh.
Don't think, Conroy. You can be dangerous when you think.
But I am thinking. She lifted the whiskey, tossed it back in one burning swallow. And what I think is, you aren't the one who should talk to Finley. She held out the glass for a refill. I am.
24. You're out of your mind.
That is a perfectly sane, rational statement. Since Jed made no move to share, Dora took the bottle and refilled her glass herself. And if you'd put that male ego on hold a minute, you'd see why.
It has nothing to do with ego.
Although it did, however, slightly, and that fact burned the hell out of him.
It has to do with simple common sense. You're in no position to tackle something like this.
On the contrary. She was warming up to the idea now, and began moving around the room, swirling her whiskey, relishing the part to be played. I'm in the perfect position. I, after all, was the victim of his employee. I, the baffled innocent, will appeal to Finley's sympathies if he, in turn, is innocent, and, since I, too, am a collector, to his imagination if he's guilty. In short, Skimmerhorn, she circled back and tapped her glass to his, this part is tailor-made for me.
It's not a damn audition, Conroy.
But it is, essentially. Lord, when are you going to get some furniture in here? In lieu of a decent chair, she scooted up to sit on the table. What was your plan, Captain? To barge into his office's gun blasting?
Don't be any more ridiculous than necessary.
I thought not. You would, if I may interpret the scene, request a meeting to discuss the ugly situation informally, possibly soliciting his help to locate DeCarlo? She lifted a brow, waiting for his denial or assent, and got neither. Undaunted, she plowed ahead. Meanwhile, you'd be looking for a chink in his armor, if indeed he has any armor or chinks. While doing so, you'd get a first-hand view of his operation, his style, and develop an informed opinion as to his culpability.
You sound like a freaking lawyer, he muttered. I hate lawyers.
That's the cop talking. I have some very good friends who are lawyers, and my father was an excellent Clarence Darrow in a production of Inherit the Wind. Now, let's see. She crossed her legs, the robe shifted open over long, smooth thighs. How would I play this?
You're not, Conroy.
Because he felt something essential slipping neatly out of his fingers, he spoke with a snap and caught her chin in his hand.
You are not going.
Yes, I am, she said, unperturbed, because we both know it's the perfect solution. Smiling, she took his hand off her chin, then kissed it. You can come with me, keep me away from Rodeo Drive. There was only one way to deal with her, Jed thought, and that was calmly.
Dora, I don't have a handle on this guy. We can't get any hard data. He might be some nice grandfatherly type who collects stamps in his spare time and has nothing to do with smuggling. Or DeCarlo might just have been the trigger on his gun. Walking onto his turf is risky, and I'm not taking risks with you.
Why? She said it softly. One would almost think you care. He jammed his frustrated hands in his pockets.
Damn it, you know I care.
I know you want, but caring is entirely different. Still, it's nice to hear.
Don't circle around me on this.
She wasn't going to lure him into a dangerous discussion of feelings again.
The point is Finley. If he's involved, he's going to take one look at you and see through that pretty face of yours like plate glass.
My, you tell me you care and that I'm pretty in one night. My heart swells.
I ought to smack you, he said through clenched teeth.
But you won't.
She smiled and held out a hand. Lots of bark and little bite. That's you, Skimmerhorn. Let's get some sleep. We can hash this out in the morning.
There's nothing to hash. I'm going, you're not.
She let her hand fall away.
You don't trust me. That's it, isn't it?
She clamped her teeth over her bottom lip to still the trembling, but her voice thickened and shook even as her eyes filled.
It's not a matter of trust.
He dragged a hand out of his pocket, through his hair.
Don't take it so personally.
How else can I take it?
The first tears spilled over, ran a lonely trail down her cheek. Her eyes were glistening with more, combined with fragile hurt.
Don't you understand that I need to do something? That I can't just sit in the background after me and my home have been violated this way? I can't bear it, Jed. I can't bear having you think of me as some helpless victim who only gets in your way.
Stop it.
Her tears weakened him, unmanned him.
Come on, baby, don't.
He awkwardly lifted a hand to her hair.
I can't stand that.
Gently he kissed her quivering lips.
I don't think of you as helpless.
Useless, then?
She said on a hitching sob.
No.
He brushed her tears away with his thumbs and was nearly ready to beg.
You're not trained to do this. If he suspects anything, the whole sting could fall apart before it gets started.
She sniffled, pressed her face to his throat.
Do you suspect?
What?
Do you suspect? She demanded in a perfectly controlled voice. Leaning back, she grinned at him without a trace of remorse. Fell for it, didn't you? Laughing, she patted his cheek while he stared at her through slitted and infuriated eyes. Don't feel too stupid, Skimmerhorn. I told you once I was good. She lifted her glass again to toast herself. And I am very, very good. And that was just an impromptu performance.
Maybe I will smack you. You ever turn on tears again like that, I swear I will.
Made you feel like a heel, didn't I? She sighed lustily. Sometimes I do miss the stage. Then she shrugged. But not very often. Be assured, Captain, that our Mr. Finley will see exactly what I want him to see. I'll play him like an accordion. She could do it. He hated the fact that he was certain she could do it perfectly.
And if I lose my mind enough to consider agreeing to this harebrained idea, you'd do exactly as you were told?
No, but I'd try to do exactly as I was told. It's just a fishing expedition, Jed. He'd thought so, but he preferred to know his water and bait his own hook.
I don't want you hurt.
She softened all over, eyes, mouth, heart. That's one of the nicest things you've ever said to me.
If he hurts you, I'd kill him.
Her easy smile vanished. Don't put that weight on my shoulders, okay? It scares me. He lifted her off the table, set her on her feet.
Conroy, I said I didn't think you were helpless, and that I didn't think you were useless. But I never told you what I think you are.
No, you didn't. She grimaced, braced.
Important,
he said simply, and melted her heart.
Very important.
By noon the next day, Dora felt at least one part of her life was shifting back into normal gear. The shop was open for business. The first sale warmed her soul so that she gave her customer an impulsive 10% off. When Leah walked in to help with the afternoon flow, Dora greeted her with a fierce hug. Laughing, Leah untangled herself. "What's all this? Did you win the lottery?" "Better. We're open." Leah peeled off her coat and fluffed her hair. "You never explained why we were closed." "Too complicated," Dora said breezily. "I needed a day or two of downtime." "That break-in bothered you more than you let on." Leah's nod was self-satisfied. "I knew it." "I guess it did. Anyway, we've got a couple of browsers, and I just bought those tea cookies from the bakery again, the ones with the chocolate filling.
Leah took a deep breath.
How am I supposed to lose the 4 pounds I gained during the holidays?
Willpower.
Right. Oh, Mom said to ask you about the painting.
The cookie box nearly slipped out of Dora's fingers. Painting?
Something about you lent her a painting and had to take it back?
Leah gave up on willpower and chose a frosted cookie.
She's thinking about buying it for Dad for Valentine's Day. Seems he really took a shine to it. Oh, I sold it.
At least that was true, she reminded herself. She still had Jed's $80 tucked in her jewelry box like love letters.
Are you okay?
Leah's keen eyes scanned Dora's face.
You look a little flustered.
No, I'm fine. Just getting back in the swing. Actually, I'm a little scattered. I may have to go to L.A. for a couple of days.
What for?
There's an import business out there that I may want to cultivate. I don't want to close the shop again. No reason to, she assured herself, since Brent was still pulling strings to ensure police protection.
Don't worry about it. Terry and I can keep things going.
The phone on the counter rang twice. Leah raised a brow.
Want me to get that?
No. Dora shook off the guilt and lifted the receiver that was an inch away from her hand.
Good afternoon. Dora's parlor.
I'd like to speak to Miss Isadora Conroy, please.
Speaking.
Miss Conroy?
From his desk in Los Angeles, Winesap turned to his meticulously rehearsed notes.
This is, Francis Petroy.
Yes, Mr. Petroy?
Dora said as Leah turned to greet a customer.
I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I was given your name and number by a Mrs. Helen Owings of Front Royal, Virginia.
Yes?
Dora's fingers tightened on the receiver.
What can I do for you?
I hope it's what we can do for each other.
Winesap read the words genial chuckle in his notes and did his best imitation of one.
It concerns a painting you bought at auction in December. A Billingsley?
All moisture evaporated in her mouth.
Yes, I know the piece. An abstract.
Exactly. As it happens, I'm a collector of abstract work. I specialize in unknown and emerging artists in a regretfully small way, you understand?
Of course.
I was unable to attend that particular auction. A family emergency. It gave me some hope when Mrs. Owings informed me that the painting had been sold to a dealer rather than an art collector.
Actually, Dora said, playing for time, I'm a little of both.
Oh, dear.
He shuffled through his papers. Nothing in his copious notes addressed that particular response.
Oh, dear.
But I'm always interested in a legitimate offer, Mr. Petroy. Perhaps you'd like to come in and see the painting. It would have to be sometime late next week, I'm afraid. She paused and mimed flipping through an appointment book. My schedule's rather hectic until then.
That would be excellent, really excellent.
Relieved, Winesap mopped his sweaty neck with a handkerchief.
What day would be good for you, Miss Conroy?
I could fit you in on Thursday. Say at 2?
Perfect.
Hurried, Winesap scribbled down the date.
I hope you'll hold the painting until then. I'd hate to miss the opportunity.
Oh, I'd hate you to miss it, too. She smiled grimly at the wall. I promise, it won't go anywhere until we have the chance to discuss terms. Do you have a number where I can reach you in case something comes up?
Certainly.
As his notes instructed, Winesap recited the number for one of Finley's fronts in New Jersey.
During business hours, I'm afraid I keep my private number unlisted.
I understand perfectly. Next Thursday, then, Mr. Petroy? She hung up, almost too furious to enjoy the sense of elation. He thought she was an idiot, Dora fumed. Well, DeCarlo or Finley or Petroy or whoever the hell you are, you're in for a rude surprise. Leah, I have to go out for an hour. If Jed comes in, tell him I have to talk to him.
Okay, but where...
Leah broke off, fisting her hands on her hips as she stared at the closing door. She should have called ahead. Dora turned back into the parking lot after a fruitless trip to the police station.
Lieutenant Chapman was in the field. Sounded as though he were out hunting pheasant, she thought grumpily. How was she supposed to tell anyone she'd made contact if there wasn't anyone around to tell? Then she spotted Jed's car and allowed herself a smug smile. He was about to learn that he wasn't the only one who could think on his feet. She found him in the storeroom, calmly painting shelves. "There you are. I hate to use a cliché, but where's a cop when you need one?" He continued to paint.
If you'd needed a cop, you should have called 911.
I went to the source instead. Wanting to prolong the excitement, she peeled off her coat. But Brent was out. How come they call it a field? I don't recall passing through any fields in Philadelphia.
Just our little way of impressing civilians. Why did you need Brent?
Because, she paused for drama, I made contact.
With what?
With whom, Skimmerhorn? Don't be dense. I got a call from Mr. Petroy, only I don't think it was Mr. Petroy. It could have been DiCarlo, but the voice didn't really jive. Maybe he disguised it, but I'm pretty good with voices. He could have had someone else make the call, she said, considering. Or it could have been Finley, but—
Sit down, Conroy.
Jed laid the brush across the top of the paint can.
Try a Jack Webb.
A Jack Webb? Oh! Her eyes brightened. Just the facts. I get it.
You're a real whip.
Sit. Okay. She settled and imagined herself filing a report. As a result, she related the entire phone conversation precisely, thoroughly, and without embellishments. "How's that?" she asked when she was done.
What the hell were you thinking of? Making an appointment to meet him without checking with me?
She'd expected him to be impressed, not irritated. I had to do something, didn't I? Wouldn't he have been suspicious if a dealer had seemed reluctant to meet with him? Her back stiffened defensively. But it's definitely fishy. An art collector inquiring about a painting from an artist who probably doesn't even exist. I checked on Billingsley. There isn't any Billingsley, so why should anyone go to the trouble to track down a Billingsley painting? Because, she said, and lifted a finger for emphasis, he wants a Monet.
Presents this brilliance audio production of
Hidden Riches by Nora Roberts. Copyright 1994 by Nora Roberts and performance copyright 1994 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved. To Mom, because she loves trinkets and a good bargain. Hidden Riches. Prologue. He didn't want to be there. No, he hated being trapped in the elegant old house, prodded and pinched by restless ghosts. It was no longer enough to shroud the furniture in dust covers, lock the doors, and walk away. He had to empty it, and by emptying it, purge himself of some of the nightmares.
Captain Skimmerhorn?
Jed tensed at the title. As of last week, he was no longer captain. He'd resigned from the force, turned in his shield, but he was already weary of explaining it. He shifted aside as two of the movers carried a rosewood armoire down the staircase, through the grand foyer and out into the chilly morning.
Yes? You might want to check upstairs. Make sure we got everything you wanted put in storage. Otherwise, looks like we're all done here. Fine.
But he didn't want to go up those stairs, walk through those rooms. Even empty, they would hold too much. Responsibility, he mused as he reluctantly started up. His life had been too crowded with responsibility to ignore one now. Something nudged him along the hallway toward his old room, the room where he'd grown up, the room he had continued to inhabit long after he'd lived here alone. But he stopped in the doorway just short of crossing the threshold. Hands jammed into tight fists in his pockets, he waited for memories to assault him like sniper fire. He'd cried in that room, in secret and in shame, of course. No Skimmerhorn male ever revealed a weakness in public. Then, when tears had dried, he'd plotted in that room. Small, useless, childish revenges that had always boomeranged back on him. He'd learned to hate in that room. Yet it was only a room. It was only a house. He'd convinced himself of that years before when he had come back to live there as a man. And hadn't he been content, he asked himself now? Hadn't it been simple? Until Elaine.
"Jedediah?" He flinched. He'd nearly brought his right hand out of his pocket to touch a weapon that was no longer there before he caught himself. The gesture and the fact that he'd been so lost in his own morbid thoughts that someone could have come up behind him reminded him why the weapon no longer hung at his side. He relaxed and glanced back at his grandmother. Honoria Skimmerhorn Rogers was neatly wrapped in mink, discreet daytime diamonds winking at her ears, her snowy hair beautifully coiffed. She looked like a successful matron on her way out for lunch at her favorite club, but her eyes, as vivid a blue as his own, were filled with concern. "I'd hoped I'd convinced you to wait," she said quietly, and reached out to lay a hand on his arm. He flinched automatically. The Skimmerhorns simply weren't touchers.
There was no reason to wait.
"But there's a reason for this." She gestured toward the empty room. "There's a reason to empty out your home, to put aside all of your belongings."
Nothing in this house belongs to me.
"That's absurd." The faint whisper of her native Boston crept into her tone.
By default?
He turned his back on the room to face her.
Because I happen to still be alive? No thanks.
If she hadn't been so worried about him, the curt answer would have earned him a ringing reprimand. "My dear, there's no question of default, or any kind of fault." She watched him close in, shut off, and would have shaken him if it would have helped. Instead, she touched his cheek. "You only need some time." The gesture left his muscles taut. It took all of his willpower not to jerk away from the gentle fingers.
"And this is my way of taking it."
"By moving out of the family home."
"Family?"
He laughed at that, and the sound of it echoed nastily down the hall.
"We were never a family here, or anywhere."
Her eyes, previously soft with sympathy, hardened. "Pretending the past doesn't exist is as bad as living in it. What are you doing here? Tossing away everything you've earned, everything you've made of yourself. Perhaps I was less than enthusiastic about your choice of profession, but it was your choice and you succeeded. It appears to me that you made more of the Skimmerhorn name when you were promoted to captain than all your ancestors did with their money and social power."
"I didn't become a cop to promote my damn name."
"No," she said quietly. "You did it for yourself, against tremendous family pressure, including my own." She moved away from him to walk down the hall. She had lived here once, years before, as a bride, an unhappy one. "I saw you turn your life around, and it awed me, because I knew you did it for no one but yourself. I often wondered how you were strong enough to do that." Turning back, she studied him, this son of her son. He had inherited the bold good looks of the Skimmerhorns. Bronzed hair, tousled by the wind, swept around a lean, raw-boned face that was taut with stress. She worried, woman-like, because he had lost weight, though the fining down of his features only heightened their power. There was strength in the tall, broad-shouldered build that both accented and defied the romantic masculine beauty of pale gold skin and sensitive mouth. The eyes, a deep, striking blue, had come from her. They were as haunted and defiant now as they had been in the young, troubled boy she remembered so well. But he was no longer a boy, and she was afraid there was little she could do to help the man. "I don't want to see you turn your life around again for the wrong reasons." She shook her head, walking back toward him before he could speak. "And I might have had reservations when you moved back in here alone after your parents died, but that too was your choice. And for some time it seemed you'd made the right one again. But this time your solution to a tragedy is to sell your home, throw away your career." He waited a beat.
"Yes."
"You disappoint me, Jedediah."
That stung. It was a phrase she rarely used, and had more bite than a dozen of his father's raging insults.
I'd rather disappoint you than be responsible for the life of a single cop. I'm in no shape to command.
He looked down at his hands, flexed them.
I may never be. And as for the house, it should have been sold years ago. After the accident. It would have been sold if Elaine had agreed to it.
Something backed up in his throat. Guilt was as bitter as bile.
Now she's gone too. And it's my decision.
Yes, it's yours, she agreed.
But it's the wrong one.
Rage sizzled in his blood. He wanted to hit something, someone, pound his fists into his flesh. It was a feeling that came over him all too often, and because of it, he was no longer Captain J.T. Skimmerhorn of the Philadelphia Police Department, but a civilian.
Can't you understand? I can't live here. I can't sleep here. I need to get the hell out. I'm smothering here.
Then come home with me. For the holidays, at least until after the first of the year. Give yourself a little more time before you do something irreversible. Her voice was gentle again as she took his rigid hands in hers. Jedediah, it's been months since Elaine was killed.
I know how long it's been.
Yes, he knew the exact moment of his sister's death. After all, he'd killed her.
I appreciate the invitation, but I've got plans. I'm looking at an apartment later today, over on South Street.
An apartment? Honoria's sigh was ripe with annoyance. Really, Jedediah, there's no need for that kind of nonsense. Buy yourself another house if you must. Take a long vacation, but don't bury yourself in some miserable room. He was surprised he could smile.
The ad said it was quiet, attractive, and well located. That doesn't sound miserable.
Grandmother. He squeezed her hands before she could argue.
Let it be.
She sighed again, tasting defeat. I only want what's best for you.
You always did.
He suppressed a shudder, feeling the walls closing in on him.
Let's get out of here.
1. A theater without an audience has its own peculiar magic, the magic of possibilities. The echoing voices of actors running lines, the light cues, the costumes, the nervous energy and vaulting egos that bound from center stage to the empty back row. Isadora Conroy absorbed the theater's magic as she stood in the wings of the Liberty Theater, watching a dress rehearsal for A Christmas Carol. As always, she enjoyed the drama, not only Dickens, but also the drama of edgy nerves, of creative lighting, of the well-delivered line. After all, the theater was in her blood. There was a vibrancy that pulsed from her even in repose. Her large brown eyes glinted with excitement and seemed to dominate the face framed by a swing of golden brown hair. That excitement brought a flush to ivory skin, a smile to her wide mouth. It was a face of subtle angles and smooth curves, caught between wholesome and lovely. The energy inside her small, compact body shimmered out. She was a woman interested in everything around her, who believed in illusions. Watching her father rattling Marley's chains and intoning dire predictions to the fear-struck Scrooge, she believed in ghosts. And because she believed, he was no longer her father, but the doomed miser wrapped for eternity in the heavy chains of his own greed. Then Marley became Quentin Conroy again, veteran actor, director, and theater buff, calling for a minute change in the blocking. "Dora?" Hurrying up from behind, Dora's sister Ophelia said, "We're already 20 minutes behind schedule." "We don't have a schedule," Dora murmured, nodding because the blocking change was perfect. "I never have a schedule on a buying trip." "Isn't he wonderful, Leah?" Though her sense of organization was hampered, Leah glanced out on stage and studied their father. "Yes, though God knows how he can stand to put on this same production year after year." "Tradition," Dora beamed. "The theater's rooted in it." Leaving the stage hadn't diminished her love of it or her admiration for the man who had taught her how to milk a line. She'd watched him become hundreds of men on stage: Macbeth, Willie Loman, Nathan Detroit. She'd seen him triumph and seen him bomb, but he always entertained. Remember Mom and Dad as Titania and Oberon? Leah rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. Who could forget? Mom stayed in character for weeks. It wasn't easy living with the Queen of the Fairies, and if we don't get out of here soon, the Queen's going to come out and run through her list of what might happen to two women traveling alone to Virginia. Sensing her sister's nerves and impatience, Dora swung an arm around Leah's shoulders. "Relax, honey, I've got her covered, and he's going to take 5 in a minute," which he did, on cue. When the actors scattered, Dora stepped out to center stage. "Dad," she took a long look, skimming down from the top of his head to his feet, "you were great."
"Thank you, my sweet."
He lifted an arm so that his tattered shroud floated.
"I think the makeup is an improvement over last year."
Absolutely. In fact, the grease paint and charcoal were alarmingly realistic. His handsome face appeared just short of decay. Absolutely gruesome. She kissed him lightly on the lips, careful not to smudge. "Sorry we'll miss opening night."
"Can't be helped."
Though he did pout just a little. Although he had a son to carry on the Conroy tradition, he'd lost his 2 daughters, one to marriage, one to free enterprise. Then again, he did occasionally Shanghai them into a minor role.
"So my 2 little girls are off on their adventure."
"It's a buying trip, Dad, not a trip to the Amazon."
"Just the same."
He winked and kissed Leah in turn.
"Watch out for snakes."
"Oh, Leah!" Trixie Conroy, resplendent in her costume complete with bustle and feathered hat, rushed out on stage. The Liberty's excellent acoustics carried her throaty voice to the rear balcony. "John's on the phone, dear. He couldn't remember if Missy had a scout meeting tonight at 5 or a piano lesson at 6. "I left a list," Leah muttered. "How's he going to manage the kids for 3 days if he can't read a list?" "Such a sweet man," Trixie commented when Leah dashed off. "The perfect son-in-law. Now, Dora, you will drive carefully." "Yes, Mom." "Of course you will. You're always careful. You won't pick up any hitchhikers." "Not even if they beg." "And you'll stop every 2 hours to rest your eyes." "Like clockwork." An inveterate worrier, Trixie gnawed on her bottom lip. "Still, it's an awfully long way to Virginia, and it might snow." "I have snow tires." To forestall more speculation, Dora gave her mother another kiss. "There's a phone in the van, Mom. I'll check in every time we cross a state line." "Won't that be fun?" The idea cheered Trixie enormously. "Oh, and Quentin, darling, I've just come from the box office." She gave her husband a deep curtsy. "We're sold out for the week."
"Naturally."
Quentin lifted his wife to her feet and twirled her in a graceful spin that ended in a deep dip.
"A Conroy expects nothing less than standing room only."
"Break a leg." Dora kissed her mother one last time.
"You too,"
she said to Quentin. "And, Dad, don't forget you're showing the apartment later today."
"I never forget an engagement. Places," he called out,
then winked at his daughter.
"Bon voyage, my sweet."
Dora could hear his chains clanging when she hit the wings. She couldn't imagine a better send-off. To Dora's way of thinking, an auction house was very like a theater. You had the stage, the props, the characters. As she had explained to her baffled parents years before, she wasn't really retiring from the stage. She was merely exploring another medium. She certainly put her actor's blood to good use whenever it was time to buy or sell. She'd already taken the time to study the arena for today's performance. The building where Sherman Porter held his auctions and ran a daily flea market had originally been a slaughterhouse and was still as drafty as a barn. Merchandise was displayed on an icy concrete floor where cows and pigs had once mooed and squealed on their way to becoming pot roasts and pork chops. Now humans, huddled in coats and mufflers, wandered through, poking at glassware, grunting over paintings and debating over china cabinets and carved headboards. The ambience was a bit thin, but she'd played in less auspicious surroundings. And of course, there was the bottom line. Isadora Conroy loved a bargain. The words "on sale" sent a silvery tingle through her blood. She'd always loved to buy, finding the basic transaction of money for objects deeply satisfying. So satisfying that she had all too often exchanged money for objects she had no use for. But it was that love of a bargain that had guided Dora into opening her own shop, and the subsequent discovery that selling was as pleasurable as buying. "Leah, look at this." Dora turned to her sister, offering a gilded cream dispenser shaped like a woman's evening shoe. "Isn't it fabulous?" Ophelia Conroy Bradshaw took one look, lifted a single honey-brown eyebrow. Despite the dreamy name, this was a woman rooted in reality. "I think you mean frivolous, right?" "Come on, look beyond the obvious aesthetics." Beaming, Dora ran a fingertip over the arch of the shoe. "There's a place for ridiculous in the world." "I know, your shop." Dora chuckled, unoffended. Though she replaced the creamer, she'd already decided to bid on that lot. She took out a notebook and a pen that boasted a guitar-wielding Elvis to note down the number. "I'm really glad you came along with me on this trip, Leah. You keep me centered." "Somebody has to." Leah's attention was caught by a colorful display of depression glass. There were 2 or 3 pieces in amber that would add nicely to her own collection. "Still, I feel guilty being away from home this close to Christmas, leaving John with the kids that way." "You were dying to get away from the kids," Dora reminded her, as she inspected a lady's cherry wood vanity. "I know. That's why I'm guilty." "Guilt's a good thing." Tossing one end of her red muffler over her shoulder, Dora crouched down to check the work on the vanity's brass handles. "Honey, it's only been 3 days. We're practically on our way back. You'll get home tonight and smother the kids with attention, seduce John, and everybody'll be happy." Leah rolled her eyes and smiled weakly at the couple standing beside her. "Trust you to take everything down to the lowest common denominator." With a satisfied grunt, Dora straightened, shook her chin-length sweep of hair away from her face, and nodded. "Conroy, just goddamn brilliant, and it's not the point." "Of course it is." She blew out a breath, stirring her bangs. "He thought I was stupid. He thought I was some money-grubbing junk dealer who doesn't know her butt from a Delft vase, but he's going to find out differently." "That's also beside the point. You should have put him off until I got back." "I did very well on my own, thank you. I'm not an idiot." "Do you have star 69 on your phone system?" Her face went blank. "Excuse me?" "Return call. You press a couple of buttons and your phone rings back whoever called you last." "Oh."
As the wind leaked out of her sails, she examined her nails.
"Yeah, I guess I do."
He studied her bowed head.
"I don't suppose you thought to try it."
"I can't think of everything,"
she mumbled. Hopefully, she looked up.
"We can try it now."
"The phone's rung 3 times since I got back."
"Oh."
She pushed up from the chair.
"Go ahead. Tell me I blew it."
"I don't have to. You just did."
He gave her hair a tug.
"Don't take it too hard, Nancy Drew. Even amateur sleuths screw up now and again."
She knocked his hand away. "Take a leap, Skimmerhorn."
"Brant and I will work out how to handle Petroy on Thursday. We'll be back by then."
"Back? Are you and Brent going somewhere?"
"No, you and I are."
He tucked his thumbs in his pockets. He still wasn't happy about it, but she'd made an odd sort of sense.
"We're leaving for L.A. tomorrow."
"I'm going to do it?"
She pressed a hand to her heart, then tossed her arms wide and vaulted into his.
"I'm actually going to do it!"
Thrilled with the prospect, she raced kisses over his face.
"I knew you'd see it my way."
"I didn't. I was outvoted."
He wasn't going to admit he'd seen the simple beauty of her idea and had recommended it to Brent.
"Whatever."
She kissed him again, hard.
"Tomorrow? she said, rearing back. God, that's so quick. I have to decide what I'm going to wear.
That's the least of your worries.
No, no, no. The proper presentation is essential to character. My navy pinstripe, she considered. It's very polite and businesslike. Or maybe the red double-breasted, more power and sex. I could distract him with my legs.
Go for businesslike.
Because she enjoyed the faint trace of annoyance in the tone, she smiled. Definitely the red.
For all you know, he won't even see you.
Of course he'll see me. She stopped, frowned. How are we going to make him want to see me?
Because you're going to call him, and you're going to say exactly what I tell you to say.
I see. She tilted her head, lifted a brow. Have you written me a script, Skimmerhorn? I'm a quick study. I can be off book in no time.
Just do what you're told.
In Los Angeles, Winesap entered Finley's office with a worried frown creasing his face.
Mr. Finley, sir. Miss Conroy, she's on line 2. She's waiting to speak with you.
Is that so?
Finley closed the file he'd been studying, folded his hands on top of it.
An interesting development.
Winesap's hands twisted together like nervous cats.
Mr. Finley, when I spoke with her earlier today, she was quite cooperative, and I certainly never mentioned my connection with you. I don't know what this might mean.
Then we'll find out, won't we? Sit, Abel.
He lifted the receiver and, smiling, leaned back in his chair.
Miss Conroy, Edmund Finley here.
He listened, his smile growing wider and more feral.
I'm afraid I don't follow you, Miss Conroy. You're inquiring about one of my employees, Anthony DiCarlo? I see.
He picked up a letter opener from his desk and tested the honed point with the pad of his thumb.
Of course, I understand if you feel a personal meeting is important. I don't know if I'll be able to help. We've told the police all we know about Mr. DiCarlo's unexplained disappearance, which is, unfortunately, nothing. Very well, he added after a moment. If you feel you can't discuss it over the telephone, I'd be happy to see you. Tomorrow?
His brows raised. Gently he scraped the point of the letter opener over the Conroy file.
That is rather short notice. Life and death?
He barely suppressed a chuckle.
I'll see if it can be arranged. Will you hold? I'll give you to my assistant. He'll check my calendar. I'll look forward to meeting you.
With a flourish of wrist, Finley punched the hold button.
Give her 4 o'clock.
You have a meeting at 3:30, sir.
Give her 4 o'clock,
Finley repeated, and held out the phone.
Yes, sir.
Winesap took the receiver in his damp hand, engaged the line.
Miss Conroy, this is Abel Winesap, Mr. Finley's assistant. You'd like an appointment for tomorrow? I'm afraid the only time Mr. Finley has open is at 4. Yes. You have the address? Excellent. We'll be expecting you.
Delightful.
Finley nodded approval when Winesap replaced the receiver.
Simply delightful. Fools walk in, Abel.
He opened Dora's file again and smiled genially at her dossier.
I'm certainly looking forward to this. Clear my calendar for tomorrow afternoon. I want no distractions when I see Miss Isadora Conroy. She will have all my attention.
Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, Dora said, and turned to Jed. He sounded puzzled but cooperative, pleasant but reserved.
And you sounded on the verge of hysteria, but controlled.
Impressed despite himself, he tipped her face up with his finger and kissed her.
Not bad, Conroy. Not bad at all.
There's something else. Though she wanted to, she didn't take his hand. If she had, he'd have seen that hers was chilled. I think I just spoke with Mr. Petroy.
Finley?
No. She forced a thin smile. His assistant, Winesap. 25. Dora was pleased and impressed when the cab pulled up in front of the pink stucco villa that was the Beverly Hills Hotel. Well, well, Skimmerhorn, you surprise me. This makes up for not springing for a night at the Plaza in New York.
The room's booked in your name.
Jed watched Dora gracefully offer her hand to the doorman. The gesture was one of a woman who'd been sliding out of limos all her life.
You have to put it on your credit card.
She cast a withering look at him over her shoulder. Thanks a bunch, big spender.
You want to advertise the fact that you're traveling out here with a companion?
He asked when she sailed through the doors and into the lobby.
A cop?
You left out the X.
So I did,
he murmured, and waited while Dora checked in. The Tony lobby of the BHH didn't seem exactly the right setting to tell her that the X wouldn't apply much longer. Dora covertly scanned the lobby for passing movie stars when she handed the desk clerk her card for imprint. I'm going to bill you for this, Skimmerhorn.
It was your idea to come.
True enough. Then I'll only bill you for half. She accepted her card and 2 keys, passed one to the waiting bellman. Some of us are not independently wealthy.
Some of us,
he said as he slipped an arm around her waist,
paid for the airfare.
She was touched by the easy way he'd linked them together as they trailed the luggage to the elevator and up to the room. Dora quickly slipped out of her shoes and padded over to the window to check out the view. There was nothing quite so Californian, she mused, as lush lawns, regal palms, and cozy stucco cottages. I haven't been in L.A. since I was 15. We stayed in an incredibly bad hotel in Burbank, while my father did a part in a small, forgettable film with John Voight. It did not distinguish either of their careers. She stretched her back, rolled her shoulders. I guess I'm a snob, an East Coast snob, because L.A. doesn't do it for me. It makes me think of unnecessary eye tucks and designer yogurt. Or maybe it's designer eye tucks and unnecessary yogurt. After all, who really needs yogurt in their lives? She turned back, her smile becoming puzzled when he only continued to stare at her. What is it?
I just like looking at you sometimes, that's all.
Oh. When he saw that the statement had both pleased and flustered her, he smiled back.
You're okay, Conroy, even with the pointy chin.
It's not pointy. She rubbed it defensively. It's delicately sculpted. You know, maybe we should have booked a suite. This room's hardly bigger than a closet. Or maybe we can just go out for a while, get something to eat, and soak up some smog.
You're nervous.
Of course I'm not nervous. She tossed her bag onto the bed and undid the straps.
You're nervous,
Jed repeated.
You talk too much when you're nervous. Actually, you talk too much all the time, but there's a different quality to the babble when you're nervous, and you can't keep your hands still.
He laid his gently over hers. Obviously, I've already become too predictable, the first death knell in any relationship. He simply turned her around, keeping her hands in his.
You've got a right to be nervous. I'd be more worried about you if you weren't.
I don't want you to worry. Because she didn't. She willed her hands to relax in his. I'm going to be fine. Classic opening night jitters, that's all it is.
You don't have to do this. I can keep the appointment for you.
I never give the understudy a chance to steal my thunder. She inhaled and exhaled twice, deeply. I'm okay. Wait till you read the reviews. Since she so obviously needed him to, he played along.
What did you used to do before opening night?
Thinking back, she sat on the edge of the bed. Well, you'd pace a lot. Pacing's good. And you'd keep running lines in your head and going over the blocking. I'd get out of my street clothes and into a robe, sort of like a snake shedding, and vocalize. I used to do a lot of tongue twisters.
Such as?
Moses supposes his toes are roses, that kind of thing. Grinning, she waggled her tongue between her teeth. You've got to limber the tongue.
Yours has always seemed pretty limber to me.
Thanks. She laughed and looked back at him. Good job, Skimmerhorn. I feel better. Good. He gave her hair a brotherly tussle, then turned to the phone.
I'll order up some room service, then we'll go over the routine again.
Dora groaned and flopped back on the bed. I hate heavy-handed directors. But he didn't let up. 2 hours later they had eaten, argued, discussed every possible contingency, and he was still unsatisfied. He listened to her reciting tongue twisters in the bathroom and frowned at the door. He'd have felt better if she'd been wearing a wire. Foolish, he supposed, as she'd be walking into a fully staffed office building in broad daylight, but it would have eased his mind. If he hadn't been concerned that Finley's security might have picked up on it, he'd have insisted. It was a simple job, he reminded himself, one with little to no risk, and he'd already taken the precaution of seeing that the minimal degree of risk was all but eliminated. It was the all but that nagged at him. The door opened, and Dora stepped out wearing the red suit that showed off every glorious curve in that sexy body, highlighting her legs in a way that would make any man this side of the grave salivate. "What do you think?" She was holding 2 different pairs of earrings up to each lobe. "The drops or the knots?"
How the hell should I know?
"The knots," she decided. "More discreet." She fastened them on. "I'd forgotten how much better you feel once you're in costume. There's just those little ripples of nerves that keep the adrenaline up." She reached for her bottle of perfume. He frowned as she spritzed on scent, the throat, the back of the neck, the wrists, the backs of her knees. Something about the female ritual made his stomach jitter. When she picked up her antique silver brush and pulled it slowly through her hair, he knew what that something was. It made him feel like a voyeur.
You look fine.
He had to clear his throat.
You can stop primping now.
"Brushing your hair isn't primping, it's basic grooming." While she gave it another sweep, she caught his gaze in the mirror. "I'd swear you're more nervous than I am."
Just stick to the plan and try to remember everything you see. Don't bring up the painting. You haven't got a clue about the painting. Try to go through Winesap. We're running him down, but I want your impressions, not your speculations, your impressions."
"I know." Patiently, she set the brush aside. "Jed, I know exactly what to do and how to do it. It's simple. Simpler because I might have done just this if I hadn't known about the painting. It's a very logical step."
Just watch your ass.
"Darling, I'm counting on you to do that for me."
Dora was impressed with the decor of Finley's outer office, trying to pick up helpful clues. As she'd suspected, he was a collector, and their mutual interest would give them a firm foundation. Her hands were chilled. That was good, too. The honest nerves she projected were just what she needed to set the tone for her visit. It was difficult to hang on to those nerves and character when she really wanted to walk over and examine some of Finley's treasures firsthand. She felt favorably toward anyone who put malachite vases and chipperous figures in his waiting area. And the settee she was using was no reproduction. Early Chippendale, Dora thought reverently, high-style rococo. She sincerely hoped Finley would prove himself to be in the clear. She'd love to develop a business relationship, but if he wasn't... The thought of that had the nerves creeping back. She fiddled with the calla lily pin at her lapel, brushed at her skirt, looked at her watch. Damn, it was 4:10, she thought. How long was he going to keep her waiting? "Excellent, excellent," Finley murmured to Dora's video image. She was every bit as lovely as he'd expected from the faded newspaper photos Winesap had unearthed from old show and style sections. Her wardrobe showed a flair for color and line, as well as an affection for the feminine. He respected a woman who knew how to present herself to her best advantage. He enjoyed the way her hands moved restlessly through her hair, over her body. Nerves, he thought, pleased. A spider gained more thrill from a panicky fly than a resigned one. And despite the nerves, he noted, her eyes were drawn again and again to pieces in his collection. That flattered him. They would do very well together, he decided, very well indeed. He buzzed his receptionist. It was time to begin. "Mr. Finley will see you now." "Thank you." Dora rose, tucked her envelope bag under her arm, and followed the woman to the double doors. When she entered, Finley smiled and stood. "Miss Conroy, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." "I'm just happy you could see me at all." She crossed the rug, that pool of white, and took his extended hand. Her first impression was one of vitality and health and of well-channeled power. "It seemed important to you. What can we offer you? Some coffee, tea, or perhaps some wine?" Wine would be lovely, and would give her the prop of a glass to twist in her hands as she told her story. "The Puy Fumé, Barbara. Please sit, Miss Conroy. Be comfortable."
In a move calculated to disarm her, he rounded the desk and took the chair beside her.
"And how was your flight?"
"Long." Dora's smile was fleeting. "But I shouldn't complain. The weather was turning nasty at home. But of course I'll go back tomorrow."
"So soon?"
His bright eyes glinted with just the right touch of curiosity.
"I'm flattered to have such a pretty young woman travel all this way just to see me."
His receptionist had uncorked the bottle. Obviously, Dora mused, her duties included those of a wine steward. She passed Finley the cork and tipped an inch of wine in his glass for approval.
"Yes,"
he said, after rolling the wine on his tongue and swallowing.
"that will do nicely."
When the wine was poured in both glasses, the secretary slipped soundlessly out of the room. Finley raised his glass.
"To your health, Miss Conroy, and a safe journey home."
"Thank you." It was beautiful wine, silk on the tongue, with just a hint of smoke. "I know it might sound foolish, coming all this way just to see you, Mr. Finley, but I honestly felt compelled." As if overcome, she looked down into the pale gold wine in her glass, let her fingers tighten on the stem. "Now that I'm here, I don't know where to start."
"I can see you're upset,"
Finley said kindly.
"Take your time. You told me on the phone this had to do with Anthony DiCarlo. Are you—"
He paused delicately.
"a friend?"
"Oh, no." There was horror in her voice, in her eyes, as she dragged them back to Finley's. She imagined DiCarlo's voice whispering in her ear to bring the rusty edge of revulsion into her voice. "No, Mr. Finley, I need to ask how much you know about him."
"Personally?"
Thinking, he pursed his lips.
"I'm afraid I don't know many of my branch employees as well as I might. The company is very large now, and unfortunately that depersonalizes matters. We had a meeting here just before Christmas. I noticed nothing out of the ordinary. He seemed as competent as always."
"Then he's worked for you for some time?"
6 years, I believe, more or less.
He sampled more wine.
I have studied his files since this odd disappearance to refresh my memory. He has an excellent record with the company. Mr. DiCarlo worked his way up the corporate ladder rather quickly. He showed initiative and ambition, both of which I believe in rewarding. He came from a poor background, you know."
When she only shook her head, he smiled and continued.
"As I did myself. The desire to better oneself. This is something I respect in an employee and also tend to reward. As one of my top executives on the East Coast, he's proven himself to be reliable and cunning."
He smiled again.
"In my business, one must be cunning. I'm very much afraid of foul play. As Mr. DiCarlo's work record would indicate, he isn't a man to neglect his responsibilities this way."
I think I might know where he is."
"Really?"
There was a flash in Finley's eyes. "I think he's in Philadelphia." As if to bolster her courage, Dora took another quick sip, and her hand shook lightly. "I think he's watching me."
"My dear."
Finley reached for her hand.
"Watching you? What do you mean?"
"I'm sorry. It's not making sense. Let me try to start at the beginning." She told the story well, with several pauses for composure and one significant break in which she described the attack. "And I don't understand," she finished, with her eyes wet and shimmering. "I don't understand why."
"My dear, how horrible for you."
Finley was all baffled sympathy, while his mind performed rapid calculations. It appeared DiCarlo had left out a few significant details, he mused. There had been no mention in his report of an attempted rape, nor of a nightly neighbor coming to the rescue. It explained the bruises on his face during his last and final visit, however.
"You're telling me," Finley began, his tone lightly shocked, "that the man who broke into your shop, the man who attacked you, was Anthony DiCarlo?"
"I saw his face." As if overcome, Dora covered her own with her hand. "I'll never forget it. And I identified him to the police. He's killed a police officer, Mr. Finley. And a woman. He left another woman for dead. One of my customers.
The thought of Mrs. Lyle urged the first tear down her cheek.
I'm sorry. I've been so upset, so frightened. Thank you, she managed, when Finley gallantly offered his handkerchief. None of it makes any sense, you see. He only stole a few trinkets, and as for Mrs. Lyle, my customer, he took nothing of any real value. Just a china dog, a statue she'd bought from me the day before. I think he must be crazy, she murmured, lowering her hand again. I think he must be mad.
I hope you understand this is difficult for me to take in. Mr. DiCarlo has worked for me for years. The idea of one of my own staff attacking women, murdering police officers. Miss Conroy, Isadora.
He took her hand again, gently, a father comforting a child after a bad dream.
Are you absolutely certain it was Anthony DiCarlo?
I saw his face, she said again. The police said he had a record. Nothing like this, and nothing for several years, but
I knew he'd had some trouble.
With a sigh, Finley sat back.
Just as I felt I understood the need to overcome the past mistakes. But I would never have believed. It seems I misjudged him badly. What can I do to help you?
I don't know.
Dora twisted the handkerchief in her hands.
I guess I'd hoped you'd have some idea what to do, where the police might look. If he contacted you...
My dear, I assure you, if he contacts me, I will do everything in my power to lead the authorities to him. Perhaps his family knows something.
She dried her tears and, calmer, shook her head. The police have questioned them, I believe. I actually thought of going to see his mother myself, but I couldn't. I couldn't face that.
I'll make some calls. Do whatever I can to help you.
Thank you.
She let out a shaky sigh, followed by a shaky smile.
I feel better doing something. The worst is the waiting, the not knowing where he is or what he's planning. I'm afraid to go to sleep at night. If he came back,
she shuddered sincerely,
I don't know what I'd do.
You have no reason to think he will. Are you sure he gave you no idea why he chose your shop?
None. That's what's so terrifying, to be picked at random that way. Then Mrs. Lyle. He shot her housekeeper and left Mrs. Lyle for dead, all for some little statue.
Her eyes, still wet, were guileless and trusting.
A man doesn't kill for that, does he?
I wish I knew.
Finley heaved a heartfelt sigh.
Perhaps, as you say, he's gone mad. But I have every confidence in the authorities. I'll say with full confidence that you won't be bothered by Mr. DiCarlo again.
I'm trying to hold on to that. You've been very kind, Mr. Finley.
Edmund.
Edmund.
She smiled again, courageously.
Just talking it out has helped. I'd like to ask, if you find anything at all, that you'd call me. The police aren't very free with information.
I understand. And of course I'll keep in touch with you. We have an excellent security team on retainer. I'm going to put them on this. If there's a trace of DiCarlo, they'll find it.
Yes.
She closed her eyes, let her shoulders relax.
I knew I was right to come here. Thank you.
When she rose, he took both her hands in his.
Thank you so much for listening to me.
I only regret that I can't do more. I'd consider it a favor if you'd agree to have dinner with me tonight.
Dinner?
Her mind went sheet blank.
I don't like to think of you alone and upset. I feel responsible. DiCarlo is, after all, my man. Or was,
he corrected with a small smile.
That's very kind of you.
Then indulge me, ease my conscience a bit, and I admit I would find it very pleasant to spend the evening with a lovely young woman who shares some of my interests.
Your interests?
Collecting.
Finley gestured toward a curio cabinet.
If you run an antique and collectibles shop, I think you'd be interested in some of my treasures."
"Yes, I am. I'm sure you're much more knowledgeable than I, but I've already admired several of your pieces. The horse's head?" She nodded toward a stone figure. "Han Dynasty?"
"Precisely."
He beamed, a professor to a prize student.
"You have a good eye."
"I love things," she confessed. "Owning things."
"Ah, yes, I understand."
He reached up to brush a fingertip lightly over her lapel pin.
"Applique à jour, early 1900s."
She beamed back at him. "You, too, have a good eye."
"I have a brooch I'd like you to see."
He thought of the sapphire and the pleasure it would give him to taunt her with it.
"I only recently acquired it, and I know you'd appreciate it. So it is decided. I'll have a car pick you up at your hotel, say 7:30. Please don't misunderstand. My home is fully staffed, so you'll be well chaperoned. But I don't often have the opportunity to show off my treasures to someone who recognizes their intrinsic worth. I'd love your opinion on my pomander collection."
"Pomanders?" Dora said, and sighed. If she hadn't been on a mission, she'd have agreed in any case. How could she resist a collection of pomanders? "I'd love to." Dora strolled back into the hotel room filled with the warmth of success. She found Jed pacing, the air blue with smoke, and rattled by an old war movie on television he wasn't watching.
"What the hell took you so long?"
"It was only an hour." She slipped out of her shoes as she walked to him. "I was brilliant," she said, and wrapped her arms around his neck.
"I'll tell you if you were brilliant."
He put a hand on top of her head and pushed her into a chair. Snatching the remote, he ended the war with a fizzle.
"You tell me about Finley, everything from the top."
"Is there any coffee left?" She picked up a room service pot, sniffed the contents. "Let me savor the moment, will you?" She poured coffee and sipped it black and tepid. "I want some cheesecake," she decided. "Order us up some cheesecake, okay?"
"Don't push it, Conroy."
"You know how to take the fun out of things." "All right." She took a last sip, sat back, and told him. "He really was nice," she concluded, "very understanding and properly shocked by my story. I, of course, played the part of the high-strung, spooked-at-every-shadow heroine to perfection. The police simply aren't doing enough to ease my mind, so he very gallantly offered to do whatever he could, down to hiring a private firm to track down DiCarlo."
"What about Winesap?"
"He wasn't there. I asked for him at first, but the receptionist told me he was out of the office today."
"If he's the one who's going to keep the appointment next Thursday, he couldn't afford having you see him."
"I thought of that, so I stopped to talk to the security guard in the lower lobby on the way out. I told him I'd seen Abel Winesap's name on the board, and that my father had worked with an Abel Winesap once, years ago, and had lost touch. So I asked if this guy was tall and heavy-set with red hair. It turns out this Winesap is short and skinny, round-shouldered and balding."
"Good girl, Nancy."
"Thanks, Ned. Do you think Nancy and Ned ever made love? You know, in the back of her coupe after a particularly satisfying case?"
"I'd like to think so. Get back on track, Conroy."
"Okay." Now came the hard part, Dora mused. She would have to work up to it carefully. "Finley's office is incredible. Oh, I forgot to mention the monitors. He has a whole wall of them. Kind of creepy, you know. All these television shows running silently side by side with different parts of the building. I guess he has security cameras everywhere. But that's not why it's incredible. He had a Gallet lamp in his office that made me want to sit up and beg, and a Han horse that barely touches on it. Anyway, I'll see his personal collection at dinner tonight."
Jed snatched her wrist before she could bound up. "Play that back, Conroy. Slow speed."
"I'm having dinner with him."
"What makes you think so?"
"Because he asked me, and I accepted. And before you start listing all the reasons why I shouldn't, I'll tell you why I should." She'd worked it out, point by point, in the cab on the way back. "He was kind to me in the office, very concerned and avuncular. He believes I'm in town alone and that I'm upset. He knows I have a rabid interest in collectibles and antiques. If I'd said no, it would have set the entirely wrong tone."
If he's involved, the last place you should be is alone with him at his house.
If he's involved, she countered, the last place he'd want anything to happen would be his own house, especially when I tell him I called my parents to check in and told them I'd be having dinner with him.
It's a stupid idea.
It isn't. It will give me more time to cultivate him. He likes me, she added, and walked over to the closet. She'd brought a little black dress along and had paired it with a glittery bolero jacket in red and gold stripes. Holding them in front of her, she turned to the mirror. He doesn't like the idea of me spending the evening alone in L.A. while I'm upset.
Jed watched the sequins glimmer through narrowed eyes. Did he come on to you?
Dora paused in the act of unbuttoning her suit jacket. Are you jealous, Skimmerhorn? The laugh bubbled out, quick and delighted. Isn't that cute?
I am not jealous.
He'd never been jealous of a woman in his life. Never. He wasn't about to admit it now.
I asked you a simple question, and I'd like an answer.
She took off the jacket, revealing the creamy lace and silk of the camisole beneath. You're going to put yourself in the awkward position of making me tell you I love you again. We wouldn't want that, would we? When his stomach clenched, he swore under his breath, grabbed another cigarette.
Maybe I'm fed up with watching you deck yourself out for another man.
That's what I'm here for, isn't it? To meet him, gain his sympathy and confidence, and to find out everything I can? With her head tilted to the side, she studied Jed's set face. Would you feel better if I told you I didn't have any intention of sleeping with him?
Yeah, I'll rest easy now.
He blew out a frustrated stream of smoke.
I don't like you going in there alone. I don't have enough on him, and I don't like it.
You'll have more when I get back, won't you? She walked over to hang up the jacket. He crossed the room so quietly she jumped when his hands touched her shoulders.
I'm not used to being the one who waits.
She arranged the jacket meticulously on the hanger. I guess I can understand that.
I never had anyone to worry about before. I don't like it.
I can understand that, too. She unzipped her skirt and clipped it neatly on another hanger. I'll be fine.
Sure you will.
He lowered his cheek to the back of her head.
Dora.
What could he say, he wondered. Nothing that was churning inside him seemed right.
I'll miss you tonight. I guess I've gotten used to having you around.
Wonderfully touched, she smiled and lifted a hand to cover one of his. You're such a sentimental slob, Skimmerhorn. It's always hearts and flowers with you.
Is that what you want?
He turned her to face him.
Is that what you're looking for?
Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she brushed her knuckles over his cheek. I've got a heart, thanks, and I can buy flowers any time I like. To comfort him, she nuzzled her lips to his. I've also got an hour before I have to get ready. Why don't you take me to bed? It would have been a pleasure and a relief, but both pleasure and relief would have to wait.
We've got work to do, Conroy. Put on your robe and we'll go over the ground rules for your dinner.
Huffing, she stepped back. I'm standing here in little more than a lace garter belt, and you're telling me to put on a robe?
That's right.
You have gotten used to me, she muttered. 26. Dora stepped off the curb and into a white Mercedes limo at precisely 7:30. There was a single white rosebud laid across the seat and a Beethoven sonata playing softly on the stereo. A bottle of champagne was iced beside a crystal bowl of beluga. Brushing the rose petals across her cheek, she looked up toward the window where she knew Jed would be watching. Too bad, she mused as the car pulled smoothly away. It appeared that she did need hearts and flowers, and was unlikely to receive them from the man who mattered most. Because she was looking back, she noticed a man in a gray suit slip into a dark sedan and cruise out into traffic behind them. Dora closed her eyes, slipped out of her shoes to run her bare feet luxuriously over the plush carpet, and put all thoughts of Jed behind her. For the next few hours, she was alone. Armed with a glass of champagne and a toast point of caviar, she enjoyed the ride up into the hills. Though under other circumstances she might have struck up a conversation with the driver, she hugged the silence to her and prepared for Act Two. After her impressions of his office, she'd expected Finley's house to be lavish. She wasn't disappointed. The sweeping drive up, the quick, teasing peaks of the building through screening trees, then the full impact of stone and brick and glass simmering in the last fiery lights of the dying sun. A well-set stage. She took the rose with her. There was only a moment to appreciate the atom door knocker in the shape of a dolphin before the door was opened by a uniformed maid. "Miss Conroy, Mr. Finley would like you to wait in the drawing-room." Dora didn't bother to disguise her open-mouthed admiration for the magnificence of the entrance hall. In the parlor, she gave the maid a murmured assent at the offer of wine, and was grateful when she had the glass in hand and was alone to worship. She felt as though she had entered some personal museum, one structured for her alone. Everything she saw was spectacular, and every piece her eyes feasted on seemed more glorious. So glorious it was impossible not to gorge. She saw herself reflected in the George III mirror, ran her fingers delicately over a mahogany armchair of the same period, crooned over a Japanese Kakemon tiger. When Finley joined her, she was mentally devouring a collection of Netskis. "I see you're enjoying my toys." "Oh, yes." Eyes dark and brilliant with appreciation, she turned from the curio. "I feel like Alice, and I've just stumbled into the best corner of Wonderland." He laughed and poured himself a glass of wine. He'd known he would enjoy her. "I was certain I'd find it pleasant to share my things with you. I'm afraid I spend too much time alone with them." "You've made my trip very worthwhile, Mr. Finley." "Then I'm content." He walked over, placed a light hand at the small of her back. It wasn't a suggestive move. She had no explanation as to why her skin crawled under the friendly pressure. "You were looking at the Netskis." He opened the curio and deliberately chose one of the pieces of erotica that had been smuggled in the mermaid bookends. "Not everyone can appreciate the humor and the sexuality, as well as the artistry of these pieces." Chuckling, she took the figure of the man and woman into her palm. But they looked so pleased with themselves, trapped forever in that moment of anticipation. It's hard to imagine some stoic samurai with something like this dangling from his obi. Finley merely smiled. "And yet, that's precisely how I like to imagine it. Worn by a warlord into bed and into battle. One of the Tokugawa family, perhaps. I enjoy giving a history to each of my possessions." He replaced the figure. "Shall I give you the tour before dinner?" "Yes, please." Agreeably, she slipped a hand through his arm. He was knowledgeable, erudite, and entertaining, Dora thought. Why, before an hour was up, she was violently uncomfortable, she couldn't have said. He took a greedy delight in all that he'd acquired, yet she understood greed. He was unfailingly correct in his manner toward her, yet she felt increasingly as though she were being subtly violated. It took all of her skill and control to play out her prescribed role as they moved from room to room. By the time they were nearly finished, she'd begun to understand that one could have too much of even the beautiful and precious. "This is the pin I mentioned earlier." Excited by the fact that he was showing her each and every one of the smuggled items, Finley offered her the sapphire brooch. "The stone is, of course, magnificent, but the workmanship of the setting, and again, the history add intrigue." "It's beautiful." It was. The gleaming blue eye winking up at her from its bed of delicate gold filigree and fiery diamonds, both beautiful and tragic. Tragic, she realized, because it would be forever behind glass, never again to grace a woman's silks or make her smile when she adorned herself with it. Perhaps that was the difference between them. She passed her treasures on, gave them a new life. Finley locked his away. "It was said to belong to a queen," Finley told her, waiting, watching her face for a sign of recognition. "Mary, Queen of Scots. I often wonder if she wore it when she was arrested for treason." "I'd rather think of her wearing it when she was riding across the moors." "And this?" He chose the etui.
This belonged to another queen with a sad fate. Napoleon gave it to Josephine before he divorced her for being barren.
You give your treasures a sad history, Edmund.
I find poignancy increases their meaning for me. The trinkets of the rich and the royal, now a part of the collection of a commoner. Shall we dine?
There was lobster bisque and Peking duck, so delicate it all but melted on the tongue. The meal was served on Limoges and eaten with Georgian silver. Dom Perignon was poured into antique Waterford that glittered like crystal tears.
"Tell me about your shop," Finley invited. "It must be exciting for you to buy and sell every day, to handle lovely things time and again."
"I do love it." Dora fought to relax and enjoy the meal. "I'm afraid most of what I have falls far below your collections. What I stock is a mixture of antiques and estate items along with
"Junk," she all but heard Jed's sneering and comforting voice.
novelty items," she said a bit primly. "I love the foolish as well as the beautiful."
"And like myself, you appreciate the having, the control. There's something innately satisfying about making your own business out of something you love. Not everyone has the opportunity or the courage to make it a success. I believe, Isadora, that you have a great deal of courage."
Her stomach fluttered, but she managed to swallow the bite of duck. "My family considers it stubbornness. I hate to confess, but I frighten very easily."
"You underestimate yourself. After all, you came here to me."
He smiled, watching her over the rim of his glass with eyes as sharp as carved jade.
"For all you knew, De Carlo might have been acting on my orders. After all, he was an employee."
When she went pale and set down her fork with a rattle, he laughed, patted her hand.
"Now I have frightened you. I apologize. It was merely said to illustrate my point. What sense would it make for me to have De Carlo break into your shop and steal a few trinkets when I could so easily acquire them myself?"
"I doubt I'd have very much you'd find interesting."
"Oh, I disagree."
He smiled and signaled for dessert.
"I believe I'd find a great deal of what you have to offer of interest. Tell me," he said, "do you ever come across any Gruby?"
"I once had a statue of a boy. Badly chipped, I'm afraid." She fisted and unfisted her hands in her lap as the creamy chocolate souffle was served. "I noticed your vase in the library. It's lovely." She relaxed into the discussion of pottery and began to believe that she'd imagined he'd been baiting her. Later they had coffee and brandy before a sedate fire in the drawing-room. The conversation was easy again, like that of old friends. All the while, Dora's nerves drummed. She'd never wanted to escape so badly in her life.
"I'm sorry you can't extend your visit."
Finley passed a small porcelain nude from hand to hand. "Running a business doesn't give one as much flexible time as some people think. I'm sure you'd understand."
"Yes, indeed. There are times when I feel a prisoner of my own success. Do you?"
He skimmed a fingertip over the nude's glossy breast.
"Feel trapped?"
"No."
But she couldn't shake the sensation that the walls of the room were shrinking in on her.
"You must have marvelous contacts."
Again she scanned the room. She couldn't watch the way he was fondling the nude.
"You do much of the traveling and acquiring?"
"Not as much as I'd like. Over the years I've had to delegate that pleasure, but I take the occasional trip to the Orient or Europe. I even get to the East Coast from time to time."
"I hope you'll let me return your hospitality if you're ever in Philadelphia."
"I wouldn't think of taking the trip without paying you a call."
"Then I hope you find the time to come East soon." "It was a wonderful meal, Edmund, a delightful evening." She rose to play her final scene, the contented guest taking a reluctant leave.
"Believe me, it was my pleasure."
He stood, took her hand and kissed it gallantly at the knuckles.
"I'd be happy to arrange for my car to take you to the airport tomorrow."
"That's so nice." It made her feel ashamed of the urge she had to rub her hand clean on her jacket. but I've already arranged transportation. Please call me if there's any news about DeCarlo."
"I will. I have a feeling it will all be sorted out very soon." When she returned to the Beverly Hills Hotel, Dora waited until the limo had driven away, then simply stood on the sidewalk breathing slowly and waiting to calm. She didn't want to face Jed until she had herself under control. She felt idiotic to be shaken. Though she knew she would have to tell him how the evening had affected her, she wanted to be cool and precise when she did so. Then she saw the dark sedan pull up across the street, and the man with the gray suit. On a skitter of panic, she bolted into the lobby. "Jumping at shadows, Conroy," she berated herself while her heartbeat roared in her ears. Chin up. She punched the button for the elevator. It was just jet lag. It helped a great deal to believe it. She was overtired and overstressed. Once she'd gotten through relaying everything to Jed, she'd get a good night's sleep and be fine again. By the time she'd ridden up to her floor and slipped the key into the lock, she had herself back in line. She was even able to smile when she walked in and saw Jed scowling out of the window.
"Ah, you waited up for me."
"You're always good for a laugh, Conroy. You really ought to—"
He broke off after he'd turned and gotten a look at her. He hadn't known anyone could appear so exhausted and still stand on both feet. "What?" Such were her nerves that she groped at her throat and stepped back. "What is it?"
"Nothing. My mind was wandering. Have a seat."
"I'd just as soon get out of this dress first."
Habit had her going to the closet for a hanger. "Let me give you a hand."
He tugged down the zipper for her. Casually, he gave her shoulders a quick massage and found them, as he'd suspected, knotted with tension.
"You want a nightgown or something?"
Or something. She sat tiredly on the edge of the bed to remove her hose. "You had something for dinner, didn't you?"
"I'm a big boy now, Conroy."
He unhooked the black strapless bra, tossed it aside, then slipped the thin nightshirt over her head. "We had duck."
"Beats the hell out of my cheeseburger."
"It was excellent. The house, really, you should see it. It's immense, with all these lofty rooms leading into other lofty rooms. I've never seen so many museum-quality pieces in one place." When her eyes began to droop, she shook her head. "I need to wash my face. You should see if you can get some kind of financial report on EF Incorporated." In the bathroom, she ran the water cold, scooping it up with both hands to splash on her face. "The butler served coffee out of a Meissen worth 12,000. She yawned and splashed more water. "And a paperweight in the library, an Elmerick Walter. I watched one go at Christie's a couple of years ago for 15 big ones. Plus this—"
"I don't want an inventory."
"Sorry." After choosing a tube from the bathroom counter, she began creaming off her makeup. "I've never seen a collection to compare with it. Never heard of one to compare with it. You can't even call it a collection, really. It's more of a private little empire." Dutifully, she dabbed on moisturizer. "And there was something odd about the way he showed it to me."
"In what way?"
"Like he was waiting for me to do something, say something." She shook her head. "I don't know. I can't explain exactly, but the atmosphere was different than it had been in his office." Her eyes met his in the mirror. There were faint bruises of fatigue under hers and a fragility to her skin now that it was without the shield of cosmetics. "He spooked me, Jed. He was a perfect gentleman, a perfect host, and being alone with him terrified me."
"Tell me."
He combed a hand through her hair.
"It doesn't have to make sense."
Relieved, she nodded and walked back in to sit on the side of the bed. "He took me all through the house," she began, "and like I said, there was something off about the way he showed off his pieces. A handful of them in particular. I could feel him watching me when I looked at them, and it was like watching someone masturbate. I kept telling myself I was imagining it because he was being so charming. We had dinner, this elegant dinner in this elegant room on elegant china, and we discussed art and music and so forth. He never touched me in a way that wasn't perfectly correct, but—" She laughed a little. I'd really appreciate it if you wouldn't say I was being an over-imaginative female when I tell you this, because that's exactly how I feel. But I felt as though he was seeing me naked. We're spooning up this incredibly delicate souffle with George and silver, and I felt as though he could see right through my dress. I have no explanation for it, just that unshakable and very creepy feeling.
Maybe he was thinking of you that way. Men do, even elegant ones.
She could only shake her head. No, it wasn't like that. Not really sexual on either side. It was more like being defenseless.
You were alone.
Not really, or not often. He has an army of servants. I wasn't really afraid that he'd hurt me. I was afraid he wanted to. And there was that business in the bathroom.
He took you into the bathroom?
No. I went into the powder room after dinner. I was freshening my makeup, and I kept feeling like he was right there, watching over my shoulder. She blew out a breath, grateful that Jed didn't snort and tell her she was being a fool. I honestly didn't think he had anything to do with this whole business after I'd left his office this afternoon. And now, I don't know what to think. I do know that I wouldn't want to go back into that house even if he offered me my pick of his pomanders, which, I might add, were wonderful.
You don't have to go back. We'll see if the IRS wants to poke a few fingers into Finley's pie.
Good.
There was a throbbing over her left eye she couldn't quite rub away.
You might see what you can find out about a sapphire brooch, possibly 16th century. The stone looked to be about 8 carats in a horizontal setting of gold filigree with some small round-cut diamonds. He made a real issue of showing it to me.
Fine. You did good.
Yeah.
She gave him a sleepy smile. Do I get a detective's gold star? That's gold shield, Nancy. And no, you're retiring.
Good.
You want something for that headache?
She stopped rubbing her temple long enough to grimace. Morphine, but I didn't bring any along. I do have something less effective in my makeup bag.
I'll get it. Stretch out. She took him up on it without bothering to crawl under the sheets.
I forgot. I saw this guy in a dark sedan. God, that sounds like a Charlie Chan movie. Anyway, I saw him pull out after the limo when we left. Then he drove up a few minutes after I got back. I don't know why Finley would have me followed to and from his house, though.
He didn't. I did. Where the hell do you keep pills? You've got all these little bottles.
The pills aren't in a bottle. They're in a box. What we call a pill box in the trade.
Smart ass.
The little one with the enameled violets. What do you mean you had me followed?
I've had you tailed all day. Local PI.
She was smiling when he walked out with the pills. Almost as good as flowers, she murmured. You hired a bodyguard for me.
I hired him for me,
he said lightly. After pillowing her head on her folded arms, she shut her eyes. Straddling her, he began to rub her neck and shoulders.
Relax, Conroy. You don't get rid of a stress headache by tensing up.
But his fingers were already working their magic. Jed. Her voice was a thick murmur, hardly audible.
Yeah?
Mirrors. I forgot. He has dozens of them. You couldn't walk into a room without seeing yourself coming and going.
So he's vain.
I've got a cheval glass I could probably sell him.
Shut up, Conroy. You're off the clock.
Okay, but I don't think he just likes to watch himself. I think he likes to watch.
Okay, he's a vain pervert.
He ran the heels of his hands down the sides of her spine. I know, that doesn't make him a smuggler. I wish...
Wish what?
But whatever she wished, it would remain unsaid. She was asleep. Quietly he turned down the covers and, lifting her, slipped her between the sheets. She never stirred. Jed studied her a moment before he turned off the lights, got in bed beside her. After a little while, he gathered her close to hold her while he joined her in sleep. Because his arms were around her, her first shudders awakened him. Instinctively he tightened his grip, his hands soothing at her neck.
Hey, Dora, come on, pull out of it.
He heard her gasping gulp of air, and her body trembled hard as she broke through the surface of the dream.
Bad one, huh?
he murmured. She responded by pressing her face to his chest. Can you reach the light? I need the light.
Sure.
Keeping an arm firm around her, he shifted to grope for the switch. The light flashed, cutting through the unrelieved dark.
Better?
Yeah.
But she continued to shiver. Want some water?
No.
The instant panic in the word had her biting down on her lip.
Just stay right here, okay?
Okay.
And don't let go.
I won't.
And because he didn't, her fluttering heart began to settle again. That was the first nightmare I've had since I reread Stephen King's The Shining.
Scary book.
Though his eyes were far from calm, the kiss he brushed over her hair was light and easy.
Too bad about the movie.
Yeah. Her laugh was shaky, but it was a laugh. I didn't know you went in for horror stuff, Skimmerhorn.
It relieves tension. It's tough to worry about life's little problems when you're reading about kitty vampires or The Walking Dead.
I've always been a sucker for The Walking Dead. Because he didn't ask, didn't press, she found herself able to tell him. I was in that house, Finley's house. All those rooms and mirrors, all those things, those beautiful things. Did you ever read Something Wicked?
Bradbury, sure.
In the carnival, that house of mirrors? Remember, if you bought a ticket, they promised you'd find what you wanted inside. But it was a very nasty trick. That's what it was like. I wanted to see all those beautiful things, then I couldn't get out. DeCarlo was in there too, and Finley. Every time I turned, one of them was there, reflected all around me. I kept running into walls of glass. Taking comfort in the heat of Jed's body, the press of muscle, she cuddled closer. I feel like a jerk.
You shouldn't. I've had some buttes.
You have? Intrigued, she tilted her head to study his face. Really?
My rookie year, I responded to a shots fired. I was lucky enough to be first on the scene of a murder-suicide.
He didn't add that what was left of a human head after a shotgun blast was not a pretty sight.
My subconscious pulled that little scene out on me in the middle of the night for weeks after. And after Elaine,
he hesitated, then continued.
I kept reliving that, running across the lawn, through the roses, watching her turn her head to look at me, the sound of the blast when she turned the key. I'll take the kitty vampires any day.
Yeah, me too.
They lay for a moment in silence.
Jed?
You
want to see if there's an old horror movie on TV?
Conroy, it's nearly 6 in the morning.
It's too dark to be nearly 6 in the morning.
The drapes are closed.
Oh.
Tell you what.
He shifted, rolling on top of her and catching her chin between his teeth.
Why don't I show you something really scary?
She chuckled and slipped her arms around his neck just as the phone shrilled beside them. Her heart shot to her throat and pushed out a shriek.
Hold that thought,
he murmured, then lifted the receiver.
Skimmerhorn.
Jed, sorry to wake you.
But the edge of excitement in Brent's voice had nothing to do with apology.
I've got something you might want to check out.
Yeah?
Automatically, Jed rolled over and picked up the pen from the nightstand.
I just picked up a fax from the sheriff's department out there. A couple of hikers stumbled over a body a few days ago, wedged in a shallow ravine in the hills. There was enough left for a couple of prints. We can stop looking for DeCarlo. He's real dead.
How long?
They're having a tough time pinpointing it, given the exposure and the wildlife. Sometime around the 1st of the year. Since you're out there, I figured you might want to talk to the coroner, the investigating officers.
Give me the names.
Jed wrote down the information.
I'm going to fax them back as soon as I hang up with you.
Brent continued.
Tell them that you were on a related investigation out there. They'll be ready for you.
Thanks. I'll be in touch.
Dora was sitting up in bed, her chin resting on her drawn-up knees, studying Jed when he hung up the phone. You've got cop all over your face. It's an interesting metamorphosis to witness.
Why don't you order up some breakfast?
He was already out of bed and on his way to the shower.
We're going to have to take a later flight."
"All right." She heard the water start. Her jaw clenched. Tossing back the covers, she marched into the bathroom, yanked back the shower curtain. "It's not enough to give orders, Captain. Some of us recruits require minimal information."
"I've got something to check on." He scooped up the soap. "In or out, Conroy? You're getting water all over the floor."
"What do you have to check on?" He decided the issue himself by reaching out and tugging the nightshirt over her head. She didn't object when he lifted her up and into the tub with him. Saying nothing, she adjusted the hot water so that it wouldn't blister the skin. She dragged the wet hair out of her eyes. "What do you have to check on?" she repeated.
"DeCarlo,"
he said flatly.
"They've found him."
27. Sheriff Curtis Dearborn harbored an innate distrust of outsiders. Since he considered any member of the LAPD an outsider, an East Coast cop was an entity to be watched with extra care. He was a towering, well-muscled man who wore his uniform proudly starched, kept his sandy mustache well trimmed and lightly waxed, and spit-polished his boots. Beneath his military sense of polish and style lurked a well of country boy charm that he used cleverly and with great success. He rose from his desk when Jed and Dora entered. His square, handsome face was set in serious lines. His handshake was dry and firm.
"Skimmerhorn, pretty handy you being out our way when we identify the John Doe."
Jed summed up his man instantly. Dearborn was going to be territorial. Jed's first move was to acknowledge Dearborn's authority.
"I appreciate your passing on the information, Sheriff. I'm sure Lieutenant Chapman filled you in on the mess we've got back home. This quick work on your part will be some comfort to Officer Trainor's widow."
It was exactly the right button. Dearborn's eyes frosted, his mouth thinned.
"Your lieutenant told me the corpse was a cop killer. I'm only sorry the coyotes didn't take more of an interest in him. Sit down, Captain. Miss Conroy."
"Thanks." Stemming in patience, Jed took a seat. If he rushed Dearborn, it would probably cost him hours of time in diplomacy.
"I was told there was no identification on the body." "Not a lick."
Dearborn's chair creaked comfortably as he sat back.
"But we ruled out robbery right off. The wallet was gone, but the guy had a diamond on his pinky and one of those gold chains around his neck."
Dearborn sneered just enough to let Jed know he considered such trappings suspiciously unmasculine.
"The body wasn't in such good shape, but I didn't need the coroner to tell me how he bought it. He'd been gut shot. Not much blood on the tarp he'd been wrapped in, though. Stands to reason the body'd been moved after it bled to death. Probably took a good long nasty time. Begging your pardon, ma'am,"
he said for Dora's benefit.
"Coroner confirmed it." "I'd like a look at the coroner's report, if that's all right," Jed began, "and any physical evidence you've gathered. The more I go back with, the better."
Dearborn drummed his fingers on the desk as he considered. East Coast wasn't pushy, he decided.
"I think we can accommodate you there. We've got the tarp and what's left of his clothes downstairs. I'll have the rest of the paperwork brought in after you've finished. If you want to look at the body, we'll take a run down to the coroner's." "I'd appreciate that, if Miss Conroy could wait here,"
he said as Dora started to rise.
"It's fine."
Dearborn admired a woman who knew her place.
"You just make yourself comfortable."
"Thank you, Sheriff. I wouldn't want to get in the way." The sarcasm was thinly veiled, but Dearborn wasn't a man for subtleties. "May I use my credit card to make a call?"
"Help yourself."
Dearborn gestured toward the phone on his desk.
"Use line 1.
"Thank you." There was no use being annoyed with Jed, she mused. In any case, while he was off doing cop things, she could let her family know she was being delayed a few hours. After Jed and Dearborn trooped off, she settled behind Dearborn's desk, and she smiled. She wondered if Jed realized that Dearborn had called him Captain, and that Jed hadn't even winced at the title. He'll have his badge back by spring, she predicted, and wondered what Jed Skimmerhorn would be like when he was completely happy.
Good afternoon, Dora's parlor.
You've got a great voice, honey. Ever think about phone sex? Leah answered with a rich chuckle.
All the time. Hey, where are you? At 30,000 feet?
No. Dora pushed back her hair and sent a smile to the officer who carried in a mug of coffee and a file folder. Thank you, Sergeant, she said, deliberately mistaking his rank. Oh, he's just deputy, ma'am. But he flushed and grinned. And you're welcome.
Sergeant? What, are you in jail or something? Do I have to post bond?
Not yet. She picked up the mug, tapping a finger idly against the file the deputy had set on the desk. Just taking care of a little business Jed wanted to handle while we were here. No need to mention dead guys and gut shots, she mused. No need at all. So we'll be taking a later plane. Everything there okay?
Everything's fine. We sold the Sherborne desk this morning.
Oh. As always, with a particularly loved piece, Dora felt the twin tugs of pleasure and regret.
No haggling either.
The smug pride came through.
Oh, how did your meeting go?
Meeting?
With the import-export guy.
Oh. Hedging, Dora thumbed at the file tab. It went. I don't think we'll be doing business after all. He's out of my league.
Well, I don't suppose you'd consider the triple waist. See any movie stars?
Not a one, sorry.
Oh, well, you had Jed along to help you soak up the L.A. sunshine.
There was that. She didn't add that she calculated she'd spent more time with Jed on the plane than she had since they'd landed.
Call me when you get in so I'll know you're safe and sound.
All right, Mommy. I don't imagine we'll make it much before 10 your time, so don't start worrying until after 11.
I'll try to restrain myself. Oh, I should warn you, Mom's planning on having an informal gathering so she can check Jed out on a more personal level. I thought you should know.
Thanks a lot. Sighing, Dora idly flipped open the folder. I'll try to prepare Jed for... Her mouth went dust dry as she stared down at the photo. Through the buzzing in her head, she heard her sister's voice.
Dora? Dory? Are you still there? Shoot, did we get cut off?
No. With a Herculean effort, Dora leveled her voice. Even when she lifted her gaze to stare at the wall, the photo's grim image remained imprinted on her mind. Sorry, I have to go. I'll call you later.
Okay. See you tomorrow, honey. Safe trip.
Thanks. Bye. Very gently, very deliberately, Dora replaced the receiver. Her hands had gone icy cold beneath a sheer layer of sweat. Breathing shallowly, she looked back down. It was DiCarlo. There was enough of his face left for her to be sure of that. She was also sure that he hadn't died well, that he hadn't died easy. With numb fingers, she shifted the first police photo aside and stared at the second. She knew now just how viciously cruel death could be to human flesh. No amount of Hollywood horror fantasies had prepared her for this ghastly reality. She could see where the bullet had ripped, where the animals had feasted. The desert sun had been every bit as merciless as the bullet and the carrion. The color photo was both lurid and dispassionate. She couldn't stop looking, couldn't take her eyes away, even when the buzzing in her head became a roar. She couldn't stop looking even when her vision blurred and grayed, until the bloated body seemed to float off the surface of the photo toward her horrified eyes. Jed let out one concise oath when he walked in and saw her white face in the open file. Even as he strode toward her, he watched her eyes roll back. He had her chair pushed away from the desk and her head between her knees in 2 brisk moves. Just breathe slow. His voice was drum-tight, but the hand on the back of her head was gentle as he reached up and slapped the file closed. I was calling Leah. Dora swallowed desperately as her stomach heaved. Bile tickled gleefully in the back of her throat. I was just calling Leah. Keep your head down, he ordered, and breathe. Try a little of this. Dearborn held out a glass of water to Jed. There was sympathy in his voice. He remembered his first murder victim. Most good cops did. There's a cot in the back room if she wants to stretch out. She'll be all right. Jed kept the pressure light on Dora's head as he accepted the water. Would you give us a minute, Sheriff? Sure.
Take your time,
Dearborn added before he closed the door behind him.
I want you to come up real slow, Jed told her. If you feel faint again, put your head back down.
I'm okay.
But the trembling was worse than the nausea and much more difficult to control. She let her head fall back against the chair and kept her eyes closed.
I guess I've made a lasting impression on the sheriff.
Try some of this.
He brought the cup to her lips, urging her to swallow.
I want you to feel better before I yell at you.
You might have to wait a while.
She opened her eyes as she sipped. Yes, his were angry, she realized, really angry, but she couldn't worry about that just yet.
How can you face that? She said softly. How can you possibly face that on a regular basis?
He dipped his fingers in the cool water and rubbed them on the back of her neck. Do you want to lie down?
No, I don't want to lie down.
She looked away from him.
And if you have to yell, get it over with. But before you do, you should know I wasn't prying or playing detective. Believe me, I didn't want to see that. I didn't need to see that.
Now you can start working on forgetting it.
Is that what you do? She made herself look at him again. Do you just file this sort of thing away and forget it?
We're not talking about me. You have no business being this close, Dora.
I have no business? She moistened her dry lips and set the cup aside before she forced herself to stand. The man inside that file tried to rape me. He would certainly have killed me. That brings me pretty goddamn close. Even knowing that, knowing what he did and what he tried to do, I can't justify what I saw in those pictures. I just can't. I guess I want to know if you can.
He'd seen enough to know just what kind of afterimage she'd be carrying with her. He'd seen enough to know it was worse than most. I don't justify, Dora. If you want to know if I can live with it, then yeah, I can. I can look at it. I can go down to the coroner's right now and take a good long look at the real thing. And I can live with it.
She nodded, then walked shakily to the door. I'm going to wait in the car. Jed waited until she was gone before he picked up the file and studied the photos. He swore, not at what he saw, but at what Dora had seen.
She okay?
Dearborn asked as he came back in.
She'll do.
He handed the file over.
I'd like to take you up on your offer of talking to the coroner. Guess you want to see the stiff, too. I'd appreciate it. No problem.
Dearborn picked up his hat, settled it on his head.
You can read the autopsy report on the way. It's interesting. Our pal had a hell of a last meal.
Dora refused the snack the flight attendant offered and stuck with icy ginger ale. Her system balked at even the thought of food. She did her best to ignore the scents of deli meat and mayo as the other passengers dug in. She'd had a lot of time to think, stretched out on the front seat of the rental car while Jed had been with Dearborn. Time enough to realize that she'd taken her shock and revulsion out on him, and he hadn't taken his anger out on her. You haven't yelled at me yet. Jed continued to work his crossword puzzle. He'd have preferred to read through Dearborn's reports again, but they would wait until he was alone.
It didn't seem worth it.
I'd rather you did, so you'd stop being mad at me.
I'm not mad at you.
Could have fooled me. She wasn't certain what she was feeling herself, only knew it had to be put behind them. You've hardly spoken since we left L.A., and if I hadn't been making a fool of myself in the sheriff's office, you'd have torn into me. His eyes flicked up from his paper to meet her strained smile. You wanted to.
Yeah, I wanted to. But I wasn't mad at you. I was mad because you'd seen those pictures. Because I knew you'd walked through a door you wouldn't close easily, and never completely. There was nothing I could do about it.
She put a hand over his. I can't go as far as saying I'm glad I opened that file. But you were right, it brings me closer. I think I'd handle it all better if you told me what you found out from Sheriff Dearborn and at the coroner's. Speculation can be even worse than reality.
There isn't that much to tell.
But he let the paper fall into his lap.
We know DiCarlo flew out to the coast on New Year's Eve, rented a car, booked a hotel room. He didn't sleep in the room that night. He didn't return the car. That hasn't turned up yet either. Apparently, he'd also booked a flight for Cancun, but he didn't use the ticket.
So he didn't plan on coming back east any time soon. She left her hand over his as she tried to think it through. Do you think he came out to see Finley?
If he did, he didn't sign in. There's no record of him going to the offices on that date. If we go by the theory that he was working for himself, DiCarlo might have run into some bad luck on his way out of the country. Or he could have had a partner, a business disagreement.
Makes me glad I'm in business for myself, Dora murmured.
Or choice number 3, and my personal favorite, he worked for Finley, came out to report, and Finley killed him, or had him killed.
But why? DiCarlo hadn't finished the job, had he? I still had the painting.
That might be the reason,
Jed shrugged.
But there's no physical evidence to link Finley to any of it at this point. We know DiCarlo came to L.A., and he died there. He was murdered sometime between December 31st and January 2nd, as far as the coroner can pinpoint at this time. He died from a single gunshot wound to the abdomen, then, from the lack of blood on the tarp, was moved several hours later. Someone had the presence of mind to take his wallet to slow up the identification, if and when the body was found. The bruises on the face were several days old. I put them there myself. Other traumas occurred after death.
He couldn't bring himself to tell her that DiCarlo had also been kneecapped. I see. To keep her voice clear and steady, she continued to sip the ginger ale like medicine. That's like no signs of struggle, right?
That's right, Miss Drew.
He gave her hand an approving squeeze. She was toughing it out, he thought, and admired her for it.
The condemned man had enjoyed a hearty last meal that had included pheasant, a considerable amount of wine, and raspberries with white chocolate.
Nope, Dora thought as her stomach curdled. She definitely wouldn't be eating any time soon. Then one would assume, she began, pressing her free hand surreptitiously to her roiling stomach, that the deceased was relaxed before he died.
Kind of tough to put away a meal like that if you're tense. Dearborn's going to have his hands full checking restaurant menus. There were also some white stones and mulch found rolled up in the tarp, the kind you find in flower beds and around ornamental shrubs.
I wonder how many flower beds there are in the L.A. area.
I told you police work was tedious. Did Finley have gardens?
Extensive ones. She let out a shaky breath. He's very proud of them and was disappointed that there was a cloud cover so he couldn't show them to me properly in natural starlight. I admired part of them from his solarium. Her color had drained again when she turned to look at Jed, but her voice was level. They were very neat and tidy, well mulched with narrow pathways of white stone.
You've got good eyes, Conroy.
He leaned over and kissed her.
Now close them for a while.
I think I'd be better off watching the movie. She reached unsteadily for the headphone. What did they say it was?
It's the new Costner flick.
Jed plugged the cord in for her.
I think he plays a cop.
Perfect, Dora sighed, slipped on the headphones, and escaped. In L.A., Winesap entered Finley's office. Timid men, like small dogs, often sense the mood of their master by the scent of the air. Winesap was wringing his hands.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Finley?
Without looking up from his paperwork, Finley gestured Winesap in. With a stroke of his pen, he initialed changes in a contract that would eliminate nearly 200 jobs. His eyes were blank when he sat back.
How long have you worked for me, Abel?
Sir?
Winesap moistened his lips.
8 years now.
8 years.
Nodding slowly, Finley steepled his index fingers and tapped his top lip.
A fair amount of time. Are you happy in your work, Abel? You feel you're well treated, well compensated?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. You're very generous, Mr. Finley.
I like to think so.
And just, Abel. Do you find me a just man as well? Always. Unbidden, the image of DeCarlo's bloody body flashed into his brain. Without exception, sir. I've been thinking of you this morning, Abel, all through the morning and into the afternoon. And as I did so, it occurred to me that over these 8 years, did you say? Yes, 8. Winesap began to feel like a spider stunned by a hornet. 8 years. That over these 8 years, Finley continued, I've had very little cause to criticize your work. You are prompt, you are efficient, you are, in most cases, thorough. Thank you, sir. But Winesap only heard the words, most cases. He felt fear. I do my best. I believe you do, which is why I find myself so disappointed today. I believe you did your best, and it wasn't quite enough. Sir! Winesap's voice was a squeak. You perhaps haven't found the time in your busy schedule to read the morning paper. I glanced at the headlines, Winesap said apologetically. Things have been a bit hectic. One should always make time for current events. With his eyes glittering on Winesap's face, Finley stabbed a finger at the newspaper on his desk. Such as this. Read it now, Abel, if you will. Yes, sir. All but shaking in terror, Winesap approached the desk and took the paper. The article Finley referred to was circled over and over again in blood-red ink. Body discovered by hikers, Winesap began, and felt his bowels loosen. An unidentified body was discovered several days ago in a ravine. Finley snatched the paper away with a snap. Your reading voice is weak, Abel. Let me do it for you. In flowing, melodious tones, Finley read the sketchy report, ending with a standard line about the police investigating. Of course, he added, smoothing the paper out on his desk, we would be able to identify the body, wouldn't we, Abel? Mr. Finley, sir, it was found miles from here. No one would possibly, he cringed, lowering his eyes. I expected better from you, Abel. That was my mistake. You were not thorough, he said, spacing each word carefully. They will, of course, identify the body sooner or later, and I will be forced to answer more questions. Naturally, I'm confident that I can handle the police, but the inconvenience, Abel, I really believe you should have spared me this inconvenience. Yes, sir, I'm terribly sorry. Winesap thought of the miserable drive into the mountains, the hideous trek with the body dragging behind him. His shoulders sagged. I can't apologize enough. No, I don't believe you can. However, since I have considered your work record carefully and found no unsightly blemishes, I will try to overlook this one. You'll be leaving for the East in a day or two, Abel. I trust you'll handle Miss Conroy with more finesse than you handled Mr. DeCarlo. Yes, sir, thank you. I'll be thorough. I'm sure you will. Finley offered a glittering smile that made Winesap think of sharks feeding. We'll put this unfortunate mistake out of our minds. I don't believe we need to discuss it again. That's very understanding of you, Mr. Finley. Cautious, Winesap backed out of the room. Thank you. Oh, and Abel. Finley enjoyed watching the man stop on a dime and cringe. I really think, under the circumstances, you should return the caddy spoon. Oh, Winesap's face fell. Of course. In much better spirits, Finley leaned back as the door closed respectfully. He'd been in a state of mental turmoil since reading the article, and now calmed himself by doing his deep breathing exercises. There was nothing quite like yoga for soothing the soul. He would have to keep a closer eye on Abel, he thought sadly. A much closer eye. If things got too sticky over to Carlo,
he would simply throw dear, devoted Abel to the wolves like so much dead meat. But he sincerely hoped it wouldn't be necessary. He wasn't worried for himself. When a man was rich enough and powerful enough, Finley mused, he was above the common reach of the law. The police couldn't touch him. No one could. And if by some minor miracle they came too close, there would always be small prey, like Abel, to throw off their scent. But he was a forgiving man. Smiling, Finley took the étui he'd brought back to his office with him from his desk and fondled it. A very forgiving man, sometimes to a fault. As long as Abel followed instructions carefully and managed Miss Conroy, there would be no need to kill him. No need at all. 28. It was good to be home in the simple routines of each day. Dora comforted herself with that, and tried not to think of the meeting with Mr. Petroy she still had to face. She hadn't realized she was ordinary enough, mundane enough, to wish for a lack of adventure. But the bald truth was, she wanted her simple life back. More, she wanted the chance to be bored. At least Jed hadn't noticed her lack of appetite. Dora was certain he'd have made a few choice remarks if she hadn't covered it so well. The same held true for the female art of cosmetics. Her eyes might have been shadowed, her skin pale and drawn, but with facials and creams and powders, she presented a very competent mask. She hoped it didn't slip until after Thursday. She was rubbing at the throbbing between her eyes that the doses of aspirin couldn't seem to ease when the shop door opened. Nothing could have made her happier than her father's smiling and slightly tipsy face.
Izzy, my sweet.
Dad, my own true love. She stepped away from the counter to kiss him, then found herself pressing her face against his shoulder and hugging him fiercely. He returned the embrace. Though concern clouded his eyes, they were smiling again when he drew back.
All alone, little girl?
Not any more. It's been a slow morning. Want some coffee?
Half a cup,
he speculated, watching her move to the coffee service and pour. He knew his children, their faces, the tones of their voices, the subtleties of their body language. Isadora was hiding something, he mused. He would find out what easily enough.
Your mother sends me as an ambassador.
He accepted the cup, then pulled out his flask to add a generous dollop of whiskey.
To extend an invitation to cocktails and conversation to you and your young man.
If you're referring to Jed, I think he might object to the description, but accept the invitation. When?
Thursday night.
His brow lifted as he saw something flicker over her face.
Pre-theater, of course.
Of course. I'll be happy to check with him.
I'll extend the invitation myself. Is he upstairs?
No, I think he's out. She sipped her coffee, grateful when a couple of window shoppers passed on without coming in. You can check with him later if you like. Quentin watched her toy with the sugar bowl.
Have you had a lover's tiff?
We don't tiff. She managed to smile. We do fight now and then, but tiffing isn't part of our ritual. She picked up a cookie, put it down again. You know, I'm feeling a little restless today. Do you want to take a walk?
With a beautiful woman? Always.
Let me get my coat. Quentin's eyes narrowed in speculation, wondering if his hand-picked partner was making his little girl so unsettled. But he was all smiles again when she returned, buttoning her coat.
I seem to recall someone who enjoys busman's holidays. Perhaps we should take a little ride over to Newmarket and check out some shop windows.
My hero. Dora flipped the clothes sign over, then hooked her arm through her father's. He bought her jelly beans, and she didn't have the heart not to eat them. They stayed outside, enjoying the cold and the cobblestones, the cosmopolitan air of the window displays. Dora knew she was feeling better when she was tempted by both a Limoges box and a cashmere sweater. The wind whistled through the bare trees as they sat on a bench to enjoy more coffee. Quentin's was again stiffly laced.
Shall I buy you a present? He asked. It always made you smile when you talked me into some little trinket.
I've always been mercenary, haven't I?" Amused at herself, she leaned her head companionably on his shoulder.
"You've always loved pretty things and appreciated them as well. That's a gift, Izzy, not a flaw."
She felt foolish tears prick at her eyes. "I guess I'm having a mood. I always thought Will had the moods."
"All of my children had wonderful moods," Quentin said staunchly. "It's the theater in your blood. Artists are never easy, you know. We aren't meant to be."
"What about cops?" He paused a moment to drink, to enjoy.
"I see law enforcement as an art as well. Some would say science, of course, but the timing, the choreography, the drama, yes, it's quite an art."
He draped a comforting arm around her.
"Tell me what you're feeling, Izzy."
And she could. She had always been able to tell him what she felt without fear of criticism or disapproval. "I'm so in love with him. I want to be happy about it. I nearly am most of the time. But he doesn't trust those kind of emotions. He doesn't have any experience with them. His parents didn't give him anything of what you and Mom gave us." She sighed and watched a young mother wheel a stroller over the stones. The toddler inside was rosy-cheeked and laughing. The yearning tug came quickly, with equal parts surprise and discomfort. "I want to do that," she realized. "I want to spend an hour pushing my child in the sunlight and smiling." "I'm afraid we can't give each other what we need," she said carefully.
"First, you have to discover what those needs are."
Wistfully, she watched mother and child roll away. "I think I have a pretty good handle on mine." "How can you expect a man whose childhood was a study in misery to take the first step toward creating a family of his own? It isn't fair for me to push him toward that step, and it isn't fair for me to deny myself taking it."
"Do you think only people from happy families make happy families of their own?"
"I don't know."
"Jed's grandmother seems to think he's already taken that first step, and is cautiously debating over the second."
"I don't—" She stopped, straightened to frown at her father. "His grandmother? You've spoken to her?"
"Rhea, your mother and I had a very nice visit while you were in California. A lovely woman," he added. "She's quite taken with you."
Dora's eyes slitted. "It appears I have to remind you that I'm a competent adult, and so is Jed. I don't think it's right that you would sit around discussing us as though we were slow-witted children."
"But you are our children."
He smiled benignly and patted her flushed cheek.
"When you have children of your own, you'll understand that the love never stops, and neither does the concern, the pride, or the interference."
He beamed at her.
"I love you, Izzy, and I have great faith in you."
He pinched her chin.
"Now, tell me what else is worrying you."
"I can't." And she was sorry for it. "But I can tell you. It should be resolved in a few days."
"I won't pry,"
he said. At least not when she was so obviously on her guard.
"But if you don't look happier soon, I'll sick your mother on you."
"I'm smiling." She bared her teeth. "See, I couldn't be happier." Satisfied for the moment, he rose. After tossing his empty cup in a wastebasket, he held out a hand.
"Let's go shopping." "She's a ball of nerves."
Jed met Brent in the gym so that he could release some tension by pummeling the heavy bag.
"She won't admit it, but she's tied up inside."
More than a little tied up himself, Jed gave the bag a rapid series of sharp punches. As he'd been delegated to hold the bag steady, Brent grunted as the power sang up his arms.
"I'm not helping."
"We're moving on it as fast as we can." Brent felt sweat trickle down his shirt and wished he'd talked Jed into meeting at some nice coffee shop. "After Thursday's meet, we should be able to keep her out of it."
"It's not just that."
Jed moved from the heavy bag to the light, relieving Brent immeasurably. Eyes narrowed. Jed sent the bag flying into a blur.
"She's in love with me."
Brent took off his glasses to clean the lenses of fog.
Is that supposed to be news?
"She needs more than I can give her. She should have more." Maybe. Is she complaining? No.
Jed blinked sweat out of his eyes and kept his fists flying.
Then relax and enjoy the ride.
Jed whirled on him so swiftly, so violently, that Brent braced for the blow.
It's not a fucking ride. It's not like that with Dora. It's...
He broke off, furious at the smug smile creasing Brent's face.
Don't play me,
he said very softly.
Just testing the waters, Captain.
When Jed turned over his gloves, Brent obligingly unlaced them.
Speaking of which, the unofficial word is that you'll be back in command the first of the month. Goldman's sulking. He'll feel better when I sign his transfer papers. Oh, let me worship at your feet.
A grin tugged at Jed's mouth as he flexed his fist.
We'll make an official announcement on Monday, and if you try to kiss me in here, pal, I'll have to deck you.
He picked up a towel to dry his face.
For now, Goldman's in charge. Is everything set for Thursday? We'll have 2 men in the shop, another pair outside, and a surveillance van a half block away. As long as Dora follows instructions, we'll pick up every word. She'll follow them.
Spending an hour with her father had given Dora a need for family. She indulged it by closing the shop an hour early and spending the evening at Leah's. The din from the family room soothed her soul.
I think Richie's definitely improving on the trumpet, Dora commented.
Head cocked, Leah listened to the wet musical blats with a mixture of pride and resignation. "There's a band concert at school in 3 weeks. I'm saving you a front row seat."
God bless you.
There was a series of muffled thumps from the next room, what was, if you had enough imagination, a stirring cavalry charge and an excellent rebel yell.
I needed this.
Content, Dora slipped onto a stool by the counter. "I'd be happy to leave you in charge for a couple hours." Leah added another touch of burgundy to the stew she had simmering.
I don't need it that much.
Dora drank a hurried sip of wine. "No, I spent some time with Dad this afternoon, and it made me think what it would be like if he wasn't so handy, that's all. Something's going on." Frowning, Leah tapped the spoon on the side of the pot, set it on a spoon rest shaped like a duck. "You've got that line between your eyebrows, and you're pale. You always get pale when you're worried about something. You'd be worried, too, if you had to find a new accountant right before end of January inventory." "Not good enough." Leah leaned closer, probing. "You're edgy, Dory, and it has nothing to do with business. If you won't tell me, I'll have to turn Mom loose on you." "Why does everyone threaten me with Mom?" she demanded. "I'm unsettled, okay? My life's taken a couple of odd turns. I'd like my family to respect my privacy enough to allow me to work out my own problems." "Okay, I'm sorry, really." Passing a hand over her face, Dora took a cleansing breath. "No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. I guess I'm still a little jet-lagged. I think I'll go home, take a hot bath, and sleep for 12 hours. If you don't feel better tomorrow, I can come in early." "Thanks. I'll let you know." She started to slide off the stool as the knock sounded on the back door. "Hi," Mary Pat stuck in her head. "I came to pick up my share of the monsters." She listened a moment to the shouting and the blare of the trumpet. "Ah, the patter of little feet. Wonderful, isn't it?" "Have a seat," Leah invited, "unless you're in a hurry." "I'd love a seat," she sighed as she took the one beside Dora. "I've been on my feet for 8 straight hours. We had 2 codes back to back." She took a deep breath of air. "God, how do you manage to raise kids, hold down a job, and cook like that?" "I have an understanding boss." Smiling, Leah poured Mary Pat a glass of wine. "She gave me the day off." "Speaking of work, terrific news about Jed, isn't it?" "What news?" "About him coming back on the job." With her eyes closed, she circled her neck and missed Dora's blank look. "Brent's really flying. He detested Goldman, of course. Who didn't? But it's more than that. The department needs Jed, and Jed needs the department. Now that he's made the decision to come back, it's pretty clear he's got his head on straight again. I don't think he's going to wait until the first of the month to take command either. Otherwise,
One look at Dora's face made Mary Pat stumble to a halt.
oh, damn. Did I jump the gun? When Brent told me it would be official on Monday, I just assumed you knew.
No, Jed didn't mention it. She fought to work a smile onto her lips, but couldn't make it reach her eyes. It's good news, though.
No, great news. I'm sure it's just what he needs.
How long have you known?
A couple of days.
Idiot, Mary Pat thought, but wasn't sure if she was referring to herself or to Jed.
I'm sure he planned to tell you himself once he,
But she couldn't think of any handy excuses.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I really am glad to hear it. After sliding off the stool, Dora reached mechanically for her coat. I've got to get going.
Stay for dinner, Leah said quickly. There's plenty.
No, I have some things to do. Say hi to Brent, she told Mary Pat.
Sure.
When the door closed, Mary Pat lowered her forehead onto her fisted hands.
I feel like I ran over a puppy. Why the hell didn't he tell her?
Because he's a jerk. Leah's voice was low with fury.
All men are jerks. That's a given, Mary Pat agreed. But this was major, and this was cold. Leah, I've known Jed a long time, and he's not cold. Careful, but not cold. Maybe he forgot the difference.
Odd things happen to the mind at 2:00 in the morning, particularly to a man who's waiting for a woman. He begins to speculate, to project, to worry, and to sweat. Jed paced his living room, strode through the door he'd propped open, and paced the corridor. As he had numerous times over the last 4 hours, he strode to the back door and stared out at the gravel lot. His car was as alone out there as he was alone inside. There was no sign of Dora. Where the hell was she? He strode back to his apartment to look at the clock, to check its time with his watch. 2:01. If she wasn't home in 10 minutes, he promised himself, he would call in all his markers and put out an APB. He stared at the phone. It wasn't until he'd picked up the receiver that he realized his hand was sweating. Swearing, he slammed the phone back on the cradle. No, he wasn't going to call the hospitals. He wasn't even going to let himself think that way. But where the hell was she? What the hell could she have to do at 2 in the morning? He started to reach for the phone again and stopped as a fresh idea sharpened in his brain. Unless she was paying him back, it was a safe, even a comforting thought, so he played with it. Was this how she'd felt when he'd come in late without leaving any word? Was she doing this to show him how it was to agonize over silence when the person who mattered was out of reach? She wasn't going to get away with it, he decided. She damn well was going to pay for it. But he was reaching for the phone again when he heard her key in the outside lock. He was out in the hall and at the door before she'd opened it. "Where the hell have you been?" The demand burst out of him, ripe with worried fury. "Do you have any idea what time it is?"
Yes.
Very deliberately, she closed the door and locked it.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had a curfew.
She walked past him only because he was too stunned to stop her. But he recovered quickly. He caught up with her at the door of her apartment and spun her around. "Just a goddamn minute, Conroy. We'll forget the personal stuff for now. The fact is you're a prime target, and it was incredibly irresponsible of you to be out of contact for half the night."
I'm responsible to and for myself.
She jammed the key in the lock and shoved the door open.
And as you can see, I'm perfectly fine.
He slapped a hand against the door before she could close it. "You had no right."
Don't tell me about rights, she interrupted, very cool, very calm. I spent the evening as I chose to spend it.
Anger and resentment bubbled inside him. "And how was that?"
Alone.
She took off her coat and hung it in the closet. "You did this to get under my skin, didn't you?"
No.
She walked past him toward the kitchen to pour a glass of water.
I did it because I wanted to. I'm sorry if you were worried. It didn't occur to me that you would be.
It didn't occur to you?
Incensed, he grabbed the glass out of her hand and tossed it into the sink. It shattered effectively.
Fuck that, Conroy. You knew damn well I'd be half crazy. I was about to call out a goddamn APB.
Interesting, isn't it, the way those police terms slide right off your tongue? It's a good thing you're going back on, Skimmerhorn. You make a lousy civilian.
Her eyes were as dull as her voice.
Are congratulations in order, Captain? Or just best wishes?
When he didn't respond, she nodded.
Well, you can have both.
It's not official until next week.
He spoke carefully, studying her. He'd never seen her eyes that cold or that detached.
How did you find out?
Does it matter? It's more to the point that I didn't find out from you. Excuse me. She brushed past him and into the living room. He closed his eyes a moment and cursed himself for a fool.
So you're pissed. Okay, but that—
No, she interrupted. It's not okay. And I'm not pissed. Because she was tired, unbearably so, she gave in and sat on the arm of a chair. You could say I've been illuminated. You could even say that I'm devastated. But no, Jed, I'm not angry.
The quiet resignation in her voice reached him. Dora, I didn't do it to hurt you.
I know that. That's why I'm illuminated. You didn't tell me because you didn't think it was any of my concern. You didn't want it to be any of my concern is probably more accurate. It was a major decision in your life. Your life, she repeated with stinging emphasis, not mine. So why should you bother to tell me? She was slipping away from him. He was standing 2 feet away from her and watching the distance grow by leaps and bounds. It terrified him.
You make it sound as though I was keeping it from you. I needed to work it out, that's all. I didn't think you'd understand.
You didn't give me the chance, Jed, she said quietly. Did you think I could have felt the way I did about you and not understand how important your work was to you? Her use of the past tense had a quick skitter of panic sprinting up his spine.
It had nothing to do with you.
As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he knew they were ill-chosen. Her eyes remained dry, but hurt filled them.
I didn't mean it that way.
I think you did. I wish I didn't blame you for it, but I do. I know you had it rough, but you've been making your own choices for a long time. You chose not to accept my feelings for you, and you chose not to let yourself feel anything back. And I do blame you for that, Jed. Her voice didn't waver. Her eyes remained steady, but the hands in her lap were clenched tight. I blame you very much for that, and for hurting me. I told you I don't handle pain very well, and I don't pretend it's not there when it is. Since you're the first man who's ever broken my heart, I think you should know it.
For Christ's sake, Dora.
He started toward her, but the way she jumped up and stepped back unmanned him. I don't want you to touch me now. She spoke very quietly, clinging to the slippery edge of control. I really don't. It's humiliating for me to finally understand that's all we had.
That's not true.
He fisted his hands at his sides, but already knew he couldn't beat his way through the wall he'd thrown up between them.
You're blowing this out of proportion, Dora. It's just a job.
I wish it were, but we both know it's not. It's the most important part of your life. You gave it up to punish yourself, and you're taking it back because you can't be happy without it, and maybe not even whole without it. I'm glad for you, Jed. I truly am.
I don't need the analysis. I need you to stop this and be reasonable.
I am being reasonable, believe me. So reasonable, I'm going to make it easy for both of us. The day after tomorrow, you should be able to tie up the loose ends about the painting, or most of them. You shouldn't need me after that.
God damn it, you know I need you.
Her eyes filled then, and she fought back tears like bitter enemies. You can't imagine what I would have given to hear you say that before. Just once for you to have been able to look at me and say that you needed me. But I'm not a courageous woman, Jed, and I have to protect myself." No, he couldn't break through the wall she'd put between them, but her hurt could. It snuck through the cracks and battered at him. "What do you want, Dora?" "When we're finished on Thursday, I intend to close the shop for a couple of weeks, take a trip someplace warm. That should give you plenty of time to find other accommodations and move out." "That's no way to handle this." "It's my way, and I figure I'm in the position of calling the shots. I'm sorry, but I don't want you here when I get back."
"Just like that?"
"Yes."
"Fine."
He had his pride. He'd been rejected before. If it burned a hole in him this time, he'd find something to fill it with. But he wouldn't beg. He'd be damned if he'd beg.
"I'll go as soon as things are wrapped up."
Because it hurt. It hurt unbelievably. He covered the wounds with a professional shield.
"There'll be a team in tomorrow after closing. They'll set up the wires. We'll go over procedure when they're done."
"All right. I'm very tired. I'd like you to go now." She walked to the door, held it open.
"Please."
It wasn't until he'd reached her that he realized his hands were unsteady. When he heard the door close behind him, he had the sick and certain feeling that he'd just been shut out of the best part of his life.
29. "What's with you two?"
Brent asked as Jed climbed into the surveillance van. Ignoring the question, Jed pulled out a cigarette.
"How's the sound?"
Loud and clear. Though Brent offered the headphones, he was far from finished.
"Loud enough and clear enough to hear the two of you talking in there like polite strangers. Don't you think she could have used a little morale boost instead of a lecture on procedure? Drop it."
Jed slipped on the headphones and checked the rear window of the van to be sure he had a clear view of the shop.
"Everybody in place?"
"We're set," Brent assured him.
"Look, maybe you'd feel better if you were on the inside." "She'll be more comfortable if I'm not." "Look, I'll handle my end."
Jed drew deeply on the cigarette.
"You handle yours." "You're not running the show yet, Captain."
The edge of anger in Brent's voice sent off an answering ripple in Jed's blood. Before he could respond, the radio crackled.
Base, this is Unit 1. A man answering subject's description just got out of a cab on the corner of South and Front Streets. He's walking west.
"Looks like it's showtime," Brent murmured, but Jed was already reaching for the portable phone. Dora answered on the first ring.
"Good afternoon. Dora's parlor?"
"He's half a block away," Jed said flatly. "I've got him in view."
"All right. Everything's ready here."
"Keep loose, Conroy."
"Sure."
"Dora."
But she'd already broken the connection.
"Fuck."
He said it softly, finally, helplessly.
"She can handle it, Jed." "Yeah, but I don't know if I can."
He watched Winesap mince hurriedly down the sidewalk, shoulders hunched against the wind.
"I just figured out I'm in love with her."
Ignoring the throbbing at the back of his neck, he slipped on the headphones in time to hear the bells jingle as Winesap opened the shop door. "Good afternoon." Dora stepped away from the counter and offered her best new customer smile. "May I help you?"
"Miss Conroy, I'm Francis Petroy."
She let the smile broaden. "Yes, Mr. Petroy, I was expecting you." She walked to the door to flip the closed sign around. Her eyes slashed the van, then away. "I'm so glad you could make it. Can I get you some coffee? Tea?"
"I wouldn't want to trouble you."
"Not at all. I always keep both on hand for customers. It makes business so much more pleasant."
"I'd love some tea, then."
It might soothe his stomach more than the Alka-Seltzer he'd downed an hour before.
"Your shop is very impressive."
"Thank you." She saw with satisfaction that her hand was rock steady on the teapot. "I like to surround myself with beautiful things, but you'd understand that."
"Excuse me?"
"Being an art collector." She offered him a cup of tea and a smile. "Cream? Lemon?"
No, nothing, thank you."
You said you specialize in abstract, but you might find some of my nostalgia prints interesting." She gestured to a car manufacturer's sign for a Bugatti, which hung beside a Vargas girl. Yes, very nice indeed. I also have several good Vanity Fair caricatures in the other room." Watching him, she sipped her own tea. "But as an abstract buff, you'll be more interested in, say, a Bothby or a Clippingdale," she said, making up names. "Yes, of course, exceptional talents." The tea soured like vinegar in Winesap's stomach. He'd really tried to be thorough by studying book after book on the subject of abstract art, but all the names and pictures swam through his head. "My collection isn't extensive, you see, which is why I concentrate on the emerging artist." "Such as Billingsley." "Exactly," he said on a sigh of relief. "I'm very anxious to see the work, Miss Conroy." "Then by all means." She led the way into the side room. Jed's artist friend had worked overtime to reproduce the painting. Now it stood like a gaudy stripper among prim Victorian ladies in the pretty sitting room. "Ah!" The sense of satisfaction was so great, Winesap nearly wept with it. It was horrid, of course, he thought. Absolutely horrid, but it matched the description. "Such a bold, arrogant style," Dora commented. "I was really taken with it." "Yes, of course. It's everything I'd hoped for." He made a show of examining the brushstrokes. "I'd very much like to add this to my collection." "I'm sure you would." She let a touch of amusement color her voice. "Did you have an offer in mind, Mr. Petroy?" "In mind, naturally," he said, trying to be coy. "I'd prefer if you'd set a price for negotiation." "I'd be happy to." Dora sat in a tufted back chair and crossed her legs. "Why don't we start at 250,000? Winesap's prim mouth fell open. He made a choked sound in the back of his throat before he managed to find his voice. Miss Conroy, you can't be serious." "Oh, but I am. You look as though you need to sit down, Mr. Petroy." She gestured to a pettipoint stool. "Now let's be frank," she began when he'd sunk onto the seat. "You don't know diddly about art, do you?" "Well, really." He tugged at his strangling tie. "As I told you, I have a small collection." "But you lied, Mr. Petroy," she said gently. "You haven't a clue about abstract. Wouldn't it be simpler and more friendly if we admitted that we're both more interested at the moment in impressionism rather than expressionism?" For a moment he didn't follow her. Then his pasty face blanched. "You know about the painting." "I bought it, didn't I?" "Yes, but that was a mistake." His frantic eyes widened. "No? You knew? You knew all along about the Monet? You were working with DeCarlo? You cheated?" he accused miserably. Dora merely chuckled and leaned forward. "You needn't sound so offended. After all, you sent DeCarlo here, didn't you?" "It's been his fault." Disgusted, Winesap threw up his hands. "All this confusion is his fault. I can't imagine why I was sorry he died so badly." The image in the police photo flashed obscenely in her mind. "So you killed him," she murmured. "For this?" But Winesap wasn't listening. "Now I have to clean up the entire mess again. I'm not happy about the 250,000, Miss Conroy. Not happy at all." He rose. So did Dora. Even as he reached under his coat, 2 officers were bursting through the rear door. "Freeze!" Winesap took one look at the guns pointing at him and fainted dead away. His checkbook slipped out of his hand and flapped onto the floor. "He was going to pay me for it," Dora said dully. She watched, light-headed, as 2 officers escorted a babbling and cuffed Winesap out of the shop. She hadn't needed to lower her head between her knees, but she remained sitting. It was an even bet as to whether or not her legs would support her. "He was going to write me a check." A laugh bubbled out, lightly tinted with hysteria. "Jesus Christ! I wonder if I'd have asked him for 2 forms of ID." "Here."
Jed shoved a cup into her hands. "What is it?"
That tea you drink, with a little brandy.
"Good idea." She knocked it back like water and felt it warm her jittery stomach. "I guess you guys got all you needed."
We got plenty.
He wanted to touch his fingertips to her hair, but he was afraid she'd cringe away.
You did good, Nancy.
"Yeah, I did." She lifted her eyes then, made herself meet his. "I guess on some level we didn't make such a bad team." He stared down at her for a long time.
It's been hard on you.
"I come from pretty tough stock, Skimmerhorn. Conroys don't fold easily."
You were brilliant.
Brent swept in to lift Dora out of the chair by her elbows. He kissed her hard.
A stand-up job, Dora. You want a job on the force, you've got my recommendation.
"Thanks, but I'm putting my magnifying glass and coupe in mothballs."
Come again? Nancy drew,
Jed muttered, and felt his heart sag.
I'm going down to interrogation with Brent. Are you going to be all right?
"I'm going to be fine. Terrific, in fact." Her smile was blinding, but she lowered herself carefully to the arm of the chair. "It's still tough for me to believe that pathetic little man engineered all this and killed DeCarlo." Brent opened his mouth, then shut it again at a swift, warning look from Jed.
We have enough on the tape to pry the rest out of him.
Because they felt useless, Jed jammed his hands in his pockets.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
"I said I would. Go be a cop." She softened the words with a smile. "It looks good on you." She pushed a hand through her hair. Jed watched as the strands fell beautifully back into place. "I'd appreciate it if you'd give me a call. Let me know what the result of the interrogation is."
You'll get a full report,
Brent promised her. "In the morning." Steadier, she rose again. "I'm going upstairs and sleep around the clock. If you're finished in here, I'll lock up behind you." She followed them to the door. When he reached it, Jed turned, closed his hand over hers on the knob. He couldn't help it.
I'd like to talk to you tomorrow, when you're feeling up to it.
She nearly gave in, very nearly. There was as much hurt in his eyes as she was holding inside her, but a fast break was a clean one. "My schedule's a little tight, Jed. I booked an early morning flight to Aruba. I've got to pack." There was nothing in her voice, nothing in her face that offered the slightest opening.
You move fast.
It seemed best all around. "I'll send you a postcard." Because she hated the bitter aftertaste of the statement, she turned her hand under his and gave it a quick squeeze. "Give 'em hell, Captain." She closed the door quickly and turned the lock.
Why didn't you tell her we've asked LAPD to move on Finley?
Brent demanded when Jed stood on the sidewalk. He hurt all over, as if someone had pounded him ruthlessly and methodically with foam-covered fists.
Do you think that would have made her sleep any better?
"No," Brent murmured to Jed's retreating back.
Guess not.
And she was telling herself that sleep was exactly what she needed. She hadn't had a decent night of it in more than a week. Dora pulled the shade on the front door, then drummed up the energy to lift the coffee and tea tray. Once she got to Aruba, she promised herself, she'd do nothing but sleep. She'd sleep in bed, on the beach, in the ocean. She'd bake this aching depression out of her body and mind with the Caribbean sunshine, beat those midwinter blues, and come back tanned and revitalized. She set the tray on her desk to carefully lock the storeroom door and engage the security alarm before heading up to her apartment. It was habit more than desire that had her taking the tray into the kitchen to wash. When she turned from the sink, she was standing face to face with Finley. He smiled and took her nerveless hand in his. "I've taken you up on your offer of hospitality, Isadora, and may I say, you have a charming home."
I really don't think I should make any sort of statement without a lawyer.
Winesap chewed on his ragged nails and glanced fitfully at Brent and Jed.
I really don't. Suit yourself.
Brent shrugged and straddled a chair.
We've got plenty of time. Do you want to call one, or do you want a PD?
A public defender? That pricked the pride enough to have his sagging shoulders lift. "Oh, no, I can afford counsel. I have a very good position." But his lawyer was in Los Angeles, he thought. "Perhaps if you could explain again why I'm here, we could dispense with the formality of an attorney." "You're here on suspicion of theft, smuggling, conspiracy to murder a police officer, and murder, among other things," Brent added. "That's really absurd." Pride deflated again. Winesap hunched down in his seat. "I don't know where you could have gotten such a ridiculous idea." "Maybe you'd like to listen to the tape of your conversation with Miss Conroy." Jed made the suggestion as he crossed to the recorder. "That was a simple transaction, and a private one." Winesap tried to lever some indignation through the fear in his voice, but when Jed switched on the recorder, he said nothing at all. It was painfully clear after only a few moments that he hadn't been thorough at all, and that he'd been remarkably stupid. While his mind worked, he began to suck on his knuckles. He didn't think he would care for prison. No, indeed. Winesap thought of Finley and knew he would like his employer's brand of punishment a good deal less. "Perhaps we can make an arrangement. Might I have a cup of water, please?" "Sure." Agreeably, Brent went to the water cooler and pumped out a paper cupful. "Thank you." Winesap sipped it slowly while he considered his options. "I think I would like immunity and a place in the witness protection program. I think that would suit me very well." "I think it would suit me very well to see you rot in a cell for the next 50 years, Jed said pleasantly. "Captain." Brent fell into the classic interrogation rhythm. "Let's give the guy a chance. Maybe he's got something to trade." "I promise you I do. If I have assurance that my cooperation will be rewarded, I'll give you everything you need to make a very big arrest." Loyalty, a chain around his neck for 8 long years, slipped easily off. "A very big one," he repeated. Jed gave an imperceptible nod as Brent's eyes met his. "I'll call the DA." "Why don't we sit down?" Findlay kept his hand firm on Dora's arm as he pulled her into the living room. "And have a nice chat." "How did you get in?" "There was such a lot of confusion this evening, wasn't there?" He smiled as he pushed her into a chair. "I wasn't at all sure that Abel, Mr. Winesap, could handle this matter efficiently on his own. I came to supervise. A very good thing, too." Findlay took the chair beside her and folded his hands comfortably. He saw Dora's eyes cut toward the door and shook his head. "Please don't attempt to run, Isadora. I'm very strong and very fit. I'd hate to resort to physical violence." She would hate it too, especially since she was certain she wouldn't get 2 feet. Her best bet was to play for time and wait for help. "It was you who sent DeCarlo." "It's a long, sad tale, but I find you such good company." He settled back comfortably and began to talk. He told her of the carefully planned robberies in several different countries, the network of men and finances it required to operate a successful business, legally and illegally. When he reached DeCarlo's part in it, he paused, sighed. "But I don't have to go into that with you, do I, dear? You're an excellent actress. One wonders why you decided to give it up. I realized quite soon after your visit to my office that you and DeCarlo had been in league together." For a moment she was too stunned to speak. "You think I was his partner?" "I'm sure you found him an adequate lover." Truly disappointed in her, Findlay plucked at his cuffs. "And I can certainly see how you could have lured him into betraying me. A pity, too," Findlay added softly. "He had potential." "What I told you in your office was exactly the truth. He broke in here and attacked me." "I'm quite sure you had some sort of falling out. Greed and sex working against one another, I would assume." His eyes narrowed, glinting dully. "Did you find another, more inventive man, Isadora, one you could maneuver and pit against poor Mr. DeCarlo so that he came to me with some feeble excuse for not returning my property?" "The painting was not your property. You stole it.
and I was never involved with DiCarlo." "And when he didn't return," Finley continued as if she hadn't spoken, "you became concerned and decided to test the waters with me yourself. Oh, you were very clever, so charming, so distressed. I very nearly believed you. There was just one niggling doubt in my mind, which proved sadly true once I witnessed the events of this afternoon. I'm disappointed that you turned to the police, Isadora, settling for a finder's fee." He wagged a finger at her scoldingly. "I thought more of you than that. You've cost me 2 very good men, and a painting I wanted very much. Now, how are we going to reconcile?" Too terrified to sit, she sprang to her feet. "They have your Mr. Winesap down at police headquarters. He'll be telling them all about you by now." "Do you think he would have the nerve?" Finley considered it a moment, then moved his shoulders in elegant dismissal. "Perhaps, but don't be concerned. Mr. Winesap will very soon suffer a tragic and fatal accident. I would much rather talk about my painting and how you think I can retrieve it." "You can't." "But surely, since you've been such a help, the police have told you where they've secured it." She said nothing, only because it surprised her so much that she hadn't thought to ask. "I thought so." Finley smiled broadly as he rose. "Just tell me where it is, Isadora, and leave the rest to me." "I don't know where." "Don't lie, please." He slipped his hand into the inside pocket of his saddle rose suit and pulled out a highly polished Luger. "Gorgeous, isn't it?" he asked when Dora's eyes fastened on the barrel. "A German make, used in World War II. I like to think that a Nazi officer killed quite efficiently with it. Now, Isadora, where is my painting?" She looked helplessly into his eyes. "I don't know." The force of the bullets slammed her back against the wall. Even as the fire erupted in her shoulder, she didn't believe he'd shot her, couldn't believe it. Dazed, she touched a finger to the worst of the heat and stared blindly at her blood-smeared fingers. She was still staring at them when she slid limply down the wall. "I really think you'd better tell me." All reason, Finley stepped up to where Dora lay in a boneless heap. "You're losing a great deal of blood." He crouched down, mindful not to stain his suit. "I don't want to cause you unnecessary distress. It took DiCarlo hours to die after I shot him. But there's no need for you to suffer like that." He sighed when she only whimpered. "We'll give you a little time to compose yourself, shall we?" Leaving her bleeding, he began to methodically examine her treasures, one by one. "The little bastard sure did sing." Brent felt like singing himself as he cut through traffic toward South Street. "I don't like cutting deals with weasels," Jed muttered. "Even for a big fat weasel like Finley?" "Even for that." He checked his watch. "I'll feel better when I know that LAPD's picked him up. The warrant's in the works, pal. He won't be sleeping in his own bed tonight." There was some comfort in that, some small comfort. Jed would have been happier if he could have taken the man down himself. "You didn't have to come this far out of your way. I could have caught a cab." "Nothing's too good for the captain, not tonight. And if I were you, I wouldn't wait until morning to give a certain gorgeous brunette the good news." "She needs to sleep." "She needs some peace of mind." "She ought to get plenty of it in Aruba." "Come again?" "Nothing." Jed turned to scowl at the light sleet that began to fall as they turned onto South. "Now then." Finley sat down again, pleased when Dora found the strength to push herself to a sitting position against the wall. The blood seeping out of the wound on her shoulder had slowed to a sluggish ooze. About the painting. Her teeth were chattering. She'd never been so cold that even her bones felt like frigid sticks. While her arm and shoulder spurted fire, the rest of her seemed cased in ice. She tried to speak, but the words hitched one moment and slurred drunkenly the next. The police took it." "I know that."
The first sizzle of anger crept into his words. "I'm not a fool, Isadora, as you obviously believe. The police have the painting, and I intend to get it back. I paid for it." "They took it away." Her head lolled on her shoulder, then rolled weakly against the wall. The room was losing its color, going gray. "To grandmother's house," she said, edging toward delirium. "Then away. I don't know." "I can see you need incentive." He set the gun aside and loosened his tie. Dully, Dora watched him slip out of his jacket. When he reached for the gold buckle of his belt, slippery fingers of horror crept through the shock. "Don't touch me." She tried to crawl away, but the room revolved sickeningly, so that she could only curl in a ball in a congealing puddle of her own blood. "Please, don't." "No, no. Unlike DeCarlo, I have no plans to force myself on you. But a good whipping with this belt may loosen your tongue. It may be hard for you to believe, but I actually enjoy inflicting pain." He wrapped the end of the belt around his hand, the buckle loose to add bite to the beating. "Now, Isadora, where is the painting?" She saw him pick up the gun and raise the belt at the same time. All she could do to try to block both weapons was close her eyes.
"You can drop me out front,"
Jed told Brent.
Nope, door-to-door service.
He whipped into the parking lot, spitting gravel.
If you had any heart, you'd ask me up for a beer.
"I haven't got any heart."
Jed pushed the door open and glanced back at Brent's engaging grin.
"Sure, come ahead."
If nothing else, it would put off the time he'd have to spend alone, waiting for morning.
"You got any of that imported stuff?"
Brent slung a friendly arm over Jed's shoulders as they trooped toward the steps.
"Mexican, maybe? I really feel like—"
When they heard the thin cry, they each slapped a weapon into their hands. They charged through the door in a dead run. Years of partnership clicked seamlessly into place. When Jed kicked open Dora's door, he went in high, Brent low. The faintest flicker of irritation crossed Finley's face as he whirled. 2 police issues fired simultaneously. 2 9mm bullets caught Finley high in the chest.
"God! Oh, God!"
With terror singing in his head, Jed rushed to Dora. He said her name over and over like a prayer as he ripped off her blouse and used it to staunch the oozing blood.
"Hang on, baby. You hang on."
There was so much blood, he thought frantically, too much, and because it had begun to clot, he knew too much time had passed. When he looked at her still, white face, he had one moment of unspeakable horror when he thought she was dead. But she was shaking. He could feel the racking trembles of shock even as he peeled off his jacket to cover her.
"You're going to be okay. Dora, baby, can you hear me?"
Her eyes were wide and dilated and remained unfocused. The second bullet had gone through the fleshy part of her upper arm. She hadn't even felt it.
"Use this."
Brent pushed a towel into Jed's shaking hands and folded another to place under Dora's head.
"Ambulance is on the way."
He spared a glance at the body sprawled on the rug.
"He's dead."
"Dora, listen to me. You listen to me, damn it!"
Jed worked quickly as he spoke to her, using the towel to pad the upper wound and what was left of her blouse to fashion a pressure bandage.
"I want you to hold on. Just hold on."
Then he could think of nothing else but to gather her close and rock her.
"Please stay with me. I need you to stay with me."
He felt the light brush of her hand on his cheek. When he looked down at her face, her lips trembled open. Don't tell my parents," she whispered. "I don't want them to worry." 30. He would have wept if it would have helped. He'd tried everything else, swearing, pacing, praying. Now he could only sit, his head in his hands, and wait. The Conroys were there. Jed wondered if Dora would be surprised at how tough they were. He doubted it. There had been tears and there had been terror, but they had all drawn together, a solid wall, in the hospital waiting room to count the minutes while Dora was in surgery. He'd waited for recriminations. They had given him none. He'd wanted blame. But it hadn't come from them, not even when he had stood smeared with Dora's blood and told them that he'd left her alone, left her defenseless, had they blamed him. He wished to Christ they had. Instead, John had gotten them all coffee, Leah had gone down to wait for Will to arrive from New York, and Quentin and Trixie had sat side by side on the sofa holding hands. After the second hour had crawled by, Trixie murmured to her husband. When she received his nod of agreement, she rose and went to sit beside Jed.
"She was always a tough little girl," Trixie began. "She used to pick fights in school. Well, not pick them precisely, but she would never walk away from one with dignity. It used to amaze me that she would scream like a banshee if she fell and banged her knee. But if she came home with a split lip or a swollen eye, you never heard a peep. A matter of pride, I suppose."
This wasn't her fight.
Jed kept the heels of his hands pressed hard against his eyes.
It shouldn't have been.
"That's for her to decide. She'll want lots of pampering, you know. She was never sick often, but when she was—"
Trixie's voice broke, betraying her. She mopped quickly at her eyes and steadied it.
"When she was, she expected everyone's devoted attention. Dora's never been one to suffer in silence."
Gently she touched the back of his hand. When he lowered it enough, she gripped it firmly.
"It's so much harder to wait alone."
Mrs. Conroy.
But he didn't have the words. He simply leaned against her and let himself be held. They all rose to their feet at the quick slap of crepe-soled shoes on tile. Still in her scrubs, Mary Pat stepped through the doorway. "She's out of surgery," she said quickly. "It looks good. The doctor will be out soon." It was then Trixie began to cry, with hard, racking sobs and hot tears that burned through Jed's shirt. His arms went around her automatically as he met Mary Pat's eyes.
When can they see her?
"The doctor will let you know. She's a tough one, I can tell you that."
"Didn't I say so?"
Trixie managed. She stumbled blindly into Quentin's arms so they could weep out their relief together. It wasn't until he was alone again that Jed started to shake. He'd gone outside, had fully intended on going home. It was a time for family, he'd told himself. Now that he knew she was going to pull through it, there was no need to hang around. But he couldn't make it across the street to hail a cab, so he sat down on the steps and waited for the tremors to subside. The sleet had turned to snow that fell quick and light and damp. There was something otherworldly about the way it danced in the streetlights, something hypnotic. He stared at one beam of light as he smoked one cigarette, then another. Then he walked back in and rode the elevator to the floor where Dora lay sleeping. "Figured you'd be back." Mary Pat smiled at him out of eyes red-rimmed with fatigue. "Damn it, Jed, you're soaked. Am I going to have to dig up a bed for you?"
I just want to see her. I know she's sedated. I know she won't know I'm there. I just want to see her."
"Let me get you a towel."
MP.
"You're going to dry off first," she told him. "Then I'll take you in." She was as good as her word. When she was satisfied he was dry enough, she led him into Dora's room. Dora lay still and white as death. Jed's heart careened into his throat.
Are you sure she's going to be all right?
She's stabilized, and there were no complications. Dr. Forsythe's good, believe me. She didn't want to think about the amount of blood they'd had to pump into Dora, or how long it had taken to get that feeble pulse to steady. The bullet's out, and there's some tissue damage, but it'll heal. She's going to be weak as a baby for a while, and she's going to hurt.
I don't want her to hurt.
His control slipped a dangerous notch.
You make sure she gets whatever she needs so she isn't in pain.
Why don't you just sit with her for a while? Mary Pat ran a soothing hand up and down his back. It'll make you feel better.
Thanks.
I go off duty in an hour. I'll check back. But when she did, one look had her stepping back and leaving them alone. He was still there in the morning. She awakened slowly, as if swimming toward the surface of still, dark water. The air seemed too thick to breathe, and there was a whooshing sound in her head, like waves lapping gently on the shore. He watched her break through, every flicker of the eyelid. Her hand flexed once in his, then lay still again. "Come on, Dora. Don't go back yet." He brushed his fingers over her hair, over her cheek. She was still too pale, he thought, much too pale. But her lashes fluttered again, then her eyes opened. He waited for them to focus. "Jed?" Her voice sounded hollow, lifeless, and the sound of it almost broke him. "Yeah, baby, right here." "I had a nightmare." He pressed a kiss to her hand, fighting the need to simply lay his head on the bed and let go. "It's all right now." "It seemed awfully real. Oh, God." She shifted, sending an arrow of pain radiating through her arm. "You've got to lie still." Like the pain, memory burst back. "He shot me. Jesus." She started to move her hand to the fire blooming in her shoulder, but he clamped his fingers on hers. "It was Finley." "It's all over now. You're going to be fine." "I'm in the hospital." The panic came quickly, surging along with the pain. How bad?" "They fixed you all up. You just need to rest now." None of his 14 years on the force had prepared him to deal with the terrified pain clouding her eyes. "I'm going to get a nurse." "I remember." Her fingers trembled as she groped to hang on to his. "He was in the apartment, waiting for me. He wanted the painting back. I told him I didn't know where it was. And he shot me." "He won't ever hurt you again. I swear it." He pressed his brow against their joined hands and felt himself crack. "I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry." But she was swimming down through the dark water again, away from the pain. "Don't leave me alone here." "I won't." The next time he saw her conscious, she was surrounded by flowers, banks and bouquets of them, from sweet little nosegays to towering exotic blooms. Rather than the drab hospital gown, she was wearing something frilly and pink. Her hair was washed, and she was wearing makeup. But to Jed, she looked horribly frail. "How are you doing, Conroy?" "Hi." She smiled and held out a hand. "How do you break in? They're vicious about proper visiting hours around here." "I pulled rank." He hesitated. The hand in his felt as fragile as bird wings. "If you're too tired, I can stop back by later." "No. If you stay, you can chase them away when they come in with their needles." "Sure. My pleasure." Miserably awkward, he turned away to study the forest of flowers. "Looks like you ought to go into a different business." "Great, isn't it? I love being fawned over." She shifted, winced, and was grateful his back was to her. "You ratted on me, Skimmerhorn." "What?" "You told my family." "I figured it was better than having them read it in the papers." "You're probably right. So, what's happening in your world? Mary Pat tells me you kicked Goldman out early and went back to work." "Yeah." He'd had to have something filling his days or go quietly mad. "Can I see your badge?" "What?" "Really?" She smiled again. "Can I see it?" "Sure." He pulled out his shield as he crossed to the bed. She took it, studied it, opened and closed it a couple of times. "Pretty cool. How does it feel?" "Right," he told her as he slipped it back into his pocket. There was no possible way he could stand there and make small talk when he kept seeing the stark white bandage peeking out beneath that frilly pink nightgown. "Listen, I just stopped by to see how you were doing. I've got to go." "Before you give me my present?" When he said nothing, she drummed up another smile, though it was becoming harder as her medication wore off. "That box you're holding, isn't it from me?" "Yeah, it's for you." He set it on her lap. "I've been by a couple of times when you were zonked out. After I saw the flower shop in here, I figured you wouldn't need any more posies." "You can never have too many." She reached for the fussy bow, then sat back again. "Give me a hand, will you? I have a little trouble using my arm." He didn't move, but his eyes were eloquent.
They told me there wouldn't be any permanent damage.
Right. Her mouth moved into a pout. Like a scar isn't permanent damage. I'm never going to look the same in a bikini. He couldn't handle it, simply couldn't. Turning abruptly, he strode to the window and stared blindly out with a heavy scent of roses tormenting him.
I should have been there, he managed after a moment. You shouldn't have been alone.
His voice was so angry, his shoulders so stiff, that Dora waited for the storm. When it didn't come, she plucked at the bow with her good hand. From what Brent tells me, Finley slipped right through LAPD. Nobody had a clue he'd left California. I don't see how anyone could have imagined he'd waltz right into my apartment and shoot me.
It's my job to know.
So it's going to your head already. What do they call that super cop thing? The John Wayne syndrome, right? She'd managed to pull and tug the ribbon off, and was lifting the top off the box when he turned. "Well, Pilgrim," she said in a very poor Wayne imitation, "you just can't be everywhere at once." Though her arm was beginning to throb, she dug happily into the tissue paper. "I love presents, and I'm not ashamed to say so. I don't particularly care to get shot to— Oh, Jed, it's beautiful." Stunned, really completely stunned, she lifted out the old wooden and gesso box, delicately painted and gilded with figures from mythology. When she opened the lid, it played Greensleeves softly.
It was hanging around in storage.
He dipped his hands into his pockets and felt like a fool.
I figured you'd get a kick out of it.
"It's beautiful," she said again. And the look she sent him was so sincerely baffled, he felt even more foolish. "Thank you."
It's no big deal. I figured you could put junk in it while you're stuck in here. I've really got to take off. You, need anything?"
She continued to run her fingers over the box as she looked at him. "I could use a favor."
"Name it."
"Can you pull some strings, get me out of here?" It shamed her to feel tears pricking at her eyes. "I want to go home." It took him several hours and a great deal of negotiation, but Dora finally laid her head down on her own pillow in her own bed. "Thank you, God." Dora closed her eyes, sighed deeply, then opened them again to smile at Mary Pat. "Nothing against your workplace, MP, but personally I hated it. You weren't exactly the ideal patient either, kiddo. Open up." She stuck a thermometer in Dora's mouth. "I was a jewel," Dora muttered. "A diamond in the rough, maybe. Very rough. But I'm not going to complain. A few days of private duty suits me just fine." Efficiently, she wrapped a blood pressure cuff around Dora's uninjured arm. "Right on the money," she announced when she took the thermometer out to read. But Dora caught the quick frown over blood pressure. "What's wrong?" "Nothing that quiet and rest won't fix." "I've been quiet. I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but I'm tired of being in bed." "Live with it." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Mary Pat took her hand and her pulse. "I'm going to be straight with you, Dora. You're going to be just fine with the proper rest and care. But this wasn't any skinned knee. If Jed hadn't gotten you in when he did, you wouldn't be here to complain. As it was close. I know. I remember it all a bit too clearly for comfort. You're entitled to moan and bitch. I won't mind a bit. But you're also going to follow orders to the letter, or I'll report you to the captain." Dora smiled a little. "You nurses have ranks?" "I'm talking about Jed, dimwit. He's financing this operation." "What do you mean?" "I mean, you've got round-the-clock home care for as long as you need it, courtesy of Captain J.T. Skimmerhorn." "But I thought insurance was arranging it." "Get real." Chuckling at the thought, Mary Pat plumped the pillows, smoothed the sheets. "Now, get some rest. I'm going to go fix you something to eat." "He shouldn't feel guilty," Dora murmured when Mary Pat started out of the room. Mary Pat stopped, looked back. "He feels a lot more than guilt where you're concerned. Did you know he didn't leave the hospital for the first 48 hours? "No." Dora looked down at her hands. "I didn't." Or that he checked on you every night?
Dora only shook her head.
A lot of women wait their whole lives for someone to feel that guilty.
Alone, Dora reached for the music box. She opened the lid, closed her eyes, and wondered what to do. At the end of her shift, Mary Pat passed her patient's progress on to her replacement, but she didn't consider herself off duty yet. Marching across the hall, she rapped sharply on Jed's door. When Jed opened it, she jabbed a finger into his chest.
Couldn't you find the energy to walk across the goddamn hall and...
She broke off, scowling.
What are you doing?
I'm packing. Darts of righteous fury shot out of her eyes.
The hell you are!
Incensed, she stomped over and upended a box of books onto the floor.
You're not walking out on her when she's flat on her back and defenseless.
I'm not walking out.
He struggled for calm. He'd convinced himself, very logically, that what he was doing for Dora.
She asked me to leave. It's only going to upset her if she finds out I haven't moved yet.
Mary Pat fisted her hands on her hips. You're an idiot. I can almost accept that, but I never thought you were a coward.
Back off, MP.
Not a chance. Can you stand there and tell me you're not in love with her?
He reached for a cigarette. Mary Pat snatched it out of his hand and broke it in two. He glared. She glared right back. No, I can't. But that's not the point. The doctor was real clear about keeping her free from stress. She doesn't need me hanging around upsetting her.
Sit down. Sit down, damn it.
She gave him a quick shove.
I'm going to tell you exactly what she needs.
Fine.
He slumped into a chair.
I'm sitting.
Have you ever told her you loved her?
I don't see that that's any of your business.
I didn't think so.
Impatient, she took a quick turn around the room, barely preventing herself from kicking his weight bench.
Have you ever picked her wildflowers?
It's fucking February.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
She turned on him, slapped both hands on the arm of his chair to cage him in.
I'll lay odds you never lit candles for her, or took her for a walk by the river, or brought her some silly present.
I gave her a damn music box.
Not enough. She needs to be wooed.
Incredibly, he felt a flush creeping up on his neck. Give me a break.
I'd like to break your butt, but I'm sworn to heel. You almost lost her. His eyes whipped up sharp as a sword.
Don't you think I know that? I wake up in a sweat every night remembering how close it was.
Then do something positive. Show her what she means to you.
I don't want to push myself on her when she's vulnerable.
Mary Pat rolled her eyes. Then you are stupid.
Feeling sorry for him, she kissed him.
Find some wildflowers, Jed. My money's on you.
The box arrived the following afternoon.
More presents,
Leah announced, struggling to shove the huge box across the living room to where Dora sat on the couch.
I'm thinking of getting shot myself as long as it's a flesh wound.
Believe me, it's not worth it.
Get the scissors, will you?
Let's get the baby open. She leaned down to study.
No return address. Ah, a secret admirer.
Tongue caught in her teeth, Leah attacked the packing tape.
Oh,
she said, deflating when she opened the lid.
It's just books. God. Oh, my God. Carolyn Keene.
She was down on her knees, rummaging.
Nancy Drew. It looks like the complete set. And first editions. Look, it's the clue of the leaning chimney, the hidden staircase.
All at once, she clutched the books to her breasts and began to weep.
Oh, honey, did you hurt yourself? Let me help you to bed. No.
She pressed Passport to Larkspur Lane against her cheek.
They're from Jed. I see,
Leah said carefully, and sat back on her heels.
He went to all this trouble just to be sweet. Why is he being so sweet? Look, a few days ago he sent me this bracelet.
She held out her arm and continued babbling even when Leah oohed and awed over it.
And that silly cow and the watercolor. Why is he doing this? What's wrong with him?
Love sickness would be my guess. Dora sniffled and rubbed tears away with the sleeve of her robe.
That's ridiculous. Honey, don't you know when you're being romanced? Leah picked up a book, turned it over, shook her head. I myself might prefer a slightly different style, but this certainly seems to have punched your buttons. He's just feeling sorry for me, and guilty. She hitched back tears, blinked them away. Isn't he? Honey, the man I saw haunting that hospital wasn't there out of guilt. She reached over to tuck her sister's hair behind her ear. Are you going to give him a break? She laid a book on her lap, running her hands gently over the cover. Before I was shot, I broke things off with him. I told him to move out. He hurt me, Leah. I don't want him to hurt me again. I can't tell you what to do, but it seems awfully unfair to make him keep suffering. She kissed Dora's forehead, then rose to answer the knock on the door. Hi, Jed. Leah smiled and kissed him as well. Your surprise hit the mark. She's in there right now, crying over the books. He stepped back automatically, but Leah took his hand and pulled him inside. Look who's here. Hi. Dora brushed at tears and managed a shaky smile. These are great. Her eyes overflowed again. Really great. Their value's going to plummet if they're water damaged, he warned her. You're right, but I always get sentimental over first editions. I was just on my way out. Leah grabbed her coat, but neither of them paid any attention to her departure. I don't know what to say. She continued to press the hidden staircase like a beloved child to her breast. Say thanks, he suggested. Thanks. But Jed... Listen, I've got the go-ahead to spring you for a while. You up for a drive? Are you kidding? She scrambled to her feet. Outside? All the way outside and not to the hospital? Get your coat, Conroy. I can't believe it, she said a few minutes later as she slid luxuriously down in the seat of Jed's car. No nurses, no looming thermometers or blood pressure cuffs. How's the shoulder doing? It's sore. She opened the window just to feel the rush of air on her face and missed the way his fingers tightened on the wheel. They make me do this physical therapy, which is, to put it mildly, unpleasant, but it's effective. She jockeyed her elbow to a right angle to prove it. Not bad, huh? That's great. There was such restrained violence in the statement she lifted a brow. Everything all right at work? It's fine. You were right all along. I shouldn't have left. You just needed some time. She touched his arm, letting her hand fall away when he jerked. It was time, she thought, to clear the air. Jed, I know that we were in a difficult position before I was hurt. I know I was unkind. Don't. He didn't think he could bear it. You were right. Everything you said was right. I didn't want you to get too close, and I made certain you couldn't. You were one of the main reasons I went back on the job, but I didn't share it with you, because I would have had to admit that it mattered. That what you thought of me mattered. It was deliberate. She rolled up the window again, shutting out the wind. There's no point in raking it up again. I guess it would sound pretty convenient if I told you I was going to ask you to forgive me, that I'd have been willing to beg for another chance before you got hurt. He shot her a look, caught her wide-eyed stare, then scowled back through the windshield in disgust. Yeah, that's what I thought you'd say. I'm not sure, she said cautiously, what another chance might entail. He was going to try to show her. He pulled up in the driveway, set the brake, then rounded the hood to help her out. Because she was staring at his house, she moved wrong and bumped her arm against the car door. Damn! Her gasp of helpless pain broke him. I can't stand to see you hurt. Shielding her arm, he gathered her close. I just can't stand it. It rips at me, Dora, every time I think of it. Every time I remember what it was like to see you on the floor, to have your blood on my hands. He began to tremble, all those honed muscles quivering like plucked strings. I thought you were dead. I looked at you, and I thought you were dead. Don't, she soothed automatically. I'm all right now. I didn't prevent it, he said fiercely. I was too late. But you weren't. You saved my life. He'd have killed me. He wanted to, as much as he wanted the painting. You stopped him.
It isn't enough.
Fighting for control, he gentled his grip on her and stepped back. It suits me pretty well. Jed. She lifted a hand to his cheek. He grasped at it, pressed it hard to his lips.
Just give me a minute.
He stood there a moment, with the air cool and crisp, whispering through denuded trees and sleeping winter grass.
You shouldn't be standing out in the cold.
It feels great.
I want you to come inside. I want to finish this inside.
All right. Though she no longer felt weak, she let him support her as they went up the walk. She thought he needed to. But it was he who was unsteady as he unlocked the door, opened it, led her inside. His nerves jumped as she let out a quiet gasp of pleasure. She stepped onto the welcoming Bokhara rug. You've put things back.
Some.
He watched the way she ran her fingertips over the rosewood table, the curved back of a chair, the way she smiled at the fussy gilded mirror.
My landlord kicked me out, so I took a few things out of storage.
The right things. She walked on into the front parlor. He'd put back a curvy pin-striped settee, a lovely Tiffany lamp on a satinwood table. There was a fire burning low in the hearth. She felt both a surge of pleasure and grief. You're moving back in?
That depends.
He slipped her coat carefully off her shoulders, laid it on the arm of the settee.
I came back here last week. It wasn't the same. I could see you walking up the stairs, sitting on my window seat, looking out the kitchen window.
You changed the house, he said, as she turned slowly to face him.
You changed me. I want to move back in and make it work, if you'll come with me.
Dora didn't think the sudden dizziness had anything to do with her healing injuries. I think I want to sit down. She lowered herself to the striped cushions and took 2 careful breaths. You're going to move back here? You want to move back here?
Yeah, that's right.
And you want me to live with you?
If that's the best I can get.
He took a small box out of his pocket and pushed it into her hands.
I'd like it better if you'd marry me.
Can I? Her voice came out in a squeak. Can I have some water? Frustrated, he dragged a hand through his hair.
Damn it, Conroy.
Sure. He bit back on temper and a terrible fit of nerves.
Sure, I'll get it.
She waited until he was out of the room before she worked up the courage to open the box. She was glad she had, because her mouth fell open. She was still staring dumbfounded at the ring when he came back in carrying a baccarat tumbler filled with lukewarm tap water. Thanks. She took the glass, drank deeply. It's a whopper. Disgusted with himself, he fumbled out a cigarette.
I guess it's overstated.
Oh, no. There isn't a diamond in the world that's overstated. She laid the box in her lap, but kept a hand possessively around it. Jed, I think these past few weeks have been as hard on you as they have on me. I might not have appreciated that, but
I love you, Dora.
That stopped her cold. Before she could gather her wits, he was beside her on the settee, crunching several bones in her hand.
God damn it. Don't ask me for another glass of water. If you don't want to answer yet, I'll wait. I just want a chance to make you love me again.
Is that what all this has been about? The presents and the phone calls? You were trying to undermine my defenses when I was down.
He looked down at their joined hands. That about sizes it up.
She nodded, then rose to walk to the window. She'd want tulips out there in the spring, she thought, and lots of sunny daffodils. Good job, she said quietly. Damn good job, Skimmerhorn. It was the books that really did it, though. How could I possibly hold out against a complete set of first edition Nancy Drew? She looked down at the bold, square-cut diamond still in her hand. You exploited my weaknesses for nostalgia, romance, and material gain.
I'm not such a bad deal.
Nerves screaming, he came up behind her to touch a hand to her hair.
I've got some flaws, sure, but I'm loaded.
Her lips curved. That approach might have worked once, but I'm pretty well set myself since I'll be awarded a fat finder's fee on the Monet. I might be greedy, Skimmerhorn, but I have my standards.
I'm crazy about you.
That's better.
You're the only woman I've ever wanted to spend my life with.
He brushed a light kiss at the curve of her shoulder and throat and made her sigh.
The only woman I've ever loved, or want to love.
That's excellent.
I don't think I can live without you, Dora.
Tears burned her throat, thickening her voice. Direct hit.
So, does that mean you're going to fall in love with me again?
What makes you think I ever stopped?
The hand he had in her hair fisted and made her wince. And the marriage thing? You'll give it a shot?
She grinned into the sunlight. It might not have been the world's most romantic proposal, but it suited her. It suited her just fine. We'll need lace at the curtains, Jed, and I have a Chippendale bench that's waiting to sit in front of that fire. He turned her around, brushing her hair back so that his hands could frame her face. He only had to see her eyes for the nerves to vanish.
Kids?
3.
Good number.
Overwhelmed, he rested his brow against hers.
There's a bed upstairs in the master suite. I think it's a George III.
4-poster?
Tester. Stay here with me tonight.
She laughed her way into the kiss. I thought you'd never ask.
Heavenly mountain, with its towering heights where the leaders meet, under starry nights through the distant mist and the silent sky. Heavenly mountain, where the eagles fly. Heavenly mountain in the heart of the land, guiding the future with a steady hand. The quiet halls and the lofty view. Heavenly mountain shapes what's new, from the leader seats to the merchants.
Warm tap water. Thanks. She took the glass, drank deeply. It's a whopper. Disgusted with himself, he fumbled out a cigarette.
I guess it's overstated.
Oh, no. There isn't a diamond in the world that's overstated. She laid the box in her lap, but kept a hand possessively around it. Jed, I think these past few weeks have been as hard on you as they have on me. I might not have appreciated that, but
I love you, Dora.
that stopped her cold. Before she could gather her wits, he was beside her on the settee, crunching several bones in her hand.
God damn it. Don't ask me for another glass of water. If you don't want to answer yet, I'll wait. I just want a chance to make you love me again.
Is that what all this has been about? The presents and the phone calls? You were trying to undermine my defenses when I was down.
He looked down at their joined hands. That about sizes it up.
She nodded, then rose to walk to the window. She'd want tulips out there in the spring, she thought, and lots of sunny daffodils. Good job, she said quietly. Damn good job, Skimmerhorn. It was the books that really did it, though. How could I possibly hold out against a complete set of first edition Nancy Drew? She looked down at the bold, square-cut diamond still in her hand. You exploited my weaknesses for nostalgia, romance, and material gain.
I'm not such a bad deal.
Nerves screaming, he came up behind her to touch a hand to her hair.
I've got some flaws, sure, but I'm loaded.
Her lips curved. That approach might have worked once, but I'm pretty well set myself since I'll be awarded a fat finder's fee on the Monet. I might be greedy, Skimmerhorn, but I have my standards.
I'm crazy about you.
That's better.
You're the only woman I've ever wanted to spend my life with.
He brushed a light kiss at the curve of her shoulder and throat and made her sigh.
The only woman I've ever loved, or want to love.
That's excellent.
I don't think I can live without you, Dora.
Tears burned her throat, thickening her voice. Direct hit. So, does that mean you're going to fall in love with me again? What makes you think I ever stopped? The hand he had in her hair fisted and made her wince. And the marriage thing? You'll give it a shot? She grinned into the sunlight. It might not have been the world's most romantic proposal, but it suited her. It suited her just fine. We'll need lace at the curtains, Jed, and I have a Chippendale bench that's waiting to sit in.